Did I get transported to this world just to be a human stun gun? I wanted to conquer the world with a single punch and become a top-tier powerhouse, and this happens all because I drank a little too much at my grad school graduation party. And yet, I just woke up and I was in a completely different world. Seriously, who would even believe this story? Fine, so he got transported. But couldn't he have been given a better starting point? The world he arrived in is called Blue Star, and its civilization and technology are basically the same as his previous one. But this place has two things that were completely beyond his prior understanding: vicious beasts and abilities. Vicious beasts are bloodthirsty and terrifying creatures rampaging across Blue Star, and abilities are the source of power that helps humanity fight back against their invasion. According to the memories in his head, his current body is still named Jingming, a 12th grade student at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Aside from a face that was more striking than most, every other aspect of him was as ordinary as could be. Even the ability he awakened was just a weak E-rank lightning ability. An ability, huh? Jingming mused, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. Instantly, thread-thin blue sparks of electricity flashed between his fingers. In his old world, this little trick would have definitely stunned people. But on Blue Star, it was nothing special. Abilities on Blue Star are divided into several types: elemental, enhancement, spiritual, recovery, natural, and special. In this world, everyone awakens an ability at the age of 16, becoming an ability user. Abilities are incredibly varied. Some people can control wind and fire, some can transform into beasts, and others can heal injuries. Abilities are not only categorized by type, but also by quality. According to Blue Star's evaluation system, abilities are divided into 9 ranks: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Most people can only awaken D or E rank abilities. The select few who can reach C or B rank are already considered talented. As for those who can awaken A rank abilities, they are all prodigies, highly sought after by society. And S, SS, or even SSS rank abilities, those are exceedingly rare. Someone like that might only appear once every few years, or even every few decades. Right now, he was sitting in his classroom as the new lesson began. At the front of the class was a middle-aged man, the homeroom teacher of Class 12, a 5, Mr. Chen Fan. 12 years of study have all led to this day. The college entrance exams are upon us. You all need to remain calm. Academic track students, remember to double-check your pens, notebooks, and exam tools tonight. Combat track students, you need to have your combat suits and weapons ready. I'll stress this one last time. There is a risk of death during the combat exam. Those with awakened abilities below D rank should not take it. Before 9 p.m. tonight, you can still change your application. Anyone who wants to make adjustments, come find me. As the teacher spoke, he glanced towards Jingming. Jingming smiled. Of course he understood what the teacher meant. After all, in Class 12, a 5, he was the only student with an E-rank ability who had chosen the combat exam. Based on data from previous years, the majority of students who died during the combat exam were those with abilities ranked D or lower. Even though he had only awakened an E-rank ability, the body's previous owner had stubbornly chosen the path of the combat exam. And Jingming himself fully agreed with that decision, because the combat exam still offered a chance to fight and change his destiny. But if he didn't even dare to take the combat exam, then he would truly be doomed to an ordinary life. In the Daxia Nation, where he lived, universities were divided into 2 systems. One was the liberal arts universities, specializing in academic knowledge, and the other was the ability universities, which cultivated superhuman strength. Correspondingly, the college entrance exams were also split into 2 formats: the academic exam and the combat exam. The academic exam was simple, just sitting in a room and writing a paper, but the combat exam was completely different. Candidates had to don combat suits, wield weapons, enter a designated exam area, and risk their lives fighting vicious beasts. The score is based on the number and level of beasts killed. The choice between the academic or combat exam is entirely up to the student. If a student feels their strength is insufficient or has only awakened a low-rank ability, they are free to choose the academic exam and live an ordinary life. Because of the existence of vicious beasts, ability users have become a special class in society, respected by the public and possessing all sorts of privileges. It's worth noting that someone who has just awakened their ability is merely called an awakened and has yet to truly master much power. Only after a period of training can they evolve from an awakened into a true ability user, someone who can fight vicious beasts head-on. Ability users are divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to 9, with each level further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. However, even to reach the lowest level, level 1, lower tier, an ordinary awakened must train for at least 4 to 5 years. But if they get accepted into an ability user university with professional instructors, this time can be significantly reduced. This was also why the college entrance exam was so important. But before facing those challenges, he had to deal with the ridicule for his abysmal rank. A male student approached, his voice dripping with annoyance. The teacher said all that, and you're still determined to take the combat exam? You're just some E-rank loser. You'll drag down the school's reputation if you take it. You should just take the academic exam and become some office drone for the rest of your life. Just then, a girl shouted from a distance, Huang Tian, stop bullying my friend. Huang Tian didn't want to drag it out. After all, he had said what he wanted to. As he was leaving, he jeered. You two should cherish this time together. After all, he's just going to die in the exam anyway. The girl, named Lin Qingyuan, looked at Jingming with a worried expression. Don't pay any attention to what he said. Everyone has their own value. Switching your application to the academic exam and living in the city is a good life too. Jingming remained silent. His parents in this world had been killed by monsters, and he had been powerless to save them. Jingming never wanted to feel that helpless again. Jingming returned home. His parents had left him a house and over 1 million in compensation money. Other than that, there was nothing else. So when he got home, he was all alone. Fortunately, in his previous world, Jingming was also an orphan and was already used to being lonely. Besides, he had something much more important to do right now. He had to train hard for the upcoming exam, not just to pass, but to survive. To deal with the threat of vicious beasts, every city was protected by strict defense systems like high-voltage electric fences, armed troops, and ability user squads. But nothing was foolproof. Every so often, a city gets ravaged by a beast tide, causing countless casualties among the people. Jingming didn't want to one day face that disaster without any means to defend himself, but his E-rank strength was quickly depleted. After a few practice moves, he'd used the spear for 2 years, but his skill was still only at a basic level. And yet, the death rate for those below D rank was increasing year by year. Weren't transmigrators supposed to get some kind of special perks? Where's my system? Come on, save me already, Jingming muttered helplessly, and as soon as the words left his lips, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his head, activating the Deep Blue system. System activation successful. Distributing starter pack. Starter pack distributed successfully. Do you wish to claim it now? Hearing the voice in his head, Jingming's eyes shot wide open, his jaw dropping in astonishment. A system? I really have a system? The initial shock was followed by a wave of frantic joy. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly what a system meant. It represented a chance to change his destiny, to walk the path to the top. Jingming took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He didn't rush to accept the gift, but instead asked inwardly, what's in the starter pack? 200 ability points, and the S-rank ability, Violet Divine Thunder. Jingming immediately felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, his eyes blazing and his breath coming in ragged gasps. He wasn't sure what ability points were for yet, but he knew all too well what an S-rank ability was. This was an extremely rare type of ability on the entire Blue Star. A large nation like Huaxia had to wait 4 years before another S-rank ability user appeared. As long as those who possessed S-rank abilities didn't die prematurely, they were all destined to become regional overlords, guarding their own territories. System. So I just have to claim the starter pack to get an S-rank ability? Still not daring to believe it, Jingming confirmed one more time. Correct. Receiving the affirmative answer, Jingming's eyes once again lit up with a fiery glow. An S-rank ability. My chance to change my destiny is here. Looking at the blue virtual interface in his mind, Jingming didn't hesitate any longer and slammed the claim button. Distributing starter pack. 200 ability points have been transferred to your account. Activating S-rank ability. Violet Divine Thunder. Progress. 10%. 20%. 30%. A deep boom echoed, as if countless powers were erupting from within Jingming's body. Following that, innumerable violet-blue streaks of lightning danced around him, emitting a dazzling light. Jingming's entire body seemed to transform into a sphere of lightning. The deafening crackle of electricity was incessant. The lightning spread out like a tsunami from where Jingming stood, engulfing the entire living room. The sofa, the TV, the coffee table, anything the lightning touched exploded into smithereens. The lightning even dragged flames along with it, shattering the windows and shooting straight outside. Mom, that guy's house over there is on fire. Call the fire department, quick! That's the shoe kid's house, right? The explosion was so obvious that it immediately caught the attention of the neighborhood residents. Many people frantically called the fire department. But inside the house, Jingming was completely unaware. He only felt a strange warmth in his body, as if he were being filled with an indescribable power. 50%, 60%, 70%. The evolution process was still ongoing. It seemed to be an effect of his ability's evolution. The sky outside, which had been a bright, sunny afternoon, suddenly grew dark. Black clouds rolled in as if night had abruptly fallen. There was no rain, but claps of thunder rumbled through the gloomy cloud layers. Streaks of violet lightning tore across the sky like roaring dragons. Why did the sky suddenly go dark like this? What kind of terrifying lightning is that? I feel this incredible pressure. This abnormal weather phenomenon plunged all the citizens of Jiangcheng into anxiety. The commander feared that a ferocious beast capable of controlling lightning was about to invade. He immediately ordered the troops stationed in Jiangcheng to go on high alert. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. Inside the room, Jingming's ability, Evolution, was also reaching its final stage. A bolt of violet lightning flashed from the sky, striking straight down through the window, and like a descending dragon, it entered Jingming's body. Instantly, the clouds in the sky vanished, and the sunlight returned. Jingming had also completed his ability Evolution, reaching 100% completion. The lightning around his body receded like a tide, gradually retracting inward. A long moment later, Jingming slowly opened his eyes. A cold, violet spark flashed within his pupils. The ability Evolution was a success. Jingming's entire body was brimming with power. On instinct, he raised his right hand. A thought flashed through his mind, and countless violet lightning streaks immediately appeared around his arm. Unlike the weak, blue-white sparks from before, these violet bolts carried an ancient and ferocious aura, enough to make one shudder. This was the S-rank ability, Violet Divine Thunder. A brilliant light shone in Jingming's eyes. He had a feeling that if one of these lightning bolts actually hit someone, it wouldn't just be a simple electric shock, they'd be blasted into ash. But causing such a huge commotion is a bit much. Retracting the lightning around his body, Jingming couldn't help but scratch his head with a wry smile as he looked around the wrecked living room. Luckily, during the transformation, he realized something was wrong and managed to suppress his power in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been the living room that was destroyed. Despite his complaints, Jingming was incredibly satisfied. After all, the stronger the ability, the brighter his future would be. That's right, the starter pack also had 200 ability points. What are they for? Just as he thought about the remaining reward, a prompt from the system immediately sounded in his head. Ability points can be collected by defeating ferocious beasts and can be used to level up and upgrade skills. You can check your points and upgrade options on the system panel. As soon as the system finished its explanation, Jingming understood that ability points were just like experience points in a game. Kill monsters, level up. It was a simple gameplay loop, but extremely practical. The corners of his lips curled into a smile, and he immediately opened his status panel. Name, Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Violet Divine Thunder. S rank, Physique, 121. Stamina and Spirit, 140. Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Lightning Bolt, Ability Points, 200. The information panel was very concise, and the plus sign next to certain items indicated which ones could be upgraded. Looking at the status panel, these 200 ability points could be used to increase his base stats or upgrade skills. So, what would be the most optimal way to use them? After a few seconds of contemplation, Jingming made his decision. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. I have to make full use of these points to maximize my combat power. Physique and spirit are the most important foundations. Whether it's using combat skills or controlling my ability, both of these stats are crucial. With that in mind, he immediately decided to split the 200 ability points evenly, 100 for each, and prepared to allocate them. System, allocate the points for me. As soon as he pressed the plus sign on the system panel, an intense surge of power suddenly exploded within his body. Power surged like a great river, roaring through his every vein. Then, his thoughts improved, becoming much clearer. Immediately after, Jingming swung his arms, moved, and threw some basic punches to feel the change in his body's strength. He realized his control over the Thunder God's ability had also clearly improved. Abilities, after all, still originated from a person's physical and mental state. As these two stats increased, the power of his ability grew stronger accordingly. Clenching his fist, feeling the power surging through his veins and the purple lightning ready to be summoned in his hand, Jingming couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then his gaze turned once more to the system panel. Physique 141, Spiritual Power 160 Hz. Both base stats had increased by 20 points, meaning each ability point could be exchanged for 0.2 Strength or 0.2 Spirit. Though the exchange rate was a bit low, it was still a direct upgrade with no side effects. It was just a shame the newbie gift package only had exactly 200 ability points. If there were just a few more, I could have been a little stronger. But with his current strength, passing the ability university entrance exam would be incredibly easy, though he didn't know where he currently ranked among the 700,000 candidates in Jiangnam province. But he was completely confident he could rank among the top elites of Jiangnam. Because among the students taking the martial arts exam this year, there were many geniuses who had been trained by professional teachers since childhood, and their strength was terrifying. An orphan like Jingming couldn't compare in terms of educational resources, but he had something those geniuses could never have, a true S-rank ability. Not thinking about the exam any longer, Kan Min decided to head to the martial arts gym to test his specific strength. Just then, a rapid, urgent, and unexpected knock sounded at the door. Before Jingming could even react, the door was kicked clean off its hinges, slamming against the wall with a deafening crash. Immediately after, a group of people in orange uniforms carrying fire hoses rushed straight into the room as if preparing to charge into a sea of flames. When they saw there was no fire in the room at all, and there was even a person standing calmly in the middle of it all, the firefighters all froze in confusion. They apologized for breaking the door, but they had received a report that there was a fire in this apartment. Faced with the group of firefighters who had suddenly barged in, Jingming quickly explained that he possessed a lightning-type ability. During his training, he had carelessly caused a strange phenomenon, but everything was resolved now. After a quick check around the room, the group confirmed there were no more hidden dangers and left. They even took the initiative to fix the door they'd kicked down. Before leaving, the captain glanced at Kan Min and then whispered, "For a student to cause such a huge commotion while training, youth these days is truly terrifying." After the fire department left, Kan Min prepared his gear to head to the gym. Outside, a crowd was still gathered. Seeing him, they came over to ask what was going on. "Xiao Min, is everything okay with the fire just now?" "I'm fine, Uncle Duong. I got it under control. It's good that you're okay." "Seeing you like this, are you heading to the martial arts gym to train again?" "Yes, sir. Just a little practice before the exam." "You're so diligent. The university exam is tomorrow and you're still heading out to train." Completely different from my lazy son, Jingming had lived here for 18 years. The neighbors were all close acquaintances, and Jingming, with his calm and polite demeanor, always greeted them, so he was well liked by the elders in the neighborhood. Jingming walked out of the residential area, caught a bus, and then transferred to the subway. Finally, he stopped in front of a modern skyscraper. To advance from an awakened to an ability user, physical and spiritual training was mandatory. Only then could one unleash the full power of their abilities. However, not every family could afford to build a private training room for their children. That's why martial arts gyms that specialized in providing training grounds and instruction began to appear one after another. Throughout the entire Huaxia nation, the most prominent were the Thunder Gym and the Raging Bear Gym. These two major gyms had branches in almost every city in the country. Besides those two famous names, Gyeongtan City had over 100 other private martial arts gyms of various sizes, but only Thunder Gym offered free training for high school students. For that reason, Jingming had always chosen Thunder Gym as his training place. At this time, there were quite a few people coming and going outside the gym, from awakened ones carrying weapons to true ability users. Once inside, Jingming headed straight for the third floor, where he usually went. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he immediately spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. It was a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with a beautiful, cold face full of charisma. She wasn't carrying any weapons, just wearing simple, casual clothes. Her long, straight legs were revealed under a blue skirt, so white they were dazzling. Around her were a few other arrogant-looking young men and women, clearly not ordinary people. Jingming smiled and greeted the girl. "Chi, you're at Thunder Gym too?" Tang Chi, his paternal aunt's daughter, was also in the 12th grade like him, just a few months older. However, their relationship wasn't very close. The reason was simple. Jingming's former personality was rather introverted and quiet, and the gap in their family circumstances made it difficult to talk. Seeing Jingming here, Tang Chi paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. "I just came here with friends," Jingming said. "Then I won't bother you. You guys have fun, Chi. I'm heading to the training room." After saying goodbye, he didn't linger, greeting her before heading straight to the training area. This behavior made Tang Chi feel that something was strange about Kan Min. She frowned slightly, feeling he seemed very different from before. Next to Tang Chi, a pretty girl in a dress asked, her big, clear, round eyes full of curiosity. "Chi, who was that just now?" "He's pretty handsome," Tang Chi replied while her gaze followed his retreating back. "That's Jingming, my younger cousin. He's also a 12th grader, taking the martial arts exam tomorrow just like us." A young man laughed teasingly. "You've done your research. Don't tell me you're interested, looking for a boyfriend?" The girl named Xiao Ya not only didn't deny it, but admitted it freely. "So what if I am? Is there a problem with that? With a face like his? As long as his strength isn't too bad, there's nothing wrong with choosing him as a boyfriend. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, though. My cousin's ability is only E rank." Tang Chi shook her head as if she had already guessed the reaction that would follow. Sure enough, upon hearing the words E rank ability, the light in Xiao Ya's eyes instantly dimmed by more than half, and her tone became indifferent. "Just E rank? What a shame. The young man from before overheard and looked after him with a mocking gaze. An E-ranker dares to take the martial arts exam? He's got some nerve, huh? Tang Chi sighed. What's the point of being brave? The risk is so high, it's better not to even take the exam. All right, let's drop it. We came to the Thunderclap gym today to look around, right? Yeah, we spent all 3 years of high school training at the Raging Bear gym. This is my first time at Thunderclap. Relaxing a bit before the exam is good for the mind and body. The group willingly dropped the subject, switching to other topics as they walked around the gym. Elsewhere, Xu Xingming was completely unaware of the gossip he had stirred up by leaving. He had just stepped into a private training room, about 20 square meters in size. This was one of the solo training rooms the Thunderclap gym provided for its members. Normally, you'd have to book these rooms in advance, but it was quiet today, so Xu Qingming got to use one right away without a reservation. Xu Qingming unslung the long spear from his back and gripped it firmly. First, he wanted to test his peak strength without using his superpower. The weapons used by ability users are all made by companies specializing in special armaments. The entire spear was forged from an E-grade alloy, its body a deep, powerful black. When he gave it a light shake, the shaft let out a low, metallic hum that echoed through the room, but that simple shake made him pause. The spear felt lighter. No, that's not right. My physical conditioning has improved. That's why the spear feels so light. Xu Qingming frowned slightly. The college entrance exam was tomorrow, and he didn't have any money to switch to a heavier weapon. There was no other choice. He would have to be careful with this weapon, just as he was with the level of his ability. The alloys used for weapons were also divided into 9 grades: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the grade, the greater the durability, sharpness, and damage against monstrous beasts, and of course, the price increased exponentially. He had started training with the spear when he was 12, which meant it had been nearly 6 long years. He had mastered all the basic moves: thrusting, sweeping, striking, and slashing. Xu Qingming's figure moved in a constant blur around the training room, the spear, a black phantom whipping through the air with the ferocity of a pouncing tiger. His thrust into the strength tester created a massive impact. As Xu Qingming pulled the spear back, the metal target slowly returned to its original shape. At the same time, the digital screen beside it clearly displayed a number: 321K in the power measurement system. The unit K, short for SAIR, is used to measure attack power. Xu Xingming felt a thrill of excitement. Based on his physical strength alone, his attack power had nearly doubled. An ordinary person, or a typical ability user, could only generate about 100K of damage. Before, Xu Qingming had only managed about 140K without his ability. With a mere thought, Xu Qingming summoned the divine purple lightning. In that instant, his entire body seemed to become a thunder god. Arcs of dark purple electricity erupted around him, the ceaseless crackle of arcing electricity echoing through the room. Xu Qingming raised his hand and pointed. A bolt of lightning shot out, carrying a torrential aura as it blasted straight into the target in front of him. This time, after the memory alloy target dented, it took a full 7 or 8 seconds to slowly reform. Simultaneously, the smart display next to it flashed an astonishing number: 3012K. Xu Xingming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. An S-grade ability was terrifying. Its power was nearly 10 times that of his physical strength. A typical level 1 ability user's attack power was only around 1000K. Yet, he hadn't even reached the first level, and his strength was already on par with a mid-tier level 1 ability user. But 3000K isn't my limit. Xu Qingming took a deep breath, and the purple electricity of the divine purple lightning instantly surged through the spear in his hand. Lightning Gale Strike. In that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted in the training room. The spear in his hand transformed into a roaring, dark purple flood dragon, hurtling towards the target on the wall. When the lightning dissipated, the memory alloy target in the center of the wall had been completely incinerated. A deep hole was bored through its center, unable to regenerate. A thunderous explosion roared, lightning flashed, and the entire training room shook violently as if in an earthquake. The shockwave quickly spread, causing the entire center to tremble, and even the ground beneath their feet shook slightly. An extremely loud crash rang out, so sharp it was piercing to the ears. A male student exclaimed in alarm, "That energy flow is insane! This level is definitely an ability user." He had a C-grade mental ability, making him extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Xiaoya frowned, looking puzzled. Isn't this floor just for high school students? All the freaks from Jiang City High who've already awakened as ability users are training at the Raging Bear Gym. Could one of them have come over here to train? Or did a new high school student just have a breakthrough and become an ability user? Let's go check it out. The sudden tremor immediately piqued the group's curiosity. Tang Chi and her three friends immediately turned and hurried toward the training room where the noise came from. As they quickly walked down the hall and rounded a corner, they unexpectedly ran into Xu Qingming, who was walking from the opposite direction. Tang Chi was a bit stunned, not expecting to see Xu Qingming here, but she quickly recovered and asked, "Heading home?" Xu Qingming nodded. He said he was done training and wanted to head home early to prepare some more. Even though she still thought it was reckless for someone with just an E-grade ability like Xu Xingming to take the martial arts exam, Tang Chi still offered words of encouragement. She wished him luck on the test and reminded him to be careful. Tang Chi's group didn't linger, continuing their search for the source of that terrifying tremor. There weren't many training rooms on this floor, so it didn't take much effort. They quickly found the room that had just been used, the one where Xu Qingming had been training. When the group looked inside the room, all four of them stared wide-eyed. Even the normally composed Tang Chi couldn't help but gape. The entire room looked like it had been destroyed. Xiao Ya exclaimed in astonishment. My God, even the memory alloy was shattered. Just how powerful was that attack? Is there any high school student in this city who's this strong? A young man looked horrified. From the residual energy, I can still feel an incredibly violent power. Whoever launched that attack was either a level 2 ability user or, at the very least, a peak level 1. They used this room to test their power. Another person remarked, that's probably not a high school student, maybe some esper who doesn't know the rules. They probably wandered onto the 3rd floor and used the training room to test their power. There's no high school student this strong in our city. That's right, peak first rank. Even a genius from the capital city might not be at that level. There's no way someone like that could appear in our Jiangcheng city. Just then, Xiao Ya suddenly had a bold thought. She reminded everyone that Jingming had been here earlier. Could he be the one who caused this? He's actually a genius. He's a genius who's been hiding his strength, just waiting to make a name for himself in tomorrow's exam. This idea was immediately shot down by the guys. They said she'd been reading too many web novels about characters pretending to be weak to crush their enemies. They couldn't believe she'd have such a ridiculous thought. Hiding your strength requires some foundation, but that guy is an E-rank awakener. He'd be lucky if his attack power reached 300. This hallway has 2 exits to the outside, which is why they didn't see the person who did this. At this, the young man looked towards Tang Chi in the distance and asked what she thought about it. Tang Chi also thought it was a possibility. She was currently examining the marks left on the wall, feeling that the round hole looked like it was made by a spear. She wondered if the person who did this could be Jingming. This is why he's so confident about participating in the martial arts exam. The entire city has 3 high schools, with a total of about 3,000 12th graders. Excluding the liberal arts students, there are still about 1,400 students taking the martial arts exam. To transport all 1,400 plus candidates to the exam site, the city mobilized over 40 large buses. The college entrance exam is a major national event. The buses stopped one by one in a large, empty field. Students got off the buses one after another. In the distance was an area enclosed by a steel mesh fence. Inside was a desolate, ruined town. The area was so vast you couldn't see the end of it. The ruined town in the military zone was originally named Weiyuan Town and was once a small village belonging to Jiangcheng City. Decades ago, it was destroyed by a beast tide and turned into ruins. Later, even though the military reclaimed it, it was already desolate and had no value for reconstruction, so it was repurposed as a military training ground. And on June 7th of every year, this place becomes the site for the college martial arts exam. The danger and difficulty of the exam would depend on the types and ranks of the monstrous beasts. Amidst the ruins, the fleeting shadows of monstrous beasts could be seen, and their ferocious growls and roars could be heard. Is that our exam site? I think I just saw a one-horned rhino. A one-horned rhino? No way. Is this year's exam really that insane? Seeing the one-horned rhino peeking through the steel mesh from the ruins, many candidates' faces turned pale, looking like they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. One student, seeing the other's fear, spoke up irritably, "So what if it's a one-horned rhino? If you can't even handle a monstrous beast of this level, you won't amount to anything, even if you get lucky and get into an Esper university." The sudden voice, coming from the middle of the students, drowned out all the murmuring. It was a young man in a light blue combat suit, looking like a swordsman from ancient times, holding a long sword. Many angry students turned their heads to retort, but when they saw who it was, they immediately shut up, too flustered to say another word. Seeing this, Jingming felt a bit curious and turned to ask a tall male student carrying a shield and a blade on his back, "Who's that guy? He's so arrogant." That student, named Liu Jie, a C-rank enhancement-type esper specializing in body enlargement, explained that the guy was Zhu Mingyang from First High. People say that Zhu Mingyang is the best student at First High. He possesses a B-rank wind element ability and his power has already broken through the unranked state and is on the verge of becoming a first-rank esper. Jingming was surprised that the young man was Juming Yang, the one who was expected to be the top scorer in this exam. He wondered to himself, between him and me, who's stronger? Just then, a middle-aged man in a military uniform shouted, ordering everyone to assemble and be quiet. With just a single glance sweeping over them, the entire field, which had been buzzing with chatter, fell completely silent. I am Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of this year's Jiangcheng City Martial Arts exam. Before the exam begins, I will re-emphasize the points of attention. The martial arts exam will begin at 9 a.m. It will end at 9 p.m. for a total of 12 hours. The exam site is the ruined town behind me. Like in previous years, this area is divided into the outskirts, the central zone, and the core zone. The outskirts have unranked monstrous beasts, while the central zone has peak unranked and first-rank monstrous beasts. The core zone is filled with first-rank beasts and above, while the first inner core has high-level first-rank beasts and even second-rank beasts. Killing different types of monstrous beasts will earn you corresponding points. The higher the beast's rank and the greater its power, the more points you'll get for defeating it. However, everyone needs to know their own limits and choose a suitable area to operate in. He reminded them that the central zone was only for top students and that they should operate within safe limits to avoid useless sacrifices. A slight smile crept onto Jingming's lips. Before, he would have only dared to hunt beasts in the outskirts at most. But now, he was not only confident enough to step into the core zone, but he could even set foot in the first inner core. All right, we will now begin distributing supplies. Everyone, head to your class's area to receive your materials. Each candidate received a backpack. Inside were 3 items: a smartwatch for tracking the number and type of beasts killed and recording scores, which also had an integrated map of the ruined town for positioning; 3 compressed energy bars for rapid stamina recovery after eating, and a safety sphere, which is a blue orb. When activated, it creates a high-voltage electric grid around the user that common monstrous beasts cannot break through. After handing the items to Jingming, the teacher reminded him worriedly that although using the safety sphere meant his exam would be over, he stressed that his life was the most important thing. The teacher told Jingming not to act recklessly. Jingming smiled and thanked the teacher for his concern. In the martial arts exam, students were allowed to form teams. Of course, points from killing a beast as a group would be divided equally among the members, which was much less efficient than going solo. So, candidates who originally planned to go solo also began looking for teammates. Jingming, you haven't joined a team yet, have you? How about joining ours? Our team is short and offensive support, and your lightning-type ability would be a perfect fit. A beautiful girl with a gentle smile on her face. Her name is Lam Kin Yen, the president of Class 5, and she's also a kind person who always helps others. Seeing that she was about to invite Jingming to the group, some of her teammates spoke up. They told her that while it's fine to play the hero, she needed to pick her moments. This is the martial arts exam, and each team can have a maximum of 5 people. If they bring along someone as weak as Jingming, they'll never get a high score. Are you guys suddenly backing out of what we agreed on? Who knew that guy would even dare to take the martial arts exam? In any case, I don't want him weighing us down. An argument started to break out within the group. Seeing this, Jingming politely declined the offer to team up. He said he would enter the exam grounds alone. Lu Qiet and Lam Qinyen looked at Kan Min with worry. They asked if he was serious, and reminded him to be careful. Lam Qinyen was about to try and persuade him further, but seeing the determined look in Jingming's eyes, she could only sigh and turn away in disappointment. This kid actually knows his place, huh? A few members of her team also breathed a sigh of relief. In this group, Lam Qinyen was the team leader, so they couldn't openly object to her decision. It's just that if they let an E-ranker like Jingming join the team, the entire group's score would definitely be dragged down. Jingming was confident that with his current abilities, he alone was enough to get a high score on this exam. The gate leading to the desolate town was pulled open by soldiers, and Vuang Haiduang stepped up to the podium to make an announcement. The 2037 Jiangcheng City Martial Arts exam officially begins now. Candidates, enter the exam grounds. As soon as the words were spoken, more than 1,400 candidates immediately sprang into action. The exam has started. I have to stand out this time. My goal is the Jiangnan Special Abilities University. Filled with expectations and hope, the candidates, dressed in their combat suits and holding their weapons, swarmed into the desolate town like a plague of locusts. Amidst that fervent atmosphere, Jingming also drew his long spear and charged in with the crowd. The desolate town was like a deep abyss, swallowing all the candidates whole. The empty field outside quickly became deserted. Activate all cameras in the desolate town, along with the filming drones. Prepare for the live broadcast of the exam. The Great Xia Nation holds martial arts in high regard, so the annual martial arts exam is always broadcast live. The battles are watched not only by the Bureau of Education and the principals and head teachers of various schools, but high schools will also organize viewings for their 10th and 11th grade students. Although the desolate town is just a small village under Jiang Cheng's jurisdiction, its area is extremely vast. Over 1,400 candidates entered. It was a bit crowded near the gate area, but once they went deeper inside, it was like a single drop of water falling into a great ocean. Jingming also chose a direction and walked straight ahead, spear in hand, while activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Immediately, a blue virtual screen was projected from the watch, appearing before him with a line of black text. Please verify your identity on the smartwatch. Jingming wasn't surprised. He pressed his left thumb onto the screen. Verifying fingerprint. Verification successful. Candidate: Jingming, Class 12-5, Jiangcheng Number 2 High School, Examination ID. At the same time, two small windows popped up in the upper right corner. One was his score, and the second was the score ranking for the Jiangcheng Martial Arts exam. Rank 1, Chu Dan Duang, 7 points. As expected of the number 1 student from number 1 high, he's already killed a fierce beast that quickly. Looks like it's my turn to make a move. Jingming's current position was a bright white dot on the edge of the map, still far from the central area. All right, I'll just head straight there. Jingming adjusted his direction and dashed towards the red area on the map. He hadn't gone far before he came across a student lying motionless on the ground. As he got closer, he realized the person was severely injured and hadn't even had time to use their safety sphere. He realized this was exactly why his teacher had told him not to participate in this exam. A chill ran down his spine. Jingming realized that if he hadn't obtained his S-rank ability, his end would have been the same as this person's. He quickly called for support staff to help the injured student. Although he was worried, Jingming didn't regret taking the exam. After all, opportunity always comes with risk. Just then, the sound of sudden footsteps from behind caught Kan Min's attention. He turned around and saw a fierce beast with fur as black as ink, but its eyes were a pale orange color. If you ignored its sharp teeth and claws dripping with fresh blood, it was actually a very beautiful creature. This was a shadow cat. They have incredible speed, sharp claws and teeth, and a bite force of up to 1,000 kilograms. More than a few candidates have lost their lives to shadow cats. Kan Min realized he had walked right into this cat's trap. Jingming recognized what this monster was immediately. It was an extremely common type of monster in the wildlands. Of course, common didn't mean that the shadow cat was an easy monster to deal with. On the contrary, it showed that they had excellent adaptability. Upon spotting the human, the shadow cat let out a bloodthirsty roar, then charged towards Jingming on all fours. The scent of fresh flesh and blood stimulated its senses, causing it to charge even faster. Normally, an awakened facing a monster for the first time would be flustered. However, Jingming, who was encountering a shadow cat in the flesh for the first time, had an incredibly calm expression. The shadow cat closed in to within 3 meters of Jingming. It leaped into the air and raised its sharp claws, aiming straight for Jingming's head as it swiped down forcefully. If that blow landed, Jingming's entire head would explode like a watermelon. But just as it lunged, Kan Min had already moved swiftly to dodge. He had studied the guidebook meticulously, and his body's stats had been enhanced by the system. His current speed was also very fast. Having missed its prey, the shadow cat became even more enraged. It started to growl and bare its sharp fangs at Jingming. Its bloodshot eyes stared intently at Kan Min as it prepared for its next attack. Kan Min slowly drew his weapon, preparing to fight. From what he knew, these monsters were called fierce beasts because they could emit a powerful, intimidating aura. It could overwhelm an awakened facing them for the first time, causing them to only be able to exert less than 30% of their strength, or even lose the will to fight out of fear. That's why before the martial arts university exam, families with some means would hire professional Esper bodyguards to escort their children into the wildlands to get them accustomed to fighting monsters beforehand. Jingming, of course, didn't have such resources. Therefore, before the exam, he had imagined that when he truly encountered a monster, his body might have some kind of adverse reaction. However, after coming face to face with the shadow cat, he had absolutely no reaction to its ferocious aura. He was as calm as ever, precisely calculating the shadow cat's pouncing trajectory. And at the perfect moment, Jingming swung his spear, stabbing it straight into the cat. Fresh blood spurted like a fountain from its pierced main artery. They say a newly awakened person needs a few fights to get over the fear of facing such powerful creatures. But some people are naturally immune to that kind of pressure. Looks like I'm one of those special cases. Jingming suddenly yanked with his right hand, using the momentum to pull the spear from the shadow cat's neck. Thud, the shadow cat's corpse hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scoring system updated instantly. Successfully eliminated 1 unranked shadow cat. Gained 3 ability points. Note: monsters are divided into 9 levels, from 1 to 9, but this cat was a creature below level 1, so it's called an unranked monster. If it weren't for the system notification, I would have almost forgotten you get ability points for killing monsters. Seeing the 3 new ability points on the system panel, Jingming felt a surge of excitement. This also meant that if I could get enough ability points in the upcoming battles, I could get even stronger. But I got too few points for killing this cat. I need to get to the central area, and fast. Jingming had no experience fighting monsters, so he'd originally planned to stay in the outskirts to get used to it. But since he didn't have much of a reaction to the monster's auras, staying in the outer area didn't seem very meaningful anymore. So, Jingming picked up his spear and dashed with all his might toward the central area of the ruined town. Compared to Zhu Mingyang, who had a wind-type ability, Jingming's speed wasn't exactly fast, but he continuously killed monsters along the way. Killed an unranked monster, an iron-furred boar, gained 5 ability points. Killed an unranked monster, a shadow cat, gained 3 ability points. Killed an unranked monster, a one-horned rhino, gained 6 ability points. During his battles with the monsters, Jingming didn't use his ability at all. He wanted to train his spearmanship and gain more combat experience. That's because using his S-rank Purple Sky Divine Lightning on these unranked monsters would just be an instant kill, which offered no training value whatsoever. Besides, the rarer the ability, the more power it consumes. Jingming's previous E-rank weak current ability could last for more than 3 hours at full power, but with his S-rank Purple Sky Divine Lightning, he probably couldn't even last 1 hour going all out. He knew the martial arts university exam lasted for a full 12 hours. If he used up all his power early on, he'd have no way to attack when he reached the core area and had to face mid-rank, or even high-rank, level 1 monsters. So, he could only hold off on using his ability for now and save it for when he reached the core area. Besides, after every battle, Jingming could feel himself improving. These battles stacked up, causing his combat sense and spearmanship to improve at an astonishing rate. His spearmanship, in particular, felt more and more natural with each use, to the point where it felt completely effortless. This was a feeling he'd never had before. He figured his spearmanship must have broken through to the next level without him even realizing it. On the crumbling old road, Jingming spotted a monster. It was as large as a small car, with a horn on its head as sharp as a blade. It had stout limbs and dark brown skin, and it radiated a powerful, ferocious aura. This was the monster contestants wanted to face the least, the one-horned rhino. Spotting Jingming, the monster charged like a German tank, plowing through everything in its path. Despite its massive size, it wasn't slow at all. As the monster charged closer, Jingming calmly leaped into the air, and with absolute precision, after a flip, the tip of his spear fiercely pierced straight into its brain, destroying the rhino's central nervous system. The one-horned rhino died instantly. As he pulled out his long spear, some red and white matter came out with it from the rhino's head. A normal person suddenly confronted with a scene like this, if they weren't mentally strong, would probably throw up on the spot. Yet, Jingming's expression remained calm. He even immediately opened his system panel. Name, Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, S-rank Purple Sky. Divine Lightning. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. Skills, Intermediate Spearmanship. Beginner's Lightning Gale Break. Ability points, 213. My spearmanship really did break through to the intermediate level. Jingming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel that real combat was truly the best way to improve. Intermediate spearmanship already feels so natural to use. So, what would happen if I leveled up my spearmanship again? After a moment's thought, Jingming couldn't resist the temptation and directly pressed the plus sign next to the spearmanship skill. Instantly, countless spear-related techniques flooded his mind like a tidal wave. This wasn't some fleeting memory infusion like you see in the movies, where it's gone as soon as it comes. It felt as if Jingming himself had painstakingly practiced spearmanship for decades to achieve this. After the memory transfer for his spearmanship was complete, Jingming realized he'd always thought spearmanship wasn't as important as the 2 basic stats, physique and spirit. But now that the system had helped him achieve advanced spearmanship, he realized just how wrong he'd been. When his spearmanship was upgraded to the advanced level, his thrusting speed had more than doubled. He had mastered every skill with the long spear, able to find a way to counter any enemy he faced. Too bad I don't have enough ability points. Otherwise, I'd really love to see how terrifying master-level spearmanship is. Jingming decided to head deeper into the central area, where all the high-level monsters were. He'd be able to rack up ability points even faster there. Just as he left, the figures of several other contestants appeared at the end of the opposite street. It was a group of 5, 1 girl and 4 guys. The leader was the president of Class 5, Lin Qingyan, the same girl who had invited Jingming to join her team before the exam. Lin Qingyan scanned the area and seemed to spot a figure that looked just like Jingming, which surprised her. When the other students heard her, they thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. They thought there was no way he could be in this area. With his current strength, Jingming would be dead for sure if he came here. Lin Qingyan grew worried. Did I really see wrong? She wondered. That person looked so much like Jingming. I wonder how he's doing now. Captain, hurry over and look. This one-horned rhino seems to have died just a little while ago. A startled cry drew Lin Qingyan's attention. Several people rushed over to surround the corpse of the one-horned rhino, chattering excitedly. The blood on its wound hadn't even dried yet. This means it died within the last few minutes. It has a lot of wounds, but the fatal one is on its head. Judging by the shape of the wound, this seems to be a piercing injury from a long-handled weapon. It looks a bit like a long spear. Lin Qingyan was stunned for a moment. Do you guys think Jingming killed this one-horned rhino? I really did see someone who looked just like him a moment ago. One of the male students said with a strange expression, "A one-horned rhino is a very difficult monster to deal with. This is the kind of monster only a C-rank awakened can kill alone." Could an E-rank awakened really kill this one-horned rhino by himself? Was it Jingming who killed it? We'll know just by looking at his score on the leaderboard. One of the male students opened his smartwatch and quickly found Jingming's name on the rankings. 46th place, Jingming, 256 points. Jiangcheng number 2 high school, Jingming, 46th place. What the hell? He made it into the top 50? Am I seeing things? Seeing this ranking, the male students were first stunned. Then, they screamed as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? This is insane. Since when can an E-rank awakened be this strong? I don't believe it. On the open ground outside the ruined town, 10 giant projection screens were displaying images. This was footage monitored by military drones, recording the candidates who were currently in the top 10 for points. Below these 10 large screens were thousands of tiny screens. Those were images from fixed cameras placed throughout the ruined town, which would only be enlarged on the main screen when necessary. Below the screens, a temporary viewing stand had been set up. The leaders of the Department of Education, along with the principals and teachers of various schools, were commenting on the students in the rankings. First place, Chu Mingyang, with a score of 412. It seems he's already started a fierce slaughter in the central area. His movement skills are truly formidable. His speed wouldn't lose to anyone, even in the provincial capital's combat exam. No matter what, Principal Liu is the most impressive. Almost the entire top 10 consists of students from your school. Among them, a short-haired middle-aged man in a suit was the center of all conversations. It was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Department of Education, who nodded slightly with satisfaction. Chu Mingyang is Jiangcheng's ace. He should be able to make it into the top 100 in the entire Jiangnan province for this combat exam. Then, he looked at Liu Heng, the principal of number 1 and number 3 high schools, praising them for doing a great job in cultivating outstanding talents for the city. At this point, he turned to look at the principal of Jiangcheng number 2 high school. He told him to reflect on himself and work harder, as his school's highest-ranked student was only in 18th place. The principal of number 2 high, Yang Yao, lowered his head in embarrassment. He said he would try harder. One must know that in previous years, his school had always dominated number 3 high. This year, the situation seemed to have reversed. Yang Yao searched the rankings for a long time before discovering that only 8 students from number 2 high had made it into the top 50. The results of the combat exam would directly determine the allocation of educational funds to the schools. Therefore, Yang Yao was quite familiar with many of his school's top students, but he had never heard the name Jingming before. Perhaps he was a student who hid his true strength in the regular classes. He could just ask the homeroom teacher later. He didn't pay it much mind. After all, with such a large student body, having 1 or 2 hidden gems was nothing special. But contrary to the principal's indifference, in the back row, the homeroom teacher of class 12A5 from number 2 high, Chen Fan, was stunned. He knew Jingming very well. He was just an E-rank ability user, so how could he possibly get into the top 50? Moreover, he was now the highest-ranked student in all of class 12, a 5. It was truly unbelievable. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? But no matter how well you hide it, an E-rank ability can't just turn into an S-rank one, so how on earth did he get such a high score? Chen Fan couldn't figure it out. The combat exam was a real battle with monsters. There was absolutely no room for cheating. It was a pity the main screen only showed the top 10, and the thousands of fixed cameras below were too dense to see anything clearly. Trying to find an image of Jingming in that mess was basically impossible. Inside the ruined town, after half an hour of advancing, Jingming finally entered the central area. Compared to the outer area, there were clearly far fewer monsters in the central area. Along the way, Jingming could hear roars echoing from the distance. The air seemed to be filled with the stench of blood and violence. Jingming held his long spear firmly, a nutrition bar in his mouth, his combat boot stepping on an old, beat-up car by the roadside. As he walked, Jingming observed his surroundings, knowing that high-level monsters often had a certain degree of intelligence and a very high sense of territory. As Jingming was thinking, a low growl sounded, and a monster suddenly charged out from a pile of rubble. Its shape was somewhat like a tiger, but its body was at least 5 times larger. Its fur was a mix of yellow and black, but the most striking feature was the pair of bone blades growing from its front legs, as sharp as knives. They were clearly bone, yet they shone with a metallic gleam. Behind it was a long, whip-like tail. A rank 1 beast, the scimitar tiger. Jingming narrowed his eyes, just like the shadow cat. The scimitar tiger is a fairly common type of monster. Looks like my luck isn't half bad, running into a rank 1 monster as soon as I entered the central area. The corners of Jingming's lips curled up slightly. Perfect. A chance to test out the intermediate spearmanship I just learned. Jingming gripped his spear and charged straight at the tiger. The video ends here. Thank you for your interest and for watching. I hope you will like my video. You can click the subscribe button as well as the bell to get notifications for the next video as quickly as possible. I sincerely thank you. At that moment, the tiger, with its massive body, shot toward Jingming like a tank. Its enormous weight alone was enough to make most of the examinees despair, not to mention its sharp claws and blood-stained mouth. However, there was no fear in Jingming's eyes as the tiger charged. Jingming's movements also slowed. He carefully observed and predicted the tiger's movements. Immediately after, he forcefully pulled back the spear, which was spinning like a giant fan blade, then used a powerful strike to block the charging tiger's sharp claws. The impact brought the tiger's attack to a brief halt, as if it was surprised by the strength of the tiny human before it. Its leg trembled slightly. It seemed the last blow had caused it some pain. Kan Min, however, wore a satisfied smile. He felt that killing this tiger wouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps only tigers that had reached the Tiger King level would require him to use more of his strength. Just accept your death quietly. Filled with confidence, Kan Min took the initiative and charged forward. The tiger roared in fury at having its power underestimated. It lunged forward with its front paws, trying to pounce on Jingming. But this was the exact opportunity Kan Min had been waiting for. Kan Min braced himself, and the long spear in his hand stabbed straight into the giant tiger's belly. Fresh blood gushed out, piercing through the thick fur and tough hide. You could even see the organs inside trembling and convulsing. If it were an ordinary creature, a blow like that would have made it lose its will to fight. But the tiger only roared in pain. Its eyes locked onto Kan Min, as if its savage instincts had been awakened. The more wounded it became, the more frenzied it grew. It charged forward to attack. As expected of a level 1 monster, its life force was truly tenacious. Jingming hadn't really expected to finish it with a single thrust, especially not without using his ability, but the tiger's frenzy still took him by surprise. The tiger closed in on Kan Min, then attacked relentlessly with its front paws, swiping powerfully like any other feline. But the tiger's attacks didn't put Kan Min in any danger. He moved quickly, dodging them with ease. Even though the wound was still bleeding heavily, the tiger kept attacking without pause. Kan Min had to admire the tiger's fierce vitality, but he also figured it was just struggling like a wild animal caught in a hunter's trap. Once you're caught, struggling is futile, and the only outcome is death. I will prove to you that your struggle is useless. After creating some distance from the tiger, Kan Min stopped and began to enhance his weapon with his power. Immediately after, he struck the tiger with a powerful blow to its head. The enhanced attack possessed a terrifying amount of strength. It shattered the tiger's skull, killing it instantly. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have killed a level 1 monster. Strength points plus 14. Kan Min was surprised that killing a level 1 monster awarded nearly double the points of killing a level 0 monster. Jingming's eyes lit up. This meant that the stronger the monster he killed, the more points he would get. He had to make the most of his time. He had to kill more monsters to collect ability points. Gripping his spear tightly, Kan Min immediately charged toward the area where the monster's roars were the loudest. He had to take full advantage of this opportunity to gather more strength points. This desolate zone was divided into 4 areas: the outskirts, the center, the core, and the central core. Most of the exam candidates were only strong enough to linger in the outskirts. Only a select few dared to step into the central area. As for the core area, even the elite students from Jiangcheng First High had to be cautious. The martial arts exam would last for a full 12 hours. During this period, the school principals and the homeroom teachers of each class were required to be present for the entire duration. By now, Kan Min's continuous rise in the rankings had caught everyone's attention. Hey, Teacher Tran, what's the deal with that student, Jingming, from your class? How come we've never heard of someone like him before? There are so many students participating in this exam. For him to break into the top 50 is incredible. Teacher Tran, you really are an excellent teacher. I'll have to recommend that Teacher Tran give a speech at the end of the year to share his teaching methods. Surrounded by everyone, Teacher Tran was completely flustered. He also didn't understand how Kan Min had become so strong. He tried to explain that it was all due to the student's own efforts and that he had nothing to do with it. Of course, his explanation was useless. At that moment, everyone was focused on the fact that Kan Min had climbed the ranks again. He had now jumped from 32nd to 25th place with 372 points. What was especially shocking was that he had just gained 44 points in a single jump. What is going on? Why are Jingming's results increasing so terrifyingly fast? Zhang Wenshan had a look of confusion on his face, muttering as he calculated. According to the martial arts exam's scoring rules, killing a top-tier, level 0 monster gets you 6 to 8 points. Killing a second-tier, level 1 monster gets you 14 to 16 points, and the smartwatch that tracks monster kills has about a 4-second delay for Jingming to gain 44 points in an instant. Principal Zhao Yao mumbled, slightly bewildered. Just then, Zhang Wenshan smiled and continued. That means in less than 4 seconds, he wiped out either 5 top-tier, level 0 monsters or 3 second-tier, level 1 monsters. But either way, it's enough to prove Jingming's terrifying strength. This level of strength, even if it isn't quite on par with Zhu Mingyang and the other top contenders, is definitely at a top 10 level. Principal Zhao. Why have I never heard you mention him before? Zhang Wenshan was a bit puzzled. A candidate with this level of strength shouldn't be an unknown. Zhao Yao replied. To be honest, this student only had this sudden burst of strength today, during the exam. As for the specific details, I'll have to ask his homeroom teacher to find out. Saying this, he went over and pulled teacher Tran Fan out from the surrounding crowd. He asked Tran Fan to report to Zhang Wenshan about Jingming's situation. Facing Zhang Wenshan's gaze, Tran Fan bowed nervously and then began to speak. Principal Director, as far as I know, Jingming only awakened an E-rank ability. An E-rank ability? Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Teacher Tran, are you sure you're not mistaken? Tran Fan gave a bitter smile. Principal, I'm not mistaken. Before the exam, I even specifically advised him not to participate. Actually, I'm beginning to doubt it myself. I wonder if there was some kind of mistake when his ability was registered that year. If he can reach this level with only an E-rank ability, then Jingming must have some other exceptional talent, Director Zhang Wenshan mused quietly. It's a shame we can't see his combat footage since he hasn't broken into the top 10 yet. Let's just wait. With his strength, it won't be long before he shoots into the top 10. As a director, he certainly had that much patience, but this assessment made Principal Zhao Yao feel anxious. Just then, Zhang Wenshan glanced at the two of them, his words laced with hidden meaning. When that time comes, we'll find out just why he has so many points. If it turned out to be cheating, Teacher Tran Fan and Principal Zhao Yao had absolutely no idea how Kan Min had become so strong. If he did cheat, the two of them would not meet a good end either. Time passed slowly, and the martial arts exam rankings continued to change. Among the multitude of names rising and falling, there was one that just kept climbing higher. In less than an hour, Jingming shot straight into the top 10. Wang Kai was completely shocked when she saw Kan Min's name. Now, she was certain that Kan Min was the one who had destroyed the training room yesterday. When Chu Min Duong saw the name Jingming, it was completely unfamiliar. He didn't seem to have heard of this person before. He wondered who this person was and how strong he could be. Once he broke into the top 10, Kan Min's combat footage was displayed on the large screen for the teachers to observe. Just then, Kan Min had killed a level 1 Shadow Cat and earned 14 points. He was pleased with the high efficiency of killing monsters in the central area. Noticing the camera drone following him, Kan Min realized he must have made it into the top 10. This exam was designed to test the contestant's strength. The higher your score, the more favor you would receive. And he had no intention of hiding his power. Making it into the top 10 was just the beginning. Right after, Kan Min checked his status window. Name, Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Divine Purple Lightning. Physique, 141 plus. Spirit, 160 plus. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship. Elementary Wind Thunder Strike. Ability points, 312. Kan Min was surprised that even with over 300 ability points, his rank still hadn't increased. Jingming frowned slightly. There were only two possibilities. First, breaking through from an awakened to an ability user requires a massive number of ability points, and 300 still isn't enough. Second, the process has a special condition, and if it's not met, not even the system can help him level up. To evolve from an awakened to an ability user, you must learn an ability cultivation method. It seems that's why I can't level up because I haven't learned one yet. Jingming guessed to himself, but with his current strength, he wasn't much different from a true ability user. For now, he could only upgrade his basic attributes or combat skills. After a moment's thought, Jingming allocated all his points. Physique plus 200 points, Spirit plus 112 points. Physique, 141, 181. Spirit, 160, 182. In an instant, power surged through his entire body, and his mind became clearer than ever before. The fatigue that had built up from constant movement and fighting completely vanished at that moment. In the central area of the ruined town, the thick stench of blood, mixed with the heavy, foul odor of wild beasts, filled the air. 10 tigers were surrounding the corpse of a rhinoceros. They were all looking around as if on guard, while a tiger in the center slowly ate its meal. It appeared to be the leader. Vicious beasts are divided into those that live in packs and those that live alone. These tigers were the pack-living type. For a normal contestant, encountering this pack would mean they could only go around them. But in Jingming's eyes, a burning fighting spirit ignited. This was exactly what he longed for. If he wiped out this entire pack, he would earn a massive amount of ability points. But before Kanmin could act, he sensed something approaching his position. He looked behind him and called out, "Who's there? Come on out, I already know you're there." Just then, Chu Min Duong appeared from a blind spot with a smile on his face. "Your senses are incredibly sharp. I didn't expect you to be able to detect me. I also didn't expect you to make it into the top 10. Seeing Chu Min Duong, Kan Min was also a little surprised. He remembered that the two of them had never met. So why did this guy know his name? Chu Min Duong smiled and said that he knew everyone strong enough to enter the central area. So when he saw a new face appear, he guessed that this person had to be the rising star, Jingming. Now Kan Min understood how Chu Min Duong recognized him. Chu Min Duong also mentioned that he was targeting the pack of tigers up ahead. Kan Min immediately became wary. He asked Chu Min Duong, "Are you trying to compete with me for these monsters?" Chu Min Duong quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. That alpha tiger is a mid-tier monster, plus there are 10 level 1 tigers. Their combined strength is impossible for one person to defeat." Chu Min Duong suggested that the two of them cooperate. Jingming smiled and refused. He asserted that he alone was enough to wipe out those monsters. Jingming then jumped onto a broken-down bus on the road. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the tiger pack in the square. Except for the Tiger King in the middle, which was still eating, the other 9 resting tigers all stood up at once, their eyes filled with caution and anger as they stared at the tiny human who dared to invade their territory. But these tigers remained in place and showed no signs of attacking. Kan Min also watched the tigers warily. Events were unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The Tiger King was a high-tier monster, so it had some intelligence and could command the lower-level tigers to attack in a simple formation. At that moment, the Tiger King roared, a signal for the low-level tigers to attack. They slowly walked toward the bus. Their speed wasn't fast, but 9 giant tigers, each the size of a car, gathered together, creating an incredibly terrifying presence. "Roar!" A second roar rang out. The 9 tigers that were slowly approaching immediately scattered, then charged straight at Jingming from various directions. Hiding nearby, Chu Min Duong felt anxious as he watched the tigers attacking Kan Min. He wanted to see if Jingming was truly powerful or just a fool who was about to die because of his own recklessness. Jingming twirled his hand, instantly gripping the spear in his hand, then began to spin it at an extremely high speed. In the blink of an eye, the 9 tigers had closed in to less than 5 meters from Jingming, but they didn't pounce all at once. Instead, the 5 in the front suddenly took the lead, lunging at him simultaneously. The 5 giant tigers crowded together, completely blocking all paths in front of Jingming. Faced with this situation, Jingming's gaze remained firm. The 2-meter-long spear in his hand spun fiercely, like a giant fan. The 5 tigers charged straight into the vortex of the spear without any defense. The sharp spearhead was like a meat grinder, directly shredding the heads of the 5 tigers as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Seizing this opportunity, Kan Min immediately charged forward to attack. The spearhead swept out precisely, severing the necks of the remaining tigers. With the power stats he had enhanced along the way, Kan Min could now defeat these tigers with incredible ease, using only his physical strength. At that moment, the system window continuously announced, "You have gained 10 points for killing a low-tier level 1 tiger. You have gained 15 points for killing a mid-tier tiger." At this point, the Tiger King finally realized something was wrong. It immediately shot to its feet and slowly advanced. As it passed an injured tiger, the Tiger King also trampled the poor creature to death. It seemed furious at the weakness of its own kind. Seeing this, Jingming felt a tinge of regret for the lost points, feeling that his strength was still too low since he couldn't eliminate all of them. Jingming stood alone, spear in hand, facing the Tiger King. There wasn't a trace of fear in his clear eyes, only endless ice and killing intent. Roar! Whether it was because too many of its kind had died, or because Jingming's unyielding gaze had provoked it, the Tiger King let out a furious roar. This roar released a terrifying sound wave, instantly shattering the remaining glass on the surrounding buildings, as if a bomb had just gone off. The roar made the ears of those nearby ache. Zhu Mingyang also backed away, his eyes filled with caution. Jingming chose to attack first. He charged forward with his weapon, engaging the tiger head-on. As Jingming approached, the tiger immediately swiped down with its massive paw. Jingming deflected the attack with his weapon. Almost immediately, the tiger swung its tail to attack, the sharp bone blade on it sweeping towards Jingming's position. Jingming used his weapon to slow the attack and used the tiger's tail as a foothold to leap into the air. The tiger was caught off guard by Jingming's agile movement. Immediately after, Jingming struck the giant tiger's head hard with his weapon. The tiger's head was nearly crushed by the blow. Jingming thrust his spear into the tiger's head one more time, officially finishing off the Tiger King. The system quickly congratulated Jingming for earning an additional 20 points. In less than 2 minutes, the entire pack of tigers had been wiped out. Zhu Mingyang was completely frozen in shock. He never expected Jingming to be this powerful. In his eyes, Jingming was no longer a normal person, but a monster in this year's exam. Jingming looked down at the lifeless body of the Tiger King at his feet and shook his head slightly. Although the system's enhancement had improved his physical abilities, he himself wasn't entirely sure just how strong he had truly become. Even though he didn't know how strong he would be after this exam ended, Jingming was certain that the stronger he became, the better. With this in mind, he decided to find more monsters to kill. Just then, Zhu Mingyang hurriedly ran towards Jingming from his hiding spot. Wait, how could you defeat a group of monsters like that with just a spear? Is your ability close quarters combat? Jingming paid no attention to Zhu Mingyang's curiosity. Right now, he wanted to use his time to hunt as many monsters as possible. Jingming leaped onto a building and left. He also told Zhu Mingyang that his skill was controlling lightning. This honest answer, however, annoyed Zhu Mingyang. He thought Jingming was lying, because during the last battle, Jingming hadn't used any skills related to lightning. Zhu Mingyang quickly opened the score update board. Jingming had just killed so many monsters, he was afraid Jingming would steal his #1 title, and his fear came true. Jingming was now ranked #1 with 1,122 points, while he was only second with 985 points. At that moment, in the teacher's monitoring area, they were also in an uproar over Jingming's performance. They never expected Jingming to be able to wield a weapon so skillfully. At only 18 years old, director Zhang Wenshan confirmed that Jingming hadn't cheated and was a true talent. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It looks like the title of Jiangcheng's top student will go to your #2 high school this year. Principal Zhao, also extremely excited, replied, "Thank you, sir. The exam isn't over yet, so the results are still uncertain." Jingming, you truly are a huge surprise. Our #2 high school can finally shine. 3 hours later, in the central area, Zhu Mingyang was walking around, his eyes scanning for something. He didn't know what had happened, as all the monsters in this area seemed to have disappeared. Just then, he noticed a group of students walking toward him. They were the students ranked in the top 10 of the exam. He asked why they were all together. A young girl named Meng Di answered irritably, "Didn't you look at the scoreboard? Jingming has pretty much wiped out all the monsters in this area, so we had to group up to keep from getting bored." Zhu Mingyang exclaimed in shock. "No way! How is that possible? The monsters here are all very strong. If you don't believe it, just open the leaderboard and look at the score he has. Then you'll understand." As he spoke, Tang Qi walked over and opened the leaderboard, 3,400 points. Looking at Jingming's terrifying score, Zhu Mingyang's eyes widened in horror. Seeing this reaction, Tang Qi sighed. "Now you see why we said Jingming killed all the monsters, right? Killing a low-tier rank 1 monster gets you about 14 to 16 points, while killing a mid-tier rank 1 monster gets you about 20 to 22 points. 3,435 points. Even if you subtract the more than 700 points he got in the central area, that's still over 2,500 points. In other words, Jingming alone killed nearly 200 monsters in the central area." Zhu Mingyang was stunned by these words. He now understood why Jingming didn't want to team up to kill monsters. It was because he was afraid his monsters would be stolen, so he'd been thinking about this all along. At that moment, Tang Qi said that the three of them wanted to go deeper into the core central area to find monsters. She wanted to know if Zhu Mingyang wanted to go with them. Zhu Mingyang felt nervous and reminded them that the core central area has high-tier rank 1 monsters and possibly even rank 2 monsters. If they went in there, it would be extremely dangerous. The girl confidently stated that they were well aware of the dangers they could face there. "That's also why we're teaming up. Do you want to join us?" Ruined town, central area. Jingming was sitting on a mountain of monster corpses. The number of monsters was so large it was hard to count them all, proving that the recent battle had been terrifying. Jingming was slowly eating the food he had prepared for the exam. He was now out of food, which meant the exam was also coming to an end. But Jingming didn't want to stop yet. He wanted to earn even more points, and the place he wanted to go was the core central area. But to be able to defeat the rank 2 monsters there, He needed to increase his strength one more time. Immediately after, Jingming opened his system panel. Awakened rank. Ability. Purple Heaven, Divine Thunder. Strength, 181. Spirit, 182 Hz. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship, Lightning Gale Strike, Beginner. Ability points, 2,413. 2,413 ability points. Jingming's eyes lit up immediately. This was his entire harvest since entering the central area. That many ability points was truly astonishing. Jingming pressed the plus sign next to the Lightning Gale Strike skill. He used 300 ability points to directly upgrade this combat skill to advanced. Instantly, he felt a surge of power course through his body. With this level of power, he could even defeat a level 2 beast. At this time, Chu-Min Duong's group was also heading towards the central core area. Kan-Min was doing the same. The final stage of the exam had officially begun. Kan-Min was curious. He wondered what kind of level 2 monsters the organizers would make the students face. Before long, Chu-Min Duong and the others had approached the central core area, standing on the roof of a building. They gazed down below. When they saw the giant bear moving beneath them, everyone was terrified. They never expected to encounter a bloodthirsty bear right after entering this area. Among monsters, the bloodthirsty bear was famous for being extremely rare and difficult to deal with. Chu-Min Duong's expression turned incredibly grim. Putting aside its terrifying strength, just the thick, matted fur covering its entire body was tougher than E-grade alloy. Even a missile couldn't easily break through it. If it were just an ordinary Stage 2 monster, the four of them working together could probably hold it off for a while. But with the white bear's power, a single slam from that massive leg would be enough to kill them all. There was simply no way to block it. Duong Kai, standing beside them, was also full of worry. She thought they should abandon their plan to enter the central core. On the empty lot below, dozens of monsters were already occupying the area. She looked down and figured the white bear wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The moment they stepped into the residential area, they would be swarmed and destroyed by that pack of high-level, rank 1 monsters. The four of us teaming up can handle 3 or 4 high-level, rank 1 monsters at most. I'm out. Fighting to the death here won't even earn us that many points. Chu-Min Duong's face was full of frustration. He wondered what kind of bastard could come up with an exam with monsters this terrifying. But just then, the girl named Mande suddenly pointed down below and shouted, "Everyone, wait, I think there's someone down there." The name Jingming made everyone stop in their tracks, stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Down below, a dark figure rushed in from the distance. The figure moved at an incredible speed, like a hunting cheetah, dashing from afar straight to the entrance of the residential area in just a few seconds. Everyone immediately focused their gaze on the spot where Jingming had just appeared. Mande blushed and praised Kan-Min for being very handsome. Chu-Min Duong snorted coldly. What good is being handsome? Rushing into a mob of monsters like that is just asking to die. Roar! As expected, Jingming's appearance immediately sent the pack of monsters below into a frenzy. In an instant, more than 10 high-level, rank 1 monsters roared and charged straight for him. He's done for. He's pissed off the whole pack, Mande cried out in panic. At first, Jingming was able to handle the first few monsters that charged forward, easily killing several with a single attack. But right after, as a flood of monsters continued to swarm him, he was immediately overwhelmed. Jingming's figure was quickly swallowed by the horde of ferocious monsters. Jingming. Could he really be dead? Just like that? Why is Jingming so reckless? Chu-Min Duong frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to save him, they wouldn't make it in time. By the time they rushed down, Jingming would probably be deader than dead. Duong Qi refused to give up. She decided she had to go down there to see what had happened to Kan-Min. But the others immediately held Duong Kai back, telling her to calm down, that it would be useless even if she went. With that many monsters, they would just end up dead like Jingming. Duong Qi still wouldn't give up. She said that Kan-Min was her cousin, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him die like this. But just then, their hearts suddenly pounded violently as a deep, majestic voice rang out like thunder in their ears. Immediately after, amidst the rapid peals of thunder, a violent pulse of purple energy erupted right in the center of the swirling monster pack. Boom! All the monsters hit by the shockwave convulsed as if struck by lightning, their bodies charred black before being sent flying backward. The dense pack of monsters was instantly cleared out in a large area, like a pencil scribble being wiped away by an eraser, leaving a vast, empty space. In the very center of that empty space, Jingming stood tall and imposing like a god of war descended to earth. Countless sparks of purple lightning flashed around him, wrapping his body as if cheering for the arrival of their king. Kan-Min smiled, admitting to himself that his physical strength wasn't enough. To deal with high-level monsters, he had to use his special ability. Jingming raised his left hand, his eyes mesmerized as he watched the purple arcs of electricity dancing on his fingertips. The power of a special ability is tied to its rank and two basic attributes. An S-rank ability is truly domineering and powerful. His gaze shifted forward. The dozen or so badly wounded, dying monsters had already caught the attention of this place's Beast King. The white bear rose from its crouched position to its full height. It was 5 meters tall and over 3 meters wide, no different from a heavy tank. Imagine a heavy tank suddenly standing on its hind legs. The pressure was absolutely terrifying. This was the sight Jingming was facing, the rare monster, the white bear. This year's martial arts exam is certainly no walk in the park, but with this S-rank power, he believed he could handle it. Overwhelmed by that aura, the remaining monsters, who had been too intimidated by Jingming's presence to make a move, now went into a frenzy. Kan Min realized it would be a bit troublesome if the remaining monsters took the opportunity to attack while he was fighting the bear. He decided to clear out the small fry first. Jingming's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. The lightning that had been merely swirling around his body now surged directly inside him at his command. His body shook violently, as if he'd been injected with a powerful stimulant. Instantly, his clear eyes were completely consumed by the purple of the lightning. At the same time, an incredible power surged through his limbs. On his sharply defined face, the corners of Jingming's lips curled into a ferocious smile. In the next moment, Kan Min shot straight towards the smaller monsters. With a flash of lightning, his figure vanished on the spot, reappearing right next to a high-level, rank 1 tiger. Immediately after, the long spear in his hand moved like a thunderbolt, tracing a dark purple arc through the air. Before the tiger could even react, it was pierced through the heart and killed. Soon after, the nearby monsters were taken down in a similar fashion. Almost every thrust, every slash, took down a level 1 monster. Model. This current state is also one of the basic applications of a lightning ability. Channeling lightning into the body, stimulating every cell, and causing a sudden surge in physical strength. He could clearly feel the lightning surging through his body like a great river, strengthening him to a terrifying degree. However, having lightning run wild inside your body is extremely dangerous. A single mistake could shatter his meridians. Therefore, he couldn't maintain this state for long, but it was more than enough to annihilate these monsters. Appearing next to a high-tier Grade 1 rhino, the long spear in his hand flashed like lightning, tracing a dark purple arc through the air. Before the rhino could even react, a thread-thin line of blood appeared on its neck. Then, its enormous head slid cleanly to the ground. Kan Min's score began to climb at an astonishing rate. Roar! Seeing the rhino killed right in front of it, the white bear could no longer hold back. It let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at Jingming. Despite its massive size, the white bear was not slow at all. Its 4 powerful limbs pounded the ground, covering over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a powerful fist slammed down where Kan Min had been standing. But as fast as the white bear was, Jingming was faster. Empowered by the purple firmament divine lightning, Kan Min had already vanished from that spot in an instant. Seeing Kan Min reappear a short distance away, the white bear roared again and lunged forward to attack. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage. Perhaps this was the first time it had ever been so disrespected by a human. Kan Min had no intention of dealing with the bear just yet, as there were still Grade 1 monsters around. Kan Min leaped away, dodging the bear's pounce. Immediately after, he transformed into a dark purple phantom, phasing through 7 monsters. With every strike, the lightning-wreathed black spear in his hand claimed another life. Ding! High-tier Grade 1 Rhino monster eliminated, plus 15 ability points. High-tier Grade 1 Shadow Cat monster eliminated, plus 13 ability points. High-tier Grade 1 Tiger monster eliminated, plus 14 ability points. The system notifications echoed continuously in Jingming's mind. At the same time, the white bear's helpless, furious roars at being unable to catch Jingming resounded throughout the central core area. Kan Min didn't even stop. He just smiled and taunted it. What's got you so angry? You mad that I'm killing them? Boosted by the purple firmament divine lightning, Jingming was like someone taking a dog for a walk, leisurely teasing the bear. Only one rhino remained before Kan Min. He figured he would play with the bear after taking down this last monster. It seemed the giant beast realized its speed wasn't enough. Continuing the chase would only make it a laughingstock. The bear stood in the middle of the square, its massive body like a mountain, its blood-red eyes locked tightly onto Jingming. Almost at the same instant, Jingming appeared in front of the rhino. The bear also appeared behind it. Its 2 giant paws clapped violently from both sides, right where Jingming was. Kan Min was surprised by the bear's move. He hadn't expected it to predict his actions. The bear's paws slammed into each other with a resounding crack of breaking bone. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the shockwave kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Unfortunately, the bear's attack didn't hit Kan Min at all, but it did completely obliterate the rhino's body. Just then, Kan Min appeared in the air behind the bear, his entire body wreathed in purple lightning. He smiled and said, "Let's see if that fur of yours can handle the power of my lightning." Jingming's expression was calm as he clenched his left hand in the empty air, like a thunder god wielding absolute authority over all creation. The strands of purple firmament, divine lightning around him quickly converged, forming a single bolt of purple electricity. Zap! Jingming forcefully hurled the purple lightning, striking the bear in front of him with perfect accuracy. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave expanded relentlessly, making it difficult for even the students hiding in the distance to stay on their feet. This terrifying scene was also witnessed by the teachers in the monitoring room via the drone feed. The director, the principal, and the others were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape at the sight. Is that Jingming's lightning ability? Principal Zhao Yao sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Beside him, Education Director Zhang Wenshan's eyes were wide with shock. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? You've got to be kidding me. Someone hastily spoke up. Just with that burst of power, he killed a group of high-tier monsters in seconds and can even fight on par with a Grade 2 boss. Not even someone with an A-rank superpower could do that. Education Director Zhang Wenshan laughed with excitement, because regardless of his ability's rank, the entire nation would be shaken when they saw this power. Back in the ruined town's central core, the bolt of lightning that should have been enough to kill a high-tier Grade 1 beast in an instant merely crackled across the bear's thick fur. Aside from making its face look even more ferocious, it caused almost no significant damage. Kan Min quickly retreated to maintain his distance. His gaze grew serious. As expected of a rare Grade 2 beast, its defense is truly terrifying. Unlike ordinary animals, this bear had never washed its fur. Over time, its fur had naturally matted together, forming a layer of natural armor. This fur armor was as hard as an E-grade alloy, and even more frighteningly, it didn't conduct electricity. With his current strength, taking it down in one hit would be incredibly difficult. After all, he had only just awakened. It looked like he'd have to find a way to break through its defense first. While Jingming was quietly strategizing, the bear on the other side was not standing idle. Roar! With a thunderous roar, its violent aura suddenly materialized, exploding around its entire body like a Super Saiyan. The crimson aura formed swirling currents of energy that surged toward the sky. Immediately after, its entire colossal body swelled, growing even larger, and veins bulged on its ferocious face. The ground beneath its feet, affected by the terrifying energy, began to tremble, shaking loose stones and concrete. A second later, it suddenly gathered power in its legs. The ground instantly caved in, forming a deep crater, and its massive, armored body shot straight towards Jingming. What the hell? Do you know what it feels like to have an entire tiger tank charging right at you? At that moment, that was the exact sensation Jingming felt, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly dodged aside as the bear, like a comet, slammed straight down onto the spot where Shu Ken-min had just been standing. The already heavily weathered concrete courtyard finally gave way, shattering into pieces. The ground spiderwebbed with cracks, with the bear at the epicenter as a thick cloud of dust billowed up. Shu Ken-min clicked his tongue. Asterisk. It's activating its berserk skill this early? Asterisk. Looks like this bear really hates me. When the dust settled, the bear's blood-red berserk form came into view once again, and it immediately unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Rare level 2 beasts often possess a few skills. Similar to human combat techniques, berserk is one of the most common among them. Studies have shown that in a berserk state, what little intelligence a beast has is completely erased, turning it into a killing machine that acts purely on instinct. At the same time, its physique and strength are massively enhanced. Usually, a beast only chooses to go berserk when it's been cornered. But Kan Min dodged all of the bear's attacks with ease. He felt a thrill of excitement. After killing this bear, his power would increase significantly. Kan Min's plan was to never face the bear head-on. Shu Kan-min's physical constitution was already at 180 points, and after activating his cells, it skyrocketed even further. His strength was terrifyingly high, so the best method was still to rely on his speed and agility to attack. A flash of electricity, and Shu Kan-min, spear in hand, vanished from the spot. The bear instinctively sensed something was wrong, but before it could react, a sharp pain shot through its leg. A deep, clean wound, crackling with violet sparks, had been torn open on its left thigh. Bright red blood gushed from the severed artery like a fountain. Roar! In agony, the enraged bear swung its massive fist, smashing down at the tiny human figure below. Compared to its body, which stood over 6 meters tall, Shu Kan-min was only 1.86 meters. Of course, he was much more nimble. Shu Kan-min had already retreated to a safe distance. Boom, boom, boom. In its fury, the bear was like a crazed machine of destruction, smashing the surrounding beast corpses into piles of gore. It was at this exact moment that Shu Kenmin pushed his violet firmament divine lightning to its limit. Countless bolts of violet lightning erupted from his body, raining down relentlessly on the bear. Its speed was already inferior to Shu Kenmin's, and now, with both legs injured, it was even slower. Although its intellect was gone in its berserk state, its basic instincts remained. It understood that the lightning wasn't fatal, so it chose to curl up and defend itself. Rumble! 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 The violet firmament divine lightning bombarded it continuously for a full 30 seconds. The bear's grayish-white fur was scorched completely black, billowing with smoke. Seeing the bear unable to move, Kane Min thought he had won. He hadn't expected that even its powerful defense couldn't withstand those lightning strikes for 2 minutes. Asterisk, it's time. Asterisk, Shu Kunmin's figure flashed, reappearing less than 3 meters in front of the bear to deliver the finishing blow when the bear suddenly lunged up to attack. For the bear, a distance of 3 meters could be closed in a single small step. But just as it lifted its leg, preparing to unleash its fury on the tiny human, it discovered in horror that its legs had completely lost all feeling and would no longer obey its commands. You endured my violet firmament divine lightning for 2 minutes and thought it was nothing? Shu Kanmin shook his head slightly. Shu Kanmin gripped his spear tightly and began his counterattack, his entire body cloaked in brilliant violet lightning. Under the ancient aura of the violet firmament divine lightning, Shu Kanmin looked like a god descended to earth. A ball of lightning slowly gathered at the tip of his spear before shooting towards the bear like a cannonball. A massive explosion erupted, sending the giant bear's body flying hundreds of meters, only stopping after it crashed through a tall building. On its left chest, a large, scorched black hole was clearly visible. The heart that had once been there was completely gone, with only lingering wisps of violet lightning remaining. Asterisk ding, killed one level 2 beast. Plus 24 ability points. Asterisk. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Shu Kanmin steadied himself and let out a breath. It was finally over. That last battle had taken almost all of his current strength. Even though it lasted less than 2 minutes, the fierce intensity and constant mental strain made him feel he couldn't have held on much longer. Fortunately, the outcome was perfect, but it was also the most thrilling battle he had ever experienced. Kenmin grew curious and checked his scoreboard. He had now killed all the beasts in the central district. He wondered just how high his score would be. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the monitoring room exploded with excited cheers. Shu Kanmin had taken first place with 10,835 points over 10,000 points. He hadn't just broken the city's record, but the record for all of Jiangnan province. Truly a genius among geniuses. Last year, the highest score was only 8,000 points. He's guaranteed to be the top scorer for Jiangnan province. After checking the board and seeing his surprisingly high score, Shu Kunmin still wasn't ready to stop. There was still some time before the exam ended, so he decided to stay in the central district and kill more monsters. His gaze swept over the lifeless corpse of the bear. Without pausing, Shu Kanmin slung the nearly broken obsidian spear onto his back and continued deeper into the central district. On a nearby rooftop, Zhu Mingyang and his group were still reeling from the shock of Shu Kanmin's performance. Is the bear dead? Hey look, Shu Kanmin is leaving. Judging by the direction he's going, it looks like he's heading back into the central district. His score is so high, why doesn't he just end the exam? He's really worthy of being the provincial top scorer. Even after killing a level 2 monster, he's not slacking off at all. He's heading back to the central district to kill even more. Zhu Mingyang finally snapped out of it, slapping his thigh. Damn it. I don't know if Shu Kanmin will be the top scorer, but I do know that if we don't hurry to the central district, there won't be a single point left for us in this final hour. He's right. Holy crap. At his pace, is he planning to wipe out the entire central district? Let's hurry! Haha. In that case, I'm heading out first. The group reacted instantly. Without a second thought, they grabbed their weapons and rushed downstairs. Zhu Mingyang didn't even wait for his teammates, directly using his wind-type ability to move the fastest of the entire group. As the martial arts exam entered its final phase, many contestants had already been eliminated by activating their safety spheres, forcing them to return to the main square early. The announcement rang out 3 times in a row before stopping. The 2037 combat exam has concluded. Killing monsters will no longer count for points. Inside the exam grounds, all the candidates who received the announcement had mixed feelings of emotion, nostalgia, and regret as they started heading back. The combat exam was over. Jingming pulled his spear from a monster's corpse and sighed softly. What a shame. I'm afraid there won't be another chance to slaughter and rack up ability points so easily again. Then, he shouldered his spear and walked toward the exit. The combat exam was over, and waiting for him was a completely new future. First place, Jingming. Over 10,000 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,233 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1,045 points, Jiangcheng First High School. As time passed, most of the candidates had returned to the open ground, with only a few who were deep inside the ruined town yet to come out. Of course, that included Jingming. But no one was in a hurry to leave. They wanted to stay and see for themselves what the person who scored over 10,000 points actually looked like. Chi-Chi, is he really your cousin? In the crowd of students from First High, Xiao Ya, who had previously been unimpressed with Jingming at the Thunder Dojo, now had sparkling eyes as she turned to ask Tang Qi. Oh my god, that's the third time you've asked. Tang Qi, Jingming's cousin, could only roll her eyes. I believe you. Xiao Ya immediately nodded and hugged Tang Qi's arm, shaking it coaxingly. Hey bestie, can I please get your cousin's contact info? Huh? Yesterday you said you weren't interested. Why the sudden change of heart? Tang Qi sneered. Today is different from yesterday, isn't it? Yesterday he was just an E-rank ability user. Today, he's number 1 in Jiangcheng. His status is different, so of course, the treatment is different. Just then, a loud shout came from the distance. Jingming is out of the exam grounds! Instantly, the entire area fell silent. All eyes, including Tang Qi's and Xiao Ya's, simultaneously turned toward the exit of the ruined town. A tall figure emerged from the dim light. It was Jingming. He wore a black combat suit, splattered with blood, his face was calm, and a spear over 2 meters long was slung over his back. Everyone applauded and continuously congratulated Jingming. The bald student placed a hand on Zhou Mingyang's shoulder, then smiled. If it weren't for him, first place would have definitely been yours. This time, Zhou Mingyang didn't show any annoyance. He admitted that his own strength was too low and was satisfied with this result. As Jingming walked toward the bus to head back, the principal was already waiting and said, "Welcome back." He congratulated him and then introduced director Zhang Wenshan. He said that Jingming didn't need to take the bus. The director wanted to personally drive Jingming home. Jingming realized he had become the center of attention. If he took the bus back, he would definitely be constantly bothered. He decided to accept the offer. Jingming, have you thought about which superhuman ability university you want to attend? Inside the car, the scenery outside the window receded quickly. Sitting in the back seat was Jingming, and next to him was director Zhang Wenshan. I haven't thought about it. Jingming shook his head. It was the truth. Ever since he transmigrated here, he had only focused on how to quickly increase his strength and score high on the exam, never considering which university to choose. The director was even more excited than he was. With your score, you can get into any university in the country, even the 3 top-tier superhuman ability universities. You know about those 3 schools, right? Jingming nodded slightly. In the Daxia Nation, there were 3 universities that had occupied the top 3 spots for years. Qingjing Superhuman University, located in the capital city of Daxia, is managed by the government. After graduation, you can immediately enter the administrative system and become a defender of the nation. Meido Superhuman University, located in the prosperous port city, can provide excellent training programs and has many elite groups, suitable for those who want to pursue the pinnacle of power. Jincheng Superhuman University has a long history, founded over 200 years ago. Its educational resources are extremely rich, and its instructors are at least rank 6 ability users. They stand at the top of thousands of universities in the country, known as the 3 Great Academies, the sacred grounds of learning that countless candidates dream of. Jingming tilted his head slightly, his expression filled with doubt. As far as I know, people who awaken superpowers need specific training methods to become true superhumans. So, what are those training methods? Director Zhang Wenshan smiled and explained. The top superhuman body tempering methods are mostly exclusive to these 3 universities. The most important thing is that there are many different superhuman training methods. If you train on your own, it takes a person 3 to 4 years to become an ability user, but with a training method, it only takes half a year. With your score this time, you've qualified to receive a special training method. Just wait until the national rankings are announced. The top 10 superhuman ability universities in the country will definitely offer countless attractive conditions just to recruit you to their school. I understand. Thank you, sir. Jingming nodded in response. When Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 at night. Exhausted to the bone, Jingming decided to take a shower before sleeping. The warm water from the shower head poured down, washing away the sweat and grime from his naked body. It felt so good. After 12 hours of fighting yesterday, the drenched sweat had left his body feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Now, every stream of warm water against his skin refreshed his spirit. Right after, Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Purple Sky, Divine Thunder. Constitution, 183 Blood Chi. Spirit, 185 Hertz. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship. Advanced Wind-Breaking Flash. Ability points, 2,534. In the combat exam, besides his ranking, the biggest gain was this huge amount of ability points. 2,534 points should be enough for him to use for a while after entering university. Ability points are incredibly precious. In the normal wilderness, there's no way to accumulate them this quickly. It was only thanks to this combat exam that he gained so many. I wonder if there will still be beast hunting tournaments after I get into a superhuman university. If there are, I'll definitely be the first to sign up. Just then, the door to his house creaked open. It seems he was so tired he forgot to lock the door when he got home. Outside, there were two people. The older one looked to be in her 30s, and the younger one was about his age. She had a tall figure and delicate features, resembling the other woman in some ways, but with a colder demeanor. It was his youngest aunt, Xu Qingwan, and his cousin, Tang Qi. The two of them pushed the door open, and an awkward scene unfolded. Jingming, with only a towel on, was extremely embarrassed, while Tang Qi blushed with shame. Jingming rushed into his room to change. Not long after, the three of them were sitting awkwardly in the living room. In the year Jingming's parents passed away, his aunt was always by his side, taking great care of him. Seeing his aunt's worried expression, a trace of warmth rose in Jingming's heart. Seeing that Kan Min was safe, she let out a sigh of relief and then asked seriously, "I came here to ask about your score on yesterday's martial arts exam. Ever since I found out you were going to apply, I've been so worried, but now I feel much more at ease." "Didn't Kai tell you, Auntie?" Kan Min was a little surprised. Duong Kai smiled mischievously. She thought it would be better if Kan Min delivered the good news to his aunt himself. "Oh, I see." Kan Min could only scratch his nose in embarrassment, then said, "Auntie, I did pretty well this time. I scored over 10,000 points." This number was absolutely earth-shattering. Thun Uyen's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot, completely unable to react. The sip of water she hadn't swallowed yet sprayed out of her mouth in shock. But she quickly recovered and, instinctively choosing disbelief, frowned and said, "Min, stop joking around. Tell me your real score." But Kan Min wasn't joking. He really did have over 10,000 points to be precise. It was 11,124. Thon Uyen burst into tears and hugged Kan Min. She was overjoyed because from now on, their family had a successor, and Kan Min's parents would be so proud. Admissions office, Mao Abilities University. Around a large table, several people were focused on an image of Kan Min on a large screen. A young woman began to explain, "He is Kan Min, 18 years old, awakened with a weak E-rank electricity ability. If this result is true, then we have to recruit this student," another person said doubtfully. But based on his talent and the theory, there's no way he could have achieved this result. An argument immediately broke out. Based on the combat footage we just saw, there's no way. It's absolutely impossible for that to be an E-rank ability. That ability has to be at least A rank, maybe even S rank. They believed that a small place like Jiangthon couldn't possibly produce someone so powerful. The first thing they thought of was cheating. At that moment, the young woman angrily slammed her hand on the table and demanded that everyone stop arguing. She announced that Kan Min was currently classified as an S-rank recruit who must be scouted, and that she would personally go to Jiangthon to investigate. Time passed quickly, and the final exam results were announced. Kan Min had become the top scorer of Jiangnam province. After reading the notification message, Kan Min was so excited that he shouted, "I did it!" With this first-place position, his life would completely change. This news also sent social media into an uproar, with a flood of articles bearing sensational headlines. Discussions and speculation about Kan Min's identity popped up in numerous groups and online forums. They didn't know what to expect, but a quick search left them stunned. E-rank ability, an unranked awakened. Every word jolted their senses. The headlines of these articles were incredibly catchy, attracting a huge number of clicks and views from netizens as soon as they were posted online. Netizens from Gyeongnam province, in particular, flooded the comments sections of these articles. Isn't the provincial top scorer usually a high-level rank 1 ability user? An awakened can be the top scorer? An awakened with an E-rank ability can be the top scorer? If this is true, I'll eat my hat. Hey, you above, just wait. I'm going to find the video of his exam right now. The most common reaction to this news was doubt. Some extremist individuals even spammed the comments, screaming that there was cheating in this year's martial arts university entrance exam. They claimed Kan Min was actually the no-good son of some big shot who had been pushed into the top scorer position. At this time, No. 2 High School also held a press conference to promote its educational capabilities and to quell the doubts from the online community. The host of the press conference was Principal Triu Diu. The first question he received was, what was his explanation for the online suspicions regarding Kan Min becoming the top scorer of Jiangnam province? Many people believe this is a case of cheating, and cheating on the martial arts university entrance exam is an extremely serious matter. They demand that the truth be brought to light for everyone. In response to this question, Principal Triyu Dio announced to everyone present that the videos from Hu Kan-min's martial arts exam had been uploaded to the school's official website, and everyone could go there to verify them right now. Hearing this, some of the individuals with malicious intent who had prepared to attack Hu Kan-min were immediately left speechless. As they watched the videos, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Whoa! A single spear thrust pierced the skull of a rank 1 one-horned rhinoceros. How cool is that? That strength is even greater than a rank 1 ability user, isn't it? It looks like some kind of power-enhancing ability, but he's just an awakened. How can it be enhanced so much? Damn it, it's not a strength enhancement type, it's a lightning type. And you're telling me that kind of power is an E-rank ability? Shameless media, making up anything for clicks? And so, as soon as the video was posted, the voices of doubt against Hu Kan-min quickly vanished. As the first student from Jungthon to achieve the title of top scorer, his contribution is worthy of praise. Of course, we cannot overlook the cultivation from the school and the Bureau of Education. We will award Hu Kan-min a grand prize, including 1 million in cash and an ability training manual. At the same time, the city government has announced that it will gift Hu Kan-min 1 million in cash and a luxury villa in the city. The journalists at this point no longer had any doubts about Hu Kan-min's capabilities. They hurriedly snapped photos for their reports. Rewarding the provincial top scorer is a long-standing tradition in all provinces. Although Jiangtan was much poorer compared to capital cities like Nin'an City, it could still afford to offer these benefits. Just then, a beautiful woman appeared at the press conference. She stepped out of a luxury car, surrounded by many bodyguards. She argued that Triyu Dieu publishing the video of Hu Kan-min's exam didn't prove that Kan-min hadn't used enhancement drugs. The most important thing now was to test Hu Kan-min's superpower level. At that moment, Principal Triyu Dieu asked the teacher next to him why Hu Kan-min hadn't appeared yet. The teacher quickly reported that he had contacted Hu Kan-min, who was currently training and would arrive immediately. Hearing this, Triyu Dieu praised him. The martial arts exam is over, and yet he's still training so diligently. Truly, our province's top scorer is always training hard. Principal Triyu Dieu, who was still being interviewed, was first stunned after hearing that the admissions officers from the top 3 universities had arrived together. He immediately stopped the interview and then personally led the 3 teachers to the school's VIP reception room, serving each of them a cup of hot tea. Please, teachers, have a seat for a moment. Hu Kan-min will be here in about 10 more minutes. As a rank 2 ability user and the principal of a high school, Triyu Dieu was considered a prominent figure in Gyeongthon. But right now, his posture was very humble and his attitude was extremely respectful. Model. Because he knew that these 3 were people he absolutely could not afford to offend. Even the aura of a high-level esper that they unintentionally released made his heart tremble. What was especially noticeable was that the trio's demeanor toward each other was even more ferocious, like wild beasts about to tear each other apart. They all wanted to recruit the strongest students for their respective schools, so naturally, they didn't look at each other very favorably. It's all right, Principal Zhao. You can go attend to your duties. We can wait here for a bit. The head of admissions for Ma Do Esper University. Zhang Zhaoyang smiled gently and waved her hand. After dismissing Zhao Yao, she turned to the other 2 and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since the 2 of you have gathered like this, hasn't it?" Besides her, there was another man and woman in the room. Su Yun, from Qingjing Esper University, a curvaceous woman with a beautiful face, and Wu Yuan from Jincheng Esper University, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with long hair, just like Zhang Zhaoyang. They were all heads of admissions for their respective universities. Miss Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries. Everyone's purpose for being here today is very clear. Let me say this first. We at Qingjing Esper University have decided to take Jingming. Su Yun, the admissions teacher from Qingjing Esper University, had a personality as fiery as her figure. She didn't bother with pleasantries and stated her purpose right from the start. Wu Yuan, the admissions teacher from Jincheng University, wasn't about to be outdone. He snorted coldly. You think you can have him just because you say so? I'm telling you, he is going to be a student at our Jincheng Academy. Seeing this, Zhang Zhaoyang also felt weary. Due to the annual inter-school tournament, the competition for student resources among the top 3 universities was always incredibly fierce. Especially during these special recruitment sessions for provincial top scorers, the atmosphere was even more tense. It wasn't even rare for admissions teachers to get into physical fights. Not long after, with a soft sliding sound, the door to the meeting room opened. A tall figure with a long spear strapped to his back strode in. It was Jingming. The moment he stepped into the reception room, 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Zhao Yang observed Jingming, then made a silent assessment. His body is very powerful. The spear on his back shows signs of damage. It seems it was used heavily during the exam. He's not the least bit intimidated by the pressure the three of us are putting out. His will is clearly firm and difficult to sway. Immediately after, Zhao Yao began to introduce the two individuals to Jingming. Jingming politely bowed to each person in the room, his expression extremely respectful. Just from that brief contact, he could faintly sense the dangerous aura emanating from the three people before him. Needless to say, their strength was at least at the fourth rank. Zhang Zhaoyang was the first to speak, her tone gentle. Jingming, we've all seen the videos of your battles in the combat exam. Your practical combat ability is extremely strong, truly astonishing. But I have one question. The ability you displayed doesn't seem to be the weak E-rank electricity ability you registered with when you awakened. Can you tell us why? If it's inconvenient, that's fine. We're just a little curious. Even Principal Zhao Yao, standing to the side, showed a look of curiosity. Jingming had already prepared for this question. He said that before the combat exam, he was struck by lightning during a training session, and afterward, he noticed his superpower had become much stronger. Struck by natural lightning, causing his ability to mutate? That sounds plausible. Before coming here, the three teachers had investigated thoroughly. They all knew that on the day before the exam, Jingming had been directly struck by lightning, so all three of them nodded, accepting this explanation. Right after, Zhang Zhaoyang raised her right hand, and as if conjured from thin air, a black device full of sci-fi flair instantly appeared in her hand. Jingming, you probably don't know what your ability is after its mutation, right? As it happens, I brought an ability tester from the school. Why don't you give it a try? Hearing this, Jingming nodded and walked straight forward. He had only ever seen an ability tester once, during his awakening ceremony at 16. That type was huge, almost the size of a double-door refrigerator. He had never used a small device like this before and had no idea how to operate it. Just activate your ability, Zhang Zhaoyang prompted. Hearing this, Jingming took a deep breath and directly channeled the purple firmament divine thunder. In an instant, fierce and dazzling purple lightning enveloped his entire body. How terrifying. It's far too violent. The three teachers were all shocked. They could clearly feel the berserk power contained within that lightning. Even with their fifth-rank strength, they couldn't help but feel wary when facing such power. At that moment, the tester in front of Jingming began to activate. A beam of blue light shot out from the device, scanning Jingming from head to toe, along with all the lightning surrounding him. But before the machine could give a reading, it shattered under the force of Jingming's power. Zhao Yao's eyes widened, so shocked he nearly screamed. He couldn't understand what had just happened. The other three teachers, though mentally prepared, still found their breathing quicken as they witnessed the result firsthand. The device exploding proves that Jingming's ability is at least S rank. Just as we expected, we bet on the right person this time. Zhang Zhaoyang smiled, secretly determined to recruit Jingming. Wu Yuan, the teacher from Jincheng Esper University, his eyes instantly lit up, was the first to speak. Jingming, as long as you choose Jincheng Esper University, you will receive a 4 million scholarship upon enrollment, along with a full set of C-rank equipment. Furthermore, for all 4 years of university, the school will provide all the ability, training, techniques, and combat skills you need, free of charge. Humph. Is that all you have to show off? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, her bright eyes fixed on Jingming. Jingming, if you choose Qingjing Esper University, not only will all techniques and skills be provided, but we will also give you an additional 6 million enrollment scholarship and all the equipment you need for your entire 4 years. Finally, it was Zhang Zhaoyang's turn. After a moment of thought, she spoke slowly. My school has a full range of techniques and combat skills as well, but we will not offer a scholarship or equipment. Instead, each year, we will provide you with a portion of S-rank cultivation resources. What are S-rank cultivation resources? Jingming was a bit stunned, but Su Yun and Wu Yuan immediately exchanged a look, shock evident in both their eyes. Jingming might not get it, but how could they not? The so-called S-rank cultivation resources were priceless treasures, immensely useful even for Tier 5 ability users like them. Just then, Zhang Zhaoyang explained, "Are you familiar with dragon-type vicious beasts?" Hearing Zhang Zhaoyang's question, Jingming nodded. Vicious beasts are also divided into many species, some weak, some strong. Certain species are naturally powerful, and those with forms similar to dragons are called dragon types. They're already Tier 4 or 5 at birth, and can reach Tier 7 or 8 by the time they're adults. Zhang Zhaoyang said with a smile, "Good. Glad you know. Among our S-rank resources is something called Dragon's Blood, which is blood taken from a Tier 8 dragon beast. Just by drinking it, your body will be strengthened to the point where it can rival a dragon-type beast. The S-rank resources my university provides are all on the level of this dragon's blood. Do you understand now?" At this point, even Su Yun felt tempted by the benefits Jingming would receive. Madu University was truly wealthy. Wu Yuan felt that S-rank cultivation resources should be reserved for outstanding students. How could she just offer them to a freshman? Wasn't that unfair competition? All right, it's time for you to make a decision. Of the top 3 universities, which one will you choose? The 3 instructors simultaneously fixed their gazes on Jingming, awaiting his answer. Facing the gazes of the 3, Jingming pondered for a moment before saying, I choose Madu Ability University. Because ability points could only be obtained by hunting vicious beasts, what he cared about most was the practical combat training capabilities of the top universities. Not only did Madu Ability University offer the best terms, but from what Jingming had researched, its combat training program was also top tier. In every inter-university competition, more than half of the champions came from Madu University. The answer left the other 2 feeling disappointed. At this, Jingming also bowed. Thank you both for your generous offers and for thinking so highly of me. Just then, Zhang Zhaoyang took a large card decorated with a tiger head pattern from her spatial ring and handed it to Jingming. She thanked Jingming for choosing Madu University. We eagerly await you joining us. This is the acceptance letter for Madu Ability University. New students enroll on the 1st of next month, but since you're a special case, you can report early. We will arrange private accommodation for you. Jingming was surprised by this information and wanted to know if he could go to the library to preview the ability cultivation methods and combat skills. Zhao Yang happily agreed to this request. She said that the Madu Ability University Library could prepare a private study room for Jingming, ensuring no one would disturb him. This is my contact information. Just contact me when you arrive in Madu. Hearing this, Jingming was overjoyed, clutching the acceptance letter in his hand. Jingming was incredibly eager and couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to register for school as soon as possible. And not long after, Jingming set off for Madu City, seen off by Xu Qingyuan's family, who were also his only relatives in this world. Xu Qingyuan couldn't hold back her tears upon seeing how strong Jingming had become. Tang Daolin spoke up to comfort her. Little Ming's departure this time is a chance for him to soar. He asked her not to worry too much. At this, he looked towards Tang Chi. Oh, right, Chi. You should be starting to fill out your university application soon, right? Now that Jingming has chosen Madu Ability University, you should pick a school nearby, too. That way, you two can look after each other later. Don't you think I'm right? Yes, I understand, Mom and Dad, she answered with some hesitation. After all, in a big city like Madu, the admission scores would be very high. The scene changes to a high-speed train, with still 6 hours to go. During this time, Jingming wanted to review the ability cultivation method. Among the rewards from the college entrance exam, this book was the most important. The Oceanic Domain Ability Cultivation Method. Just like abilities, cultivation methods also have different ranks, divided into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. The higher the rank, the faster the cultivation speed. The book in Jingming's hands was an intermediate rank cultivation method. With his current spiritual power of 180, it would only take half a day to memorize the entire content. According to the book's records, a special kind of energy exists between heaven and earth. Jingming followed the method within, and on the very first day, he could already feel this special energy. At the same time, a plus sign appeared next to his rank on the system status panel, indicating that he could level up, but Jingming didn't plan to upgrade just yet. The book stated that when advancing from the awakening phase to become an ability user, using a higher level cultivation method to break through would yield far superior results. After enrolling, Jingming would have access to ultimate rank cultivation methods. Of course, he wasn't going to waste this precious opportunity on an average, intermediate rank book like this one. After leaving the train station, Jingming hailed a taxi to the university. Jingming got out of the car and was absolutely astonished to see the school gate was 100 meters wide. He wondered how much more magnificent the atmosphere inside would be. Jingming didn't have to wait long. Just as he stepped through the gate, teacher Zhang Zhaoyang drove a car up in front of him. Welcome. Student Jingming, reporting for enrollment. Get in. I'll take you to complete the admission procedures first. The campus was incredibly vast. There were even fixed bus routes inside for students to get around. Noticing Jingming constantly looking around, teacher Yang spoke up and asked, "What do you think?" "Our university is pretty amazing, isn't it? The entire campus is 40,000 mu, which is about 26 square kilometers. On average, each student is allocated 2,600 square meters of space. A visitor could walk all day and still not see everything." Jingming felt that seeing it with his own eyes was 100 times better than just hearing about it. Not long after, Jingming had completed the procedures and received his student ID and multi-purpose card. He just needed to swipe the card to enter and exit the dormitory. And when he was taken to his living quarters, Jingming was flabbergasted. At his old university, before being reincarnated into this world, even though he had studied up to the doctoral level, he had never seen a dormitory like this. There were four-person rooms, single rooms, and even double rooms with living rooms, but those types were only for doctoral candidates. Here, however, they used luxury villas as student dormitories. Model, Teacher Zhang cheerfully introduced. At our university, every student gets to live in their own private villa. The luxury of the villa depends on your entrance exam score. With your achievement of ranking first in the province, your accommodation is naturally the highest grade type, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But don't worry about being lonely, because each villa always houses two people. It has 2 floors, one for each person, making it both spacious and comfortable. Slowly walking inside, Jingming felt that a 2-person dorm was fine. At least it was better than living alone. Whether in his previous world or after transmigrating, he had always been an orphan. Actually, Jingming preferred a 4-person dorm because the atmosphere was much livelier and warmer. After completing all the enrollment procedures, the instructor continued. Now, I will tell you about the special things you need to pay attention to at our university. There are mainly 2 points: the credit point system and the personal mentor system. First is the credit system. At Magic City University of Abilities, credits are everything. Eating, buying equipment, and even exchanging for rare materials all require credits. Each credit has an exchange value equal to 10,000 in cash. There are many ways to earn credits. The first way is based on the university's annual evaluation results. For example, student Jingming, since you were evaluated as S rank upon admission, you will receive 100 credits this year. At this point, Teacher Zhang clapped his hands and called out, "Eva, come out." Immediately, a strange sphere flew to her side. Then, a voice announced, "Student Jingming's current credits are 100 points." Teacher Zhang then introduced, "This is the artificial intelligence system installed in every dorm room, named Eva. Eva's main entity is the university's highest level AI. The one in this room is just a clone. But even as a clone, it has reached B-rank AI standards, fully capable of providing comprehensive support for daily life." Jingming was surprised by this information. Just a clone was already B-rank. The AI technology of this planet was far more advanced than in his old world. The second thing to note is the personal mentor system. Every student can choose a lecturer they admire to become their master, becoming a disciple under their direct guidance. Of course, you must have that teacher's consent. The mentors here are all high-level ability users. Almost all of them possess self-created signature combat techniques and secret cultivation methods. Those things are absolutely not taught to outsiders. Only by officially becoming a disciple can you learn them. At Magic City University, the Lightning Affinity alone has a total of 4 mentors, one of whom I'd like to recommend to you. Dean Yang Zhentian of the Weapons Academy. He is 52 years old this year, a level 7 or higher ability user with wind and fire affinities, and also possesses an A-rank lightning ability. He is an expert in the Thunder Fist style and is also proficient in various weapons like sabers, spears, and greatswords, but his greatest specialty is the long spear. His title is the Thunder Spear. He once entered the wilderness alone to fight a level 8 beast, the earth-shattering beetle. The battle lasted for 3 consecutive days and nights, and in the end, he personally defeated that beast. Besides him, there are 3 others, 2 from the Elemental Academy and another one also from the Weapons Academy, but his specialty is the long sword. The final choice is still up to you. This choice was very easy for Jingming, Dean Yang Zhentian, because he also possessed the power of the lightning element and used a spear as his weapon. The next day, it took Jingming another 20+ minutes to reach the teacher's villa area. Compared to the student dorms, the living environment here was even better. The cluster of villas was backed by a mountain range, and in the middle, there was a rather large artificial lake. In addition, scenic elements like small bridges over flowing water and artificial rock waterfalls were everywhere. Jingming walked straight to the gate and was about to ring the bell when a male voice with a hint of a smile came from behind him. "Are you here to seek a master?" Jingming turned his head. About 5 meters behind him to the left stood a young man in a white robe. The young man had refined features, short hair, and a smile on his face. Hearing this, Jingming frowned slightly and did not reply. Seeing Jingming's indifference, the young man didn't mind and continued to smile. Normally, besides his own students, the only people who come looking for Teacher Yang are here to ask to become his disciple. And I know almost all of my teacher's students by face, and you're not one of them, so you must be here to seek a master. Jingming nodded in confirmation. It wasn't strange that the other person had figured out his identity. The young man continued, "In previous years, the special admission students were at least high-tier level 1, or at the very least mid-tier level 1. I didn't expect this year it would be a newly awakened one. I'm Tan Ming Yang, a third-year student at the Weapons Academy." Tan Ming Yang introduced himself and then asked, "And your name is?" Jingming, a first-year freshman who just enrolled today. "You're already thinking about finding a master right after enrolling? You sure are quick. Usually, Freshmen wait until after the freshman grand competition to start looking for a master. Freshman grand competition? Jingming frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaoyang hadn't mentioned anything about this earlier. Seeing he was unaware, Tan Mingyang gave a simple explanation. It's a tradition at Magic City University of Abilities. It's usually held 3 or 4 days after all the freshmen have enrolled, and most of the teachers in the university will come to watch. Those who perform exceptionally in the freshman grand competition will be fought over by the various academies, and some professors might even personally accept them as disciples. Of course, since you're a special admission student, you don't have to wait for the freshman grand competition to seek a master. Tan Mingyang didn't deny Jingming's approach, but he didn't mention that even special admission students had a slim chance of being accepted by the dean right after enrolling. The probability was no different from winning the lottery. Most of the time, it was a wasted effort. Thank you for the guidance, Jingming said gratefully, then asked curiously, Are you also here to seek Master Yang? That's right. Tan Mingyang nodded. I've come here several times over the past half year, but I still haven't met the standard to become his disciple. I was about to give up, but I'm still not reconciled to it. Just then, the villa door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed like a butler appeared. Welcome, you two. Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please, follow me. The smile on his face was as warm as a spring breeze. Being his first time here, Jingming didn't find it strange. But Tan Mingyang was a little surprised because this wasn't his first visit. The butler had always been polite, but never this enthusiastic. More importantly, according to the butler, Teacher Yang was already waiting inside. Filled with doubt, Tan Mingyang and Jingming walked into the villa together. Led by the butler, Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the living room of the villa together. As soon as he entered, Jingming saw 2 people in the middle of the room. On the right was a young man who looked to be about the same age as Tan Mingyang. His features were rather plain, the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd if you didn't look closely. Next to the young man was a middle-aged man. He wore a tight-fitting gray suit, had a strong physique, and his eyes glinted with a lightning-like brilliance. The moment their eyes met, Jingming felt as if he were being stared down by a high-level, dragon-type beast, and the hair all over his body stood on end. He realized this man was Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian waved his hand, dismissing the butler, then looked directly at Jingming with a faint smile on his face. You are Jingming, aren't you? Zhang Zhaoyang already informed me. Let's go. We're heading up to the training room. After speaking, he stood up and walked to the second floor. Seeing this, Jingming hurriedly followed. Led by Yang Zhentian, Jingming entered the training room. It was a large room, over 100 meters wide, with weapon racks on the side holding all sorts of armaments. I've seen the video of your martial arts university entrance exam. Your practical combat strength is indeed very strong, and your skill with the spear has reached its peak. But before that, I want to see with my own eyes your S-rank ability, the so-called Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Jingming. An S-rank lightning-type ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Faced with the request, Jingming didn't hesitate and immediately activated his ability. Crackle. Hiss. A low, rumbling thunder echoed as arcs of electricity danced. The summoned Purple Heaven Divine Thunder enveloped Jingming's body. The purplish-blue lightning seemed to carry a powerful and profound ancient aura. The moment the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an indescribably majestic presence. This was an S-rank ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian stared, mesmerized, at the purplish-blue lightning surrounding Jingming. Although he himself possessed a lightning-type ability and was even a 7th-rank ability user, the fundamental difference between A-rank and S-rank was nearly impossible to overcome. If this kid is willing to train hard, his future achievements will definitely be no less than my own. After several deep breaths, Yang Zhentian's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked at Jingming with a serious expression. Jingming, I know the purpose of your visit. With your ability and potential, becoming my student is naturally not a problem. But there is one thing I want to make clear first. I have spent half my life traveling the world. I have many friends, but just as many enemies. Once you become my disciple, you will surely get entangled, and you might even be targeted by my enemies. Are you willing? This disciple is willing. Jingming didn't hesitate at all, bowing respectfully to accept him as his master. Jingming understood well that no high-level ability user rises without experiencing bloody battles, especially a combat-famous ability user like Yang Zhentian. Who knew how many beasts and enemies he had slain? If he didn't even dare to bear this little risk, then he probably wouldn't find a suitable master in this entire Demon Capital Ability University. Good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple. He said good 3 times in a row. Yang Zhentian was also a bit emotional. An S-rank awakened ability user in the entire Great Xia Nation. One only appears every few years. After speaking, the ring on Yang Zhentian's right hand flashed, and two secret manuals immediately appeared in his hands. This is a peak-level ability training method and a set of combat techniques I created. Jingming accepted them with both hands, filled with excitement. There are many types of combat techniques. Some are for movement, others are for swordsmanship. For example, the True Thunder Windbreaker that Jingming had learned was much rarer than common combat techniques. As for the ability training manual, it goes without saying it was one of the school's only 3 top-tier ability training manuals. As for the indestructible Thunder Body martial technique, that is my life's work. Through the dual appraisal of the Thunder Dojo and the Raging Bear Dojo, this martial technique was rated as S rank. Yang Zhentian's voice was slow, but upon hearing it, Jingming's heart trembled. He never imagined he would receive an S rank martial technique. Just like ability ranks, combat techniques also have their own levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty in cultivation. But once mastered, its power is unimaginable. For most 6th rank martial artists, creating an A rank combat technique was already incredibly impressive. Yet not only did he create an S rank technique, but it was also of the strongest and most complex type, directly related to the mysteries of the human body. It had to be said, Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent was truly frighteningly impressive. Seeing Jingming's astonishment, Yang Zhentian said happily, "The indestructible Thunder Body is only suitable for lightning-type ability users to cultivate. It consists of 13 levels. With each breakthrough, the body undergoes a complete rebirth. However, as of now, I have only cultivated it to the 10th level. The final 3 levels have yet to be verified by anyone. Furthermore, the indestructible Thunder Body can only be cultivated after becoming a first-rank ability user. For now, you should train using the Extreme Ability Forging method. After you break through, I will help you lay the foundation for the indestructible Thunder Body." "Thank you, Master. I understand." Jingming bowed deeply in gratitude. This made Jingming feel quite emotional. Having a master to guide you really makes all the difference. If he had to rely on himself, he could never have arranged such a meticulous learning path. Watching Jingming leave, Yang Zhentian's eyes burned brightly. The indestructible Thunder Body is the culmination of all my understanding of the martial way and lightning-type abilities. If one day he cannot reach the pinnacle of a martial saint, then Jingming is the greatest hope to prove this technique. According to his speculation, if it could be cultivated to completion, the body would truly achieve a state of indestructibility and immortality. A dozen or so minutes later, Jingming left the villa with a bountiful harvest, but right at the gate, he ran into Tan Mingyang, who was also coming out. Only now, the smile on the other's face was gone, replaced by bitterness. It seemed he had failed to become a disciple again. Seeing this, Jingming spoke with concern. "Brother Yang, what's with the long face?" Tan Mingyang replied sadly. "Don't even mention it. Did you see that man in the hall earlier? That's Senior Brother Liu, the dean's top disciple. If I want to become a disciple, I have to defeat Senior Brother Liu with my own strength. But I still can't do it. I'm afraid I'll never be able to pass that hurdle in this lifetime. Anyway, you must have been rejected too, right? It's not easy to get him to take you as a student. Want me to share some experience? No need. I passed." Tan Mingyang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He knew that the deans would never easily take on disciples before the freshman grand tournament, yet here it was, happening right before his eyes. Could he really be the headmaster's son? But they don't look anything alike. Watching the figure gradually disappear, Tan Mingyang, after countless failures, once again fell into an endless spiral of self-doubt. Hua Kanmin returned to the villa and went straight to the training room on the 2nd floor. The layout of the rooms on both floors was identical. Besides the training room and bedroom, there was also a bathroom, an audio-visual room, and his favorite, an open-air balcony. Compared to Master Yang's training room, this one was smaller, only about 80 square meters, but it was more than enough for daily training routines. Hua Kan-min sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the Extreme Ability Refinement method to study it. Compared to the mid-level ability cultivation method, this technique was indeed far more profound. It took him 4 hours to fully grasp it. As expected of a top-tier technique, the amount of spiritual energy he could sense was far greater than with the mid-level one. A flash of joy crossed Hua Kanmin's face, and he opened his eyes. Being able to sense spiritual energy meant his cultivation path was entirely correct. The next step didn't require gradual training. He could directly add points to break through. With a soft call in his mind, a light blue system panel appeared in his consciousness. Name, Hua Kanmin. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Firmament Divine Lightning, 186. Vitality, plus. Spirit, 187, plus. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship. Advanced Lightning Gale Strike. Ability points, 2,534. Add points. Without any hesitation, Hua Kanmin pressed the plus sign next to his level. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air frantically poured into his body, automatically circulating according to the extreme ability method, ceaselessly strengthening his ability, body, and spirit. It only gradually stopped after breaking through a certain threshold. Level. Awakened. Advanced to low-tier level 1 ability user. Haha, I broke through. Hua Kan-min clenched his fists, clearly feeling that the power in his body had multiplied several times over. More importantly, his ability had also been enhanced. Purple Firmament Divine Lightning. With a soft shout, accompanied by the piercing crackle of electricity, purple-blue lightning appeared around his body. Compared to before the breakthrough, this lightning was clearly larger, and its color had become deeper. If he were to face that bear from the competition now, he wouldn't even need a spear. He could kill it with just these lightning bolts. No wonder every ability user yearned for a high-level cultivation technique. Normally, using a high-level technique to break through a limit would only increase physical strength and spiritual power by about 30 to 40 points, but this time it increased by nearly 100 points. The difference was too massive. This breakthrough only cost me 300 ability points, and I still have so many left. I should save them for learning combat skills later. That way, I can ensure I have enough points to accumulate. He shook his head slightly, feeling fortunate that he hadn't rushed to upgrade after receiving that C-region ability cultivation method. He still had a good number of ability points left, but he couldn't continue leveling up for now. For example, this Immortal Thunder Body is even more important than the cultivation technique. It's truly worthy of being an S-rank combat skill. Its attack power is immense, but the price is a huge consumption of ability power. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend and master it. The next morning, after washing up, Hua Kan-min went to find Master Yang Zhengtian again. Hearing that he had already broken through to become an ability user, Yang Zhengtian couldn't help but be a little shocked. This fast? In his more than 20 years of teaching at the Mado Ability University, he had met countless geniuses, but even the most brilliant among them took a considerable amount of time to go from an awakened to an ability user. Yet Hua Kan-min, from receiving the manual yesterday to now, had successfully broken through in less than 24 hours. Hua Kan-min smiled humbly. Perhaps my foundation was solid, so it was just a matter of time. It's just a fast breakthrough, nothing to be proud of. Besides, practicing your Immortal Thunder Body, even the very first step of laying the foundation, is extremely difficult. What you call laying the foundation is using the blood of a lightning-type beast as a medium, combining it with your own lightning ability to temper your body, making your bones and tendons tougher. It's not just about strength. The future durability of the Immortal Thunder Body ultimately depends on the quality of the lightning-type beast blood used from the very beginning. In that case, today I will forge the foundation of the Immortal Thunder Body for you. What I've prepared for you is the essence blood of a high-tier 10th level lightning-type fierce beast, the Storm Giant Bear. His finger swiped lightly, and light flashed from his ring. Initially, what I prepared for you was the blood of a 7th level giant storm bear that I personally killed. But after hearing from Zhang Zhaoyang that you only receive one S-rank resource per year, I decided to combine both opportunities and request an SS rank resource from the Dean. This is the blood of an 8th level Raging Thunder Dragon. A transparent glass bottle instantly appeared in his hand. It had a capacity of about 800 milliliters and contained fresh red blood that swirled gently, with faint silver sparks flashing within. Looking at the bottle of essence blood, Kan-min was thrilled, as he knew this item was incredibly valuable. He never expected Yang Zhengtian and the headmaster to favor him so much. I promise, when I become truly powerful, I will repay these favors tenfold. I'm glad you think that way. Let's begin. Take off your outer shirt and sit cross-legged. Hua Kan-min obeyed, removing his shirt to reveal his broad shoulders and solid muscles, then immediately sat down cross-legged. Immediately after, he felt an icy chill run down his spine, followed by waves of sharp, stinging pain that shot from his skin straight into his bones. At this moment, Yang Zhengtian was pouring the bottle of blood over Kan-min's body. Although the searing pain wasn't intense, it was sharp, as if drilling deep into his very marrow, causing him to frown. To me, a high-level ability user, this ritual is nothing, but to you, a low-level ability user, it's like a potent poison. Just contact with your skin is enough to cause excruciating pain. Yang Zhengtian explained as he carefully poured the blood from the glass bottle all over Hua Kan-min's back. More than 10 minutes later, the bottle of essence blood was completely empty, and Hua Kan-min's bare back was now covered in a brilliant silver glow. Next, I will use my Windfire True Lightning to help you establish the foundation of the Immortal Thunder Body. In essence, creating the foundation is about fusing the essence blood of the lightning-type beast into one's own bloodline. But how much can ultimately be absorbed depends on Kan-min's own ability. Yang Zhengtian took a deep breath and shouted softly, "Windfire, True Lightning!" A crimson bolt of lightning, 10,000 times more powerful than Hua Kunmin's purple firmament divine lightning, erupted from his body. A thunderous roar echoed, and the temperature in the training room soared, becoming as scorching hot as a furnace. This process will last for about 4 to 5 days. It will be extremely painful, and you must grit your teeth and endure it. Most importantly, you cannot pass out. If you lose consciousness, the efficiency of the essence blood absorption will be severely reduced. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crimson lightning descended, engulfing Jingming. A single bolt of that lightning, if it were to strike him with its full force, would be enough to destroy him instantly. But with the control of a high-tier, 7th-rank Esper, Yang Zhentian would naturally not let that happen. Streaks of true wind-fire lightning carrying the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's essence, blood flooded into Jingming's body, relentlessly reforging every blood vessel, meridian, and even his bones. To Jingming, the entire process felt like being bitten by 10,000 ants, a pain that pierced his very marrow. But he still gritted his teeth and endured, silently holding on without ever fainting. 5 days later, at Villa number 23, Uncle Fu, it's already the 5th day. Isn't Master finished yet? Liu Ming, another one of Yang Zhentian's disciples, asked the butler beside him as he sat on the couch. This was already the 3rd time he had dropped by in the last few days. This new junior brother is lasting longer than I expected. It's actually kind of annoying to think about. Back then, I only held out for 2 days, and I was only using the essence blood of a low-grade, 7th-level beast. I guess his performance is truly worthy of this 8th-level dragon beast's essence blood, especially combined with his S-rank lightning ability. I'm starting to look forward to seeing my junior brother's immortal lightning body. Just then, a roar like that of a ferocious Dragon Clan beast echoed throughout the villa. The sound was filled with majesty and savagery. Just hearing it was enough to make one picture a giant, fierce dragon roaring. Has his foundation finally been completed? That aura was exactly like an apex beast's, sending a chill down your spine. Liu Ming rushed upstairs. The moment he set foot in the training room, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure, like that from a high-level beast. The pressure made even him tremble, his heart pounding. A moment later, he saw the source of that feeling. In the center of the training room, Jingming stood tall, a stark contrast to the modest and gentle person he was before. Now, his entire body radiated a tyrannical aura. His once clear eyes were now as red as blood, and his bare upper body revealed well-defined muscles rippling with bulging veins. As if influenced by their master, the streaks of blue-violet lightning around his body had also become ferocious, constantly flashing and dancing wildly. The entire training room now seemed to be submerged in flickering flashes, pulsing with every spark of lightning that danced around Jing. Lightning arced around Kan Min, his eyes locked onto Lu Min as if he were prey, and he lunged forward to attack at an incredible speed. The sight caught Lu Min completely by surprise. Just then, a hurried shout rang out, "Kan Min, snap out of it!" At the sound of the shout, Kan Min's attack froze. He felt a sharp pain in his head. He looked toward Yang Zhentian and asked, "Master, what just happened to me? Why did I have such an intense desire for destruction?" The scene didn't worry Yang Zhentian. Instead, he seemed excited. He explained that the Thunder-type Blood Crystal Dragon Beast had affected Kan Min's mind. Thunder-type beasts are notoriously ferocious, and combined with your excellent fusion compatibility, side effects like this are to be expected. But don't you worry. As long as your mind doesn't fluctuate violently, you'll be fine. As your power grows, the side effect will gradually disappear. Hearing this, Kan Min breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I don't want to be controlled by my emotions and do things I'll regret later. Yang Zhentian's face was filled with excitement. You should be celebrating. This fusion was unbelievably perfect. Your absorption rate reached 98%. Of the more than 20 disciples who've trained the immortal thunder body with me, the highest ever was only 92%. You've just shattered a record that has stood for years. At that, Lu Min also happily offered his congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother. Now that you've successfully built the foundation for the indestructible thunder body, your future cultivation path will surely be incredibly smooth. Yang Zhentian then made the introduction. This is your senior brother, Lu Min. He possesses a peak level 3 special ability. If you don't understand anything during your training, you can ask him. Kan Min then politely greeted him. Lu Min replied with a smile, I haven't prepared a gift for you yet. As a welcoming present, I'll transfer you some credits. Lu Min had a gentle nature and acted as soon as he spoke. Seeing his master didn't object and even gave a slight nod, Jingming gave him his student number. A moment later, his phone received a notification. 200 credits had been added to his student account. So many. Staring at the message, Jingming was a bit stunned. 200 credits was equivalent to 2 million, but to Lu Min, 200 credits was probably nothing. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. A senior brother must take good care of his junior brother. When you have junior brothers and sisters of your own one day, you'll have to prepare a welcoming gift just like this. Understood, master. Jingming nodded, showing he understood. Young Gentian waved his hand, a hint of fatigue showing between his brows. You've just successfully established your foundation, and you haven't eaten in 5 days. Go back and get some good rest. Return tomorrow, and I'll have you learn fist and spear techniques from your senior brother. Jingming didn't dare disturb him any longer, respectfully taking his leave and departing from the villa. Jingming's villa was number 32 in student dormitory area 3. As he approached the front door, he noticed that the door he had locked securely was now wide open. It seemed his roommate had arrived. Jingming smiled and walked straight into the villa. Sure enough, in the first-floor living room, a male student was sitting on the sofa, playing a game. Noticing someone had entered, the student immediately turned his head. When he saw Jingming walk in, his eyes immediately lit up. You must be my roommate, right? Hi, I'm Liu Wentao. It's a real pleasure to meet you. My name is Jingming. Jingming, you're the top scorer from Gyeongnam province, aren't you? Van Thao was shocked. His reaction confused Kan Min. You know me? Liu Wentao hurriedly circled around, looking Kan Min up and down. Of course! My nickname is the Walking Encyclopedia. I have all the info on this year's freshmen. I wasn't originally going to look into your file, but you were so high profile that I heard a few things. I can't believe the top scholar of Gyeongnam province ended up as my roommate. Oh, right. Are you really from the poor city of Gyeongtan in Gyeongnam? And did you really only get your special ability right before the entrance exam? But your ability doesn't seem like an E rank at all. Liu Wentao was incredibly easy to talk to. Despite just having met, he was already slinging an arm over his shoulder and firing off a series of questions. Faced with this attitude, Jingming wasn't annoyed at all. On the contrary, a smile played on his lips, because he always hated being alone, in this life and the last. In my past life, I grew up in an orphanage. No one ever adopted me, from childhood to adulthood. I never felt any kind of connection. It was only when I went to school that I had friends. The happiest time was in college, chatting and playing games with my friends every day. After that, I went on to get my master's and my doctorate. Who would have thought I'd get too drunk at my graduation party and wake up in this world? I can't believe, even after being reincarnated, I'm still an orphan. But now that I have a roommate, I guess I won't be lonely anymore. During their conversation, he also learned that Liu Wentao was from Tin Chao province. I ranked in the top 20 of Tin Chao. I have an A-rank mental type ability and chose the martial arts department. In the future, I'm definitely going to become an army commander, leading millions of soldiers to wipe out all the beasts on this planet. After talking for a while longer and seeing it was almost noon, Jingming stood up. All right, that's enough talk. I'm heading to the martial arts hall for a bit. The martial arts hall? Can I come with? I've never been to the school's hall before. Not long after, the two of them appeared in front of the martial arts hall. Liu Wentao looked around constantly and exclaimed, So this is the Thunder Martial Arts Hall of the Madu Special Abilities University. It's so lively. Inside the training room, voices echoed nonstop. Haha, I finally mastered the 4th level technique, Extreme Yang Flame. So what if you mastered it? You still can't break through my metal transformation. You guys are nothing. All I need to do is expand my body 3 times, and 1 slap is enough to paste you all to the wall. Eva followed the two and introduced the place. This is the general training hall. The main hall can accommodate up to 300 people training at once. All the walls are forged from a level 4 alloy combined with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about abilities or techniques causing damage. Eva suggested they could also choose a private training room if needed. But Kan Min felt the atmosphere here was quite good. The feeling of the floor vibrating beneath his feet made Liu Wentao mutter to himself, Geez, are these guys trying to see who's stronger? It's so noisy. You talk a lot yourself. Eva, what are those pillars over there for? Eva quickly explained, Those are the power challenge rankings. There are a total of 5 leaderboards, corresponding to people with abilities from level 1 to level 5. Would you two like to try? If you make it into the top 3,000, you'll be rewarded with 50 credits. You get a reward just for being in the top 3,000? Sounds too easy. The whole school only has a little over 4,000 students. Let me give it a try. With that, Liu Wentao stepped into the middle of the hall. Eva, next to him, reminded him, just tap your student card on the pillar to start the challenge. But remember, no abilities or fighting techniques, only pure strength. He then tapped his student card on the sensor of the first pillar. Hello, Liu Wentao, student I, D, 203701256. Commencing strength challenge. Let's give him a round of applause. This announcement surprised Liu Wentao and also caught the attention of everyone present. Hey, someone's doing the challenge. Haha, judging by his aura, he's only a mid-tier level 1. Definitely a newbie. This is going to be fun to watch. Many students in the hall snickered as they looked towards the center, while Liu Wentao stood there, stunned. He hadn't expected it to be so loud, but it was too late to back out now. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and unleashed his most powerful punch on the target in front of him. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the target shook violently. Liu Wentao slowly exhaled. He felt pretty satisfied with that punch. Asterisk, making it into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. Asterisk, the MC's voice rang out again, first announcing the result with excitement, then with a hint of disappointment. Punching power, 476 kilograms. But unfortunately, your rank is over 100,000. Liu Wentao froze. Aren't there only a little over 4,000 students in the whole school? He quickly realized this ranking didn't just include current students, but all the previous classes as well. Holy crap! No wonder everyone was looking at me like that. They were all waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Just as he expected, laughter erupted. A rank over 100,000? That's hilarious. I wasn't even this bad when I was a freshman. Haha, look at him. His face is beet red. Definitely a newbie. Jingming came over to encourage him. Don't worry about it. You're a psychic type. Physical strength isn't your strong suit. Liu Wentao gave an embarrassed laugh. Thanks, man. So, you want to give it a try? You'll definitely be stronger than me. Jingming nodded enthusiastically. He also wanted to test his own strength. Go for it. The honor of our dorm is riding on you. As Jingming swiped his card, the MC's voice rang out again. Hello, Xu Jingming, student I, D203701-204. Commencing strength challenge. Let's give him a round of applause. Another challenger? Huh. He looks even weaker than the last guy. Just a low-tier level 1? I wonder if he can even hit 400 kilograms. Wait a second. That name sounds familiar. As expected, almost no one in the crowd was optimistic about Xu Jingming, but he wasn't affected at all. Taking a deep breath, Xu Jingming pushed all the vital energy in his body to its limit. He straightened his posture, generated power from his waist, and let the rotation of his body drive his arm forward. His fist shot out like an arrow from a bow, becoming a black blur that slammed viciously into the target. The sound was like a sledgehammer striking, exploding throughout the hall. Immediately after, the MC's excited voice boomed. Punching power, 4,589 kilograms. A peak-level punch. Congratulations, you've broken the record. Punching strength, 4,589 kilograms. The pinnacle of punching power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. The powerful announcement echoed throughout the hall. With Xu Jingming's arrival, all the other names on the leaderboard shifted down one by one, like a rising tide. Rank 1, Xu Jingming, punching strength 4,589 kilograms. Rank 2, Luo Yang, punching strength 4,321 kilograms. Rank 3, Chen Dehai, punching strength 4,122 kilograms. This sudden turn of events made those who were about to mock Xu Jingming feel as if their throats were being squeezed, instantly silencing them. What? The punching power record was just broken? Over 4,500 kilograms. How could someone who's just a low-tier level 1 do that? A punch like that is strong enough to crush a body into paste, and it came from a freshman? You have to understand, the Thunder Dojo was built when the Motto Ability University was founded, and the 5 leaderboards on its 3rd floor have accumulated the punching power data of over 100,000 students. Anyone who made it into the top 1,000 on any of those boards was strong enough to lead a generation in their time. It's been over 10 years since the record on the first pillar was last broken. And what's more, the person who broke it is just a freshman. Many people immediately took out their phones to record this historic moment. Hearing the chatter around them, Liu Wentao was ecstatic that Jingming had actually broken the record. He declared that from now on, he would be Jingming's follower. Xu Jingming smiled and shook his head. You don't have to be so dramatic. In reality, that punch had also exceeded his own expectations. He originally thought he'd hit around 3,500 kilograms at most, but he surpassed that by a whole 1,000. Asterisk. Looks like this technique really suits me. Power increase is immediately noticeable. Asterisk. Xu Jingming nodded to himself, then turned to Eva. There's a credit reward for breaking the record, right? Eva confirmed that because Jingming broke the record, he was awarded 400 credits. This news made Jingming happy. His student account now had over 700 credits. He asked excitedly, if I break the record again next time, will I still get more credits? Unfortunately, you only get the reward the first time you break a record within the same level, but you can challenge the other categories for new rewards. The answer was a little disappointing. After all, he was still a long way from the peak of level 1, and he was sure he'd break this record again in the future. The other 4 pillars were for those with strength from level 2 to level 5. It wouldn't be too late to break those records later. At this point, after things calmed down, the girls in the hall all smiled brightly and approached him to introduce themselves. Is this your first time at the dojo? Here, let me show you how to use the equipment. Hey, Junior. Name's Wang Jie, 53. Just call me Brother Jay. Hey, underclassmen. Our club is short on people. You interested in joining? We've got a lot of pretty girls, you know. Surrounded, Jingming was completely flustered. He had no choice but to flee the scene, asking Eva to arrange a private training room for him on his way out. In a teacher's villa, Liu Ming looked at the post on the school forum and smiled happily. He said, Master, fourth junior brother is the hottest topic on the school forums right now. A punch of over 4,500 kilograms, breaking the record on his first try. A physique that strong is just unbelievable. Yang Zhentian was very happy to hear this, but he still pretended to scold him. Instead of getting proper rest, he runs off to break records in the fitness center. Liu Ming then recalled that he had also taken the challenge back then. At the time, he was at the peak of level 1 and used the Undying Thunder Body technique. His punching power only reached about 3,500 kilograms. Compared to Xu Jingming now, he was truly more than just one step behind. In a villa, a young man with eyes full of hatred stared at the image of Xu Jingming on his phone. Xu Jingming, so you came to Motto too. This time, I will reclaim all the glory that rightfully belongs to me. You made me lose my chance to become the #1 genius in Jiangnan, and you even turned me into the laughingstock of Ninghan City. This time, I must win back all the honor that is mine. After entering the private training room, Jingming conducted a series of tests specializing in physical strength. The results showed that after obtaining the indestructible lightning body, his physical strength had reached what could only be described as a terrifying level. His skin's defensive capability was on par with an E-grade alloy, making him impervious to blades in the conventional sense. He tried to make a small cut on his skin, but in the span of just a few breaths, the wound closed on its own. Powerful defense, astonishing recovery speed. It was truly worthy of being an S-rank body tempering technique. Just then, Liu Wentao rushed in. Big Bro Ming, the news about you breaking the record is blowing up on the school forums. A lot of people are commenting that they want to challenge you. Jingming was surprised. He hadn't expected the competitive atmosphere at Meido University to be this intense. Of course, it was also possible that these people wanted to use him as a stepping stone to build their own reputations, but he had little interest in this kind of challenge. I'm going to the martial arts library. You can head back to the dorm on your own. Motto Esper University had 2 libraries. One was a regular library, containing all sorts of books on history and culture. The other was the Battle Technique Library, which stored countless battle techniques and Esper training methods for every element. Jingming, of course, headed to the second one, which was one of the most important places in the school. The Battle Technique Library was built to be incredibly majestic, towering like a small mountain. So the rumors were true. This entire library is under the control of the vice principal, who possesses a space-type Esper ability. If any anomaly occurs, the entire library can instantly detach from this dimension and exist independently. After swiping his student card at the gate, ripples appeared in the space before Jingming. Jingming stepped inside. The first floor of the library was a vast hall, with only a single reception desk. As soon as he entered, a staff member stood up proactively, her face holding a gentle smile as she warmly welcomed S-rank student Jingming to the martial arts library. May I help you with anything? Jingming was a bit surprised. You know who I am? Even though he had just broken a record, he didn't think he'd be that famous. Even a library staff member knew his name. The staff member smiled gently, her attitude extremely friendly, even a little reverent. Any student with S-rank privileges can freely access all the battle techniques in the library. So, the moment you swiped your card at the gate, I received a notification. A 4th-tier Esper being so respectful to a 1st-tier 1. It might sound absurd, but to her, it was perfectly logical. Because S-rank privileges represented limitless potential. As long as he didn't die an early death, he was destined to at least become an Esper Grandmaster in the future. I see, Jingming nodded. He said he wanted to see lightning-type battle techniques and asked which floor he needed to go to. The female instructor patiently explained, battle techniques of B rank and below can all be found in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. For those above B rank, because they are too precious, they are stored securely. You'll need to go to the 4th floor reading room to make your selection online first, and only then will you receive the original copy to study. Jingming nodded. I'll head to the reading room first then. Since he had the opportunity, he certainly wasn't going to waste time on low-rank techniques. All right, reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been granted access for you. Just swipe your student card on the sensor at the door to enter. He swiped his card, and the door opened instantly. Inside, an AI named Eva was already waiting. Eva announced, after you have selected your battle techniques in the online system, we will send the original manuals to you. Since techniques of B rank and above are incredibly valuable, please be especially careful while reading them. Jingming stated his request directly. I understand. Show me all lightning-type martial arts of B rank and above. Understood. The small sphere nodded in a very human-like way. Immediately, a series of 3D projections appeared, densely displaying the names of battle techniques, along with brief introductions. SSS rank, Myriad Thunder Slaughter Domain. Using lightning as its core, it creates a massive thunderstorm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, only for espers with B rank or higher lightning abilities, and the user must be at least tier 5 to cultivate it. SSS rank, Heavenly Thunder God's Wrath, unleashes a lightning bolt like divine punishment with immeasurable power. Note, only for espers with B rank or higher lightning abilities, and the user must be at least tier 4 to cultivate it. There were also many SS rank and even more SSS rank martial arts. I can't believe the school library has so many precious techniques, and I can view all of this for free? Unfortunately, cultivation was restricted by his Esper ability and tier, so for now, Jingming could only learn A-rank martial arts. A-rank martial arts were divided into attack, defense, movement, support, and body tempering, with a number so vast it was like a starry sky. Luckily, his instructor had already helped Jingming prepare a list of suggestions. Otherwise, choosing would have definitely been difficult. Having a good teacher really saves a lot of effort. Otherwise, just choosing a suitable set of battle techniques would be exhausting enough. Battle techniques are usually divided into different types. When combining different types of battle techniques, it's like playing a fighting game where you can create continuous control combos. Without a guide, trying to research a set of techniques that suits you is incredibly draining. If you choose wrong, by the time you realize it after learning them, it's already too late. Just like that, after more than half an hour of consideration, Jingming selected 4 battle techniques. They were the offensive types, Lightning Fang and Chain Lightning Spear, the movement type Lightning Shadow, and the support type Lightning Prison. All 4 were A-rank battle techniques. The detailed descriptions on the list were also clearly displayed. Lightning Fang gathers lightning power, forming it into a thunder fang that is launched to attack. Chain Lightning Spear, a spear enveloped in lightning that continuously strikes the opponent's weak points. During the strikes, lightning will accumulate inside the enemy's body and detonate when the move ends. Lightning Shadow explodes with lightning power, dashing forward a certain distance. Lightning Prison gathers lightning to form a cage that traps the enemy in place. Among them, Lightning Fang was a long-range attack. Chain Lightning Spear was a powerful melee attack. Lightning Shadow was a movement technique, and Lightning Prison was an area of effect control skill. When all 4 were combined with his indestructible lightning body, he would have almost no weaknesses. Jingming nodded in satisfaction and immediately pressed confirm. System confirmed. You have selected 4 A-rank martial arts. The average time to master each one to a basic level is about 6 months. It is recommended to combine them with some lower-rank martial arts for balance. No need, this is enough. Before long, a staff member respectfully brought over 4 combat technique manuals, set them down, and left. Looking at the 4 A-grade combat technique books before him, Hua Kan-min couldn't help but feel moved. On the market, C-grade and B-grade martial arts cost anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. But A-grade techniques were priceless because they couldn't be bought or sold. And here I am, receiving 4 original copies at once. This is true luxury. After a moment of appreciation, Hua Kan-min began to flip through the 4 A-grade combat manuals. Their contents were incredibly profound, and the application of superpowers and vital energy was nothing short of miraculous. It's no wonder A-grade martial arts can only be learned from the original copies. A reproduction could never replicate them. Time slowly passed as Kan-min dedicated his full concentration to studying. He found the application of superpowers to be truly wondrous, almost unbelievably fantastical. 4 hours later, Hua Kan-min closed the final manual and let out a long, slow breath. He had grasped the general essence of all 4 techniques. For an ordinary person, the next step would be endless practice to achieve proficiency. But for Hua Kan-min, it was different. He immediately opened his system panel and started allocating points. Consumed 200 superpower points. Lightning Fang has reached the initial level. Consumed 200 superpower points. Chain Lightning Spear has reached the initial level. Consumed 200 superpower points. Lightning Shadow has reached the initial level. Consumed 200 superpower points. Lightning Prison has reached the initial level. Instantly, all the incomprehensible parts of the 4 techniques became crystal clear to him, as if he had practiced them tens of thousands of times. Hua Kan-min's current stats: level, low tier, stage 1. Superpower, S-grade Purple Lightning Divine Temple. Physique, Vitality 391, Spirit 289. Skills: Lightning Fang, initial. A-grade Chain Lightning Spear, initial. Lightning Shadow, initial. Lightning Prison, initial. Advanced Thunderclap Body Tempering Martial Art. Indestructible Lightning Body. Initial stage. Remaining superpower points, 1,434. With so many new martial arts, I wonder who'll be the first to get a taste of my A-grade lightning skills. A knowing, slightly malicious smile crept onto Hua Kan-min's lips. Leaving the library, Kan-min returned to the student villas. As Hua Kan-min passed through the first-floor living room, Lu Van Thao shot up from the sofa. Brother Min, someone just came by to let us know that the welcome ceremony for new students will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning at training ground number 1. Also, they set up a group chat for the freshmen. You should join too. Yeah, got it. Hua Kan-min took out his phone and scanned the code to join the group. Just then, Lu Van Thao asked curiously, Brother Min, what grade of combat skills did you choose? Kan-min replied that he had only picked 4 A-grade techniques, all from the lightning element. The answer left Lu Van Thao petrified, sighing internally. Is this what a special privilege is? 4 A-grade combat skills. He figured it would take until his 2nd or 3rd year to master them all. A true genius never walks the same path as ordinary people. Lu Van Thao subconsciously gave a thumbs up and then asked again. To be able to view A-grade combat techniques, does that mean you have A-grade clearance, Brother Min? Not A, it's S, Kan-min replied as he walked towards his room. But at that moment, Lu Van Thao leaped to his feet and yelled, S-grade! How is that possible? It's a fact that at our school, even the top scorers from other provinces only get A-grade clearance. How could you possibly have S-grade privileges? Don't tell me. You're not an E-grade power user like the online rumors say, but you actually have an S-grade special ability? At this, Kan-min smiled. Looks like you've stumbled upon another secret. Lu Van Thao felt incredibly fortunate to be living with Kan-min. Kan-min was the perfect person to invest in, starting right now. I'll be his most loyal fan. Upstairs, Hua Kan-min had entered the training room. A grayish-white spear, nearly 2 meters long, was now in his hands. The black E-grade spear he used after the exam was almost completely ruined. This grayish-white spear was a practice model, already provided in the training room. Its metal durability didn't even reach E-grade, and its weight was pathetically light at only 20 kilograms. Still, in his current situation, he had no other choice but to make do for now. Luckily, this was just to test his techniques, not for actual combat. Eva, open the school's trading interface and search the spear category. Yes, sir. A series of screens quickly materialized in the air, displaying a wide variety of spears from F-grade, E-grade, to D-grade. You could even adjust the length and weight, but the higher the grade and the greater the weight, the more expensive it was. He quickly filled in the parameters on the form. Kan-min bought an E-grade spear, a combat armor suit, and combat boots, spending a total of 237 credits, leaving him with 382 credits. The system quickly confirmed the successful purchase. Your weapons and combat armor will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive them. Kan-min felt his remaining credit balance was too low. He had to find a way to earn more. After finishing his shopping, Kan-min began his training. Holding the spear, he said excitedly, I'll have to rely on you to hold up for now, until my new spear arrives. Tonight, let's practice the 4 A-grade combat skills I just learned together. The next day, at the freshman assembly, Madu Superpower University had 4 stadiums. Today's assembly was held in Stadium Number 1. When the two of them entered, the stadium was already filled with quite a few people. Since they hadn't been assigned to colleges or classes yet, no one really knew each other. Most were just gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, chatting among themselves. But the moment Kan-min walked in, many people immediately recognized him. Hey, look, it's him, Kan-min. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday, right? And he's also the top scorer from Jiangnan province. His strength is insane. I thought he'd be some huge muscular guy, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. But just then, an ill-timed voice cut through the crowd. Hua Kan-min, I am Loi Tru, and I challenge you. Following the sudden shout, a well-built young man, nearly 1.8 meters tall, appeared, radiating a dangerous aura. The people around quickly recognized him. He was Loi Tru, from Ning'an No. 1 High School in Jiangnan Province, and also the runner-up in the provincial martial arts exam with a score of over 9,300. But just as he and his family were preparing to celebrate, Kan-min had suddenly appeared, scoring over 11,000 points and snatching the title of Jiangnan's top scorer. From the surrounding chatter, Hua Kan-min understood the reason for the challenge, but even so, he had no intention of accepting. He just shook his head slightly and refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. But Loi Tru wasn't one to give up so easily. He walked up to Kan-min and said in a low voice, Don't be so quick to refuse. I remember your aunt runs a flower and plant business, right? What a coincidence. My family is her biggest client. On top of that, she currently owes us for a very large shipment. If she doesn't pay on time, your aunt's family might find themselves in a bit of trouble. Are you threatening me? Hua Kan-min's eyes narrowed slightly, his previous calm replaced by a rising anger. Just a single glance made Lei Zhu's heart tremble, feeling as if he'd been locked onto by an apex predator. The hair all over his body stood on end, and he almost instantly leaped to a spot far away from Shu Kanmin. Even so, he tried to calmly say, "That wasn't a threat, just a reminder." Shu Kanmin took a deep breath, his clear black and white eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. Time and place. Lei Zhu hastily replied, 12 noon, 7 days from now. Arena number 3. Kanmin nodded and said he hoped Lei Zhu wouldn't regret it then. The crowd started buzzing with discussion again. The number 1 rank versus the number 2 in 7 days. This is definitely going to be an exciting match to watch. We'd better book our spots early. At that moment, a teacher walked onto the stage to speak. First, welcome, students, for choosing Mao Esper University. Today's freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. The purpose of gathering you all here is to answer your questions and guide you on how to use the university's resources. The official freshman assembly began at 9 a.m. The main content was similar to what Zhang Chaoyang had mentioned, including the credit system and the private advisor system, but in more detail. You will use virtual reality simulation pods to fight in holographic models and be ranked based on the number of stages you clear. Everyone tries their best to climb the ranks because the rewards are very valuable. Kanmin felt tired and sleepy. It was finally over. The meeting lasted over an hour, and the only thing worth noting was the virtual reality simulation room. I have to try it out when I get the chance, but for the next few days, I need to ask for guidance from Senior Liu Ming and my advisor to get my daily training regimen. After the assembly ended, Shu Kanmin went to teacher Yang Zhentian's villa. Liu Ming was already waiting there. In the morning, Liu Ming would teach Kanmin fist techniques, and in the afternoon, Yang Zhentian would teach him spear arts. Time flew by, and 7 days had passed. Shu Kanmin was still training at the teacher's villa as usual. Liu Ming exclaimed in amazement, "You broke through." Shu Kanmin didn't hide it, smiling as he nodded. Last night, he had used the system to level up. Kanmin had waited a few days to use his 386 ability points to upgrade from low tier 1 to mid tier. The system's upgrades were based on his existing cultivation foundation. If he was just a little short of the breakthrough requirement, the consumption of ability points would be less. That was also why he trained so hard and diligently every day. I remember you have a fight scheduled with another freshman this afternoon. Liu Ming changed the subject. Shu Kanmin nodded. Yes, 12 noon today, at Combat Arena number 3. Liu Ming patted Shu Kanmin's shoulder. Keep it up. When you're done training, I'll go over with you to watch. I'll even observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. Seriously, he really wanted to witness for himself just how terrifying Kanmin would be at full power. At 11:42 in the morning, at Mao Esper University, Lei Zhu was already waiting at Arena number 3. He looked extremely confident, and many students had also shown up to watch. Most of them were freshmen. With the freshman tournament just over a month away, they wanted to take this chance to see the strength of the person ranked number 1 in the province. I've checked his info. Kanmin was ranked number 1 because he had an advantage in a remote region. I'm guessing Lei Zhu will win. I wouldn't be so sure. After all, Kanmin did just break our school's punching power record recently. Haha. What does a punching power record even mean? In fights between espers, it all comes down to their abilities in the end. It's Shu Kanmin! He's here! The cheers cut off the discussion, and everyone looked towards the entrance. A tall, straight figure walked in. One had to admit, Shu Kanmin's presence was incredibly powerful. At 1 meter 89 tall and wearing a black combat suit, he appeared tall and strong, yet not at all clumsy. He had a sharp, chiseled face with clear and resolute black and white eyes. On his back was a large, long black spear. My junior has such an aura. When he achieves some results in the tournament, I wonder how many more girls will be mesmerized by him. Lei Zhu looked at Kanmin with a strange glint in his eyes. As his opponent, he could faintly sense that Shu Kanmin's level had increased, but luckily, he had made other preparations. Seeing Kanmin approach, Lei Zhu stood up and spoke. Shu Kanmin, just fighting to see who's stronger is too boring. How about we add a little bet? Bet what? Kanmin frowned. All of your credits. A trace of malice appeared on Lei Zhu's handsome face. Of course, I'll also put up a corresponding amount of credits and money. Winner takes all. Kanmin glanced towards teacher Jo Yun, a female esper who possessed the auxiliary light healing ability. She was the person in charge here. Fights between espers were extremely dangerous. A single slip-up could lead to serious injury or near death. To prevent students from dying on the spot, the arena area always had a teacher from the auxiliary healing department on standby. Seeing that the teacher had no intention of stopping the bet, Shu Kanmin naturally didn't refuse. Therefore, Shu Kanmin immediately transferred all 370 of his credits to her, while Lei Zhu transferred 50 credits, along with 3.2 million. In the stands, the freshmen couldn't help but gasp in amazement. A bet worth up to 3.7 million. They're really going all out. Neither of them is an ordinary person. Losing would be a heavy blow for either of them. A bet makes it interesting. The fight will surely be even more intense. After confirming the transaction was successful, Zhou Yun spoke up. Both of you, enter the ring. Before we begin, I'll remind you one more time. As soon as one side surrenders or is knocked unconscious, the other must absolutely not continue to attack. If you violate this rule, I will immediately stop the match, and the offender will receive the school's most severe punishment. Is that clear? Clear. Shu Ken, Min, and Lei Zhu replied in unison. Good that it's clear. Prepare to begin. The instant the countdown finished, Lei Zhu let out a low roar. Infernal Karma Flame. Boom! A fierce white flame erupted, expanding rapidly with Lei Zhu at its center. This was an A-rank fire-type ability. Combined with his high Tier 1 strength, this flame possessed terrifying heat, causing the surrounding air temperature to soar. In the stands, the freshmen in the front rows felt as if fire was licking their faces, and they scrambled back in alarm. Shu Kan Min, the glory you stole from me, I'll take it all back today. Blazing Flame Slash! Lei Zhu roared, his entire body erupting in flames. He took a powerful step, covering more than 9 meters and closing the distance to Kanmin in an instant. The heavy greatsword, wreathed in white fire, chopped down fiercely, accompanied by a piercing whistle of wind. His skill combination was incredibly fluid. A direct charge followed immediately by a slash. At that moment, the sharp crackle of electricity was heard as a purplish-blue divine annihilation lightning surrounded Kanmin like an eggshell, blocking all of the infernal karma flame outside. Immediately after, the black spear in his hand also swung up, easily blocking the attack. He blocked it! He actually blocked it! How can a normal spear thrust neutralize a combat skill like that? Holy crap, what kind of monstrous strength is that? The new student's eyes went wide. No way! On the stage, Lei Zhu's face was a mask of utter disbelief. But the only reply he got was Jingming's low, cold voice. Nothing is impossible. You're just too weak. Boom! A loud bang echoed as Lei Zhu's body bent into a C-shape. A massive force struck his lower back. It was just a casual sweep from Jingming's spear. Jingming's attack was simple, but so fast that Lei Zhu couldn't react. Spitting blood, he was sent flying like a heavy cannonball, crashing into the alloy steel ropes at the edge of the stage before thudding to the ground, his face covered in blood. The moment Lei Zhu fell, the stands erupted in an uproar. From start to finish, it looked like Jingming had only used 2 moves. Wasn't Lei Zhu supposed to be stronger than him? How was he defeated so quickly? Most of the new students here wouldn't have been able to block those 2 moves. It just goes to show that Jingming's strength is on a completely different level than Lei Zhu's. Up in the stands, Liu Ming felt completely bored. He knew Jingming hadn't even used 10% of his strength to beat this guy. On the stage, teacher Chu Yun, the referee, was also a little stunned by the sight. She never expected Jingming to be that much stronger than Lei Zhu. The winner of this match is just as she was about to declare Jingming victorious. A weak voice came from the edge of the stage where Lei Zhu lay on the ground. Teacher, I haven't conceded. The match isn't over yet. After saying that, he pulled a blood-red pill from his tunic, intending to swallow it. A blood rage pill. Do you have a death wish? Chu Yun's face paled as she yelled, This is just a match. It's not worth risking your life over. The crowd buzzed with excitement once again. The wildlands were full of countless precious herbs, from which many kinds of pills could be refined. And the blood rage pill was one specifically made for espers, who were ready to throw their lives on the line. After taking it, a user's strength could multiply several times over, but the side effects were incredibly severe. They'd be bedridden for at least 1 or 2 months afterward. People were advising him against it, since the midterm exam for new students was just a month away. It's fine. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. The blood rage pill was the ace-up Lei Zhu's sleeve, prepared specifically for Jingming. He would never have used it unless he was completely cornered. But Jingming's strength was so far beyond his expectations that he was left with no other choice. Some students argued that taking a pill during a match was no different from cheating, and that even if he won, it wouldn't count. They demanded the teacher stop the fight, but she explained that this was an unofficial match with no strict rules. Weapons, armor, pills, everything was permitted. If Jingming had a pill, he could use it too. Lei Zhu let out a low growl and swallowed the blood rage pill. Sure enough, his power skyrocketed, instantly breaking through 2 minor cultivation realms. Even if winning like this wasn't honorable, a win was still a win. It was a much better outcome than losing. But what surprised her was that on the stage, Jingming wasn't the least bit panicked. On the contrary, his eyes lit up, his fighting spirit erupting and blazing even hotter. Not a bad attitude. Chu Yun nodded to herself. What she didn't know was that Jingming wasn't just showing strong will, he was genuinely thrilled. Finally, this wouldn't feel like an adult beating up a child anymore. As if sensing its master's mood, the Annihilation Divine Lightning surrounding his body grew excited as well, crackling and popping with continuous bursts of energy. A moment later, his figure flashed and vanished from the spot. He reappeared less than a meter in front of Lei Zhu. That was Lightning Shadow, an A-rank movement skill that allowed the user to instantly dash a set distance in any direction. With Jingming's current strength, his range extended up to 20 meters. So fast! Lei Zhu's pupils shrank as he instinctively swung his saber to block. At the same time, Jingming swung his spear in a counterattack. This time, Lei Zhu could finally see his movements. Lei Zhu gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the block, but he regretted it instantly. Spear met saber with an ear-splitting shriek of metal. A massive shockwave traveled up his arms, the pain so intense he couldn't even hold his weapon. He was forced back 3 or 4 steps. What kind of monster are you? Lei Zhu stared at Jingming, his eyes filled with terror. He had clearly boosted his strength by 3 to 4 times with the Blood Rage pill, yet he was still completely overpowered in a direct clash. To make matters worse, his enhanced sinister karmic fire still couldn't break through the lightning defense surrounding Jingming. I can't fight him head-on! The thought flashed through Lei Zhu's mind as he hastily backed away, creating a dozen meters of distance. He immediately launched a long-range Esper attack, Flame Barrage. The flames around him coalesced into basketball-sized fireballs, which he hurled at Jingming one after another. This was a B-rank fire skill. Each direct hit would cause a massive explosion, leaving the target either severely injured or reduced to ash. However, against the defense of his Annihilation Divine Lightning, the fireballs couldn't even scratch Jingming. Jingming just waved his hand, and they all exploded harmlessly. Lei Zhu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Just what level is his lightning ability? It's completely broken! But there's still more than 10 minutes left. I still have a chance. He had no intention of giving up. He quickly composed himself and started looking for another strategy. Lei Zhu continued to launch fireballs at Jingming. Just then, Jingming's deep voice cut through the air. Lightning Spear. He raised his left hand, and a brilliant bluish-purple lightning spear materialized in the air. He hurled it forward. The spear moved like a flash of lightning, closing to within 5 meters of Lei Zhu in the blink of an eye. Not good! He has a ranged attack too! Lei Zhu scrambled to the side. Though he managed to dodge the direct hit, the lightning spear still grazed his side, leaving a charred wound. Worse, the bluish-purple lightning lingered in the wound, a stinging pain like thousands of ants biting him that almost made him pass out. Before he could even catch his breath, that deep voice rang out again. Lightning Prison! Jingming pointed his spear forward. Countless bolts of bluish-purple lightning, like 1,000 birds singing in unison, rained down from the sky, forming a massive cage of electricity that trapped Lei Zhu completely. A crowd control skill. Lei Zhu's face went pale. Control-type skills were notoriously difficult to break. Even if you managed to force your way out, it would come at a great cost. Looking at the terrifying ring of lightning surrounding him, he knew that if he tried to force his way out, he would be the only one getting seriously hurt. He gritted his teeth and copied Jingming, gathering all his aberrant flames to form a dense shield of fire. Let's see just how long this lightning cage of yours can last. Lei Zhu was confident his defense was enough to stop his opponent, but just then, Shu Kanmin made his move. A flash of lightning crossed over 10 meters, appearing right in front of Lei Zhu. This flame shield doesn't look half bad, but I want to see just how many of my attacks it can take. His eyes narrowed slightly. The black-tipped spear in his hand, over 2.5 meters long, was wrapped in crackling purple-blue lightning. The jet-black shaft blurred into an afterimage, striking out repeatedly. The electric light was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, the flame shield was shattered. Impossible! Amid Lei Zhu's desperate scream, the terrifying, lightning-wreathed spearhead grew larger and larger in his vision. He knew for sure that if it hit him, he would die instantly. In that life-or-death moment, his survival instincts flared. I surrender! I surrender! The scorching spearhead, glowing like red-hot iron, stopped just a centimeter from his head. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the spear changed direction and pierced straight through his right shoulder. His shoulder was impaled, his shoulder blade shattered, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The intense pain nearly made him pass out on the spot. Meanwhile, Shu Kanmin withdrew his spear, his handsome face calm, his gaze resolute. The entire fight might have seemed long, but in reality, from the moment he unleashed his lightning spear counterattack to completely overpowering Lei Zhu, it took less than 45 seconds. By the time the crowd could react, Lei Zhu had already surrendered, making Shu Kanmin the winner. In the stands, the freshmen, having just recovered from their shock, erupted into excited chatter, praising Shu Kanmin's nearly flawless combo. The skills he used looked really powerful, all B rank or higher. 4 B rank skills. That's insane. My strongest skill is only C rank. Nearby, Liu Ming overheard and muttered, they weren't B rank, they were all A rank. 4 A-rank skills, and he's completely mastered them. Who would be crazy enough to choose a build like that? Leizu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave a bitter smile. Su Kanmin, thank you for sparing me. I admit defeat, fair and square. The credits and the money are all yours. As for that other thing, I'll deliver it on schedule. Immediately after, the instructor announced that 50 credit points and 3.2 million had been transferred to Kane Min's student account. Liu Wentao quickly ran over. Kan Min, that was amazing. You're rich now. Want to go to the mall to chill? Kan Min declined, saying he still needed to train hard. From a distance, Liu Ming spoke up. Just go. You need to balance training with rest, or you'll burn out. Hearing that, Kan Min happily agreed, and the two headed back to their dorm. Liu Wentao told Kan Min to just show up on time, and he'd take care of the plans. He declared it was a can't-miss college experience. Right after Kan Min finished his training, Liu Wentao had arranged for them to meet at a restaurant, where a table laden with delicious food awaited. Just then, Liu Wentao said excitedly, "Dude, Kan Min, you're totally famous now. I just posted an invitation for a get-together on the school forum, and guess how many people signed up?" He held up 3 fingers and burst out laughing. "Over 100 people. I almost went crazy trying to choose." Hearing this, Shu Kanmin gave a faint smile. "You're really into this, huh? Picking a pair out of 100 people. I'm curious to see who you finally chose." Liu Wentao chuckled and was about to say something else when he suddenly looked over Kan Min's shoulder and shouted, "Over here! Over here!" Well, speak of the devil. Just then, a girl walked over, waving with a bright smile. "Hey, you two. I'm Sha Dong-hee. I'm here for the get-together." Following her was another girl, who gave a slight nod. "I'm Song Chu-yoon, her roommate." Liu Wentao quickly made the introductions. Sha Dong, he is an enhancement type Esper, beast type, and Song Chu-yoon is a tier 1 high ranker with a natural light type ability. On top of that, she was the valedictorian for our year's entrance exams. Hearing this, Shu Kun-namin smiled politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shu Kun-namin." As soon as she heard his name, Song Chu-yoon exclaimed in surprise, "So you're the times Shu Kan-min? Are you interested in a sparring match? You can pick the time and place." Seeing how awkward things were getting, Sha Dong, he quickly pulled her friend back and said frantically, "Chu-yoon, you're such a battle junkie. You just met the guy and you're already challenging him to a duel. We're supposed to be here for a party." Hearing this, Song Chu-yoon's eyes widened in confusion. "A party? I thought I was getting to spar with Senior Shu today. That's the only reason I agreed to come." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Liu Wentao coughed to clear his throat and said, "Come on, everyone, let's sit down. Today is mainly about having fun. After we eat, we can go for a walk around the Huaihai Commercial Street." Soon after dinner, the group of 4 arrived at the Modu shopping center. Looking around at the brightly lit skyscrapers, Song Chu-yoon couldn't help but be impressed. This city is so vibrant, and the clothes here are so stylish and pretty. Shu Kan-min, however, was surprised to see a grade 1 moonlight raiment battlesuit in a display case. He thought to himself, "So, this is the top shopping center in the country. The selection of combat gear, from suits and weapons to ammunition, is way better than back in Jiang City." And so, Shu Kan-min and Liu Wentao escorted the 2 girls as they ate, had fun, and shopped all over the place. Every time they made a purchase, the 2 girls would hand all their bags over to the guys without the slightest hesitation. Looking at the piles of bags, big and small, in his hands, Shu Kan-min sighed. "They've already spent several million in a single evening. I never would have guessed. Miss Song dresses so plainly, but she's actually a secret millionaire." Liu Wentao grinned slyly. "Kan-min, my man? You have no idea. She's not just rich. Her family background is insane." Just then, Sha Dong-hee waved and called out, "Hey, gentlemen, could you please help carry this last bag? After this, we're done, I promise." A little while later, they escorted the 2 girls back to their dorm. Upon arriving, Song Chu-yoon turned and said, "Okay, this is good. Today was really fun. Thanks so much, you two." Shu Kan-min smiled in reply. "It was nothing. Sleep well, you two." Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Song Chu-yoon suddenly spoke up, her tone serious. "Shu Kan-min, I meant what I said earlier. Someday, I will find you for that duel." Hearing this, Shu Kan-min just gave a small smile, his eyes resolute. "All right, I'll be looking forward to that match." Sha Dong, he was a little surprised to see the intense look in her roommate's eyes and started to tease her. "Hey, Chu-yoon, since we started school, I've never seen you be this civil to any guy before. But you're totally different with Shu Kan-min. It seems like dragging you to this get-together today was a brilliant idea." But Song Chu-yoon knew the real reason in her heart. It wasn't because she was developing feelings for him, but because her dawn light ability allowed her to sense the emotions and thoughts of others. She thought to herself, "My light can see through people's intentions. Whenever someone looks at me with impure thoughts, I can always feel it clearly." But Shu Kun-min is different. In his gaze, there's only sincere admiration, not a single trace of malice. He really is special. Hearing this, Sa Dongha just chuckled to himself. Looks like our dear Miss Song is starting to catch feelings for real. On the way back, Liu Wentao walked along, saying with a satisfied look, "Getting out for a stroll like this was totally worth it." But Shu Kan-min just muttered to himself, "Upper Tier 1, huh, looks like I still have a long way to go." Time flew by. 15 days later, Shu Kun-min felt it was time to break through again. He took a deep breath and said quietly, "Deep blue, add my points." Immediately, the system's mechanical voice rang out, "Upgradable energy, consuming 456 psychic points to advance from mid-tier 1 to upper tier 1. Consuming 354 psychic points to advance the imperishable Thunder Body skill from the first stage to the second stage." Feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body, Shu Kun-min let out a long breath, thinking to himself that every time he leveled up, his overall power increased significantly. The second stage of body tempering still focuses on strengthening muscles and bones. According to the records, if I can pass the third stage, I'll unlock a special state, Lightning Overdrive. That state can cause my strength and speed to skyrocket for a short period. Just hearing about it is exciting. Too bad my psychic points are almost completely drained. Maybe it's time to ask my teacher for permission to go out into the wastelands to hunt some vicious beasts and replenish my psychic points. The scene shifts to the training room, where Yang Zhentian's eyes were wide with astonishment. "Kane-min, you broke through again?" Shu Kane-min nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, teacher. I was planning to report it to you today. Also, my imperishable Thunder Body skill has advanced to the second stage." Hearing this, Yang Zhentian was utterly shaken. He knew perfectly well how incredibly difficult every single level up or body tempering breakthrough was, yet this student of his spoke of it so casually, he thought to himself. With an S-rank ability and this level of intense training, this kid's future is truly immeasurable. Just then, Liu Ming, who was standing nearby, let out a laugh. "I told you, didn't I? This junior brother of ours is a real monster. Back in my day, it took me more than half a year to get from mid-tier 1 to upper tier 1. Yang Zhentian nodded in approval and then spoke. "Breaking through to a new tier is a good thing, but combat training is just as important. Today, you will spar with your senior brother. Let me see just how strong you've become after your advancement." A moment later, the two of them were ready. As he handed Shu Kan-min a weapon, Liu Ming smiled. "Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength down to lower tier 2. Just go all out." The two got into position, and Yang Zhentian shouted, "3, 2, 1, begin." As soon as the word begin was heard, two figures vanished from their spots simultaneously. With a loud clang, two long spears clashed violently, sending sparks flying everywhere. Liu Ming was shaken. "So strong. His power is no less than mine." Meanwhile, Shu Kan-min was thrilled. "Ever since I got the system, this is the first time I've faced an opponent who's my equal." Immediately after, he held nothing back and directly activated his skill, Lightning Prison. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning struck down, trapping Liu Ming in a field of thunder. Shu Kun-min immediately unleashed his Chain Thunder Spear, attacking relentlessly. Liu Ming frowned and yelled, "Not bad. Isn't this the move you used to take down that Thunder Beast? But too bad for you, your senior brother here isn't that monster." With that, he roared, "Primal Dust Thunder." Instantly, countless streams of turquoise electricity shot out, clashing violently with Shu Kun-min's Thunder Spear. More than 20 minutes passed. The arena was filled with thick dust and smoke. Shu Kun-min was panting, drenched in sweat. "Senior brother, my lightning power is depleted. I lose." But Liu Ming just chuckled. "No, technically, you didn't lose at all. Your energy just ran out too quickly." Yang Zhentian walked forward, clapping in praise. "Well done. That was a magnificent fight. Ken-min, your performance far exceeded my expectations. At first, I thought Liu Ming would win easily. I never expected you two to be so evenly matched that it would come down to a battle of attrition to decide the winner." Just then, Liu Ming looked at Shu Kan-min seriously. "Junior brother, do you have any idea what level of power you were just displaying?" Hearing this, Shu Kan-min was a bit stunned. He asked quietly, "What level was that?" "The level of someone invincible within tier 2. This answer left Shu Kan-min astonished. At this point, Yang Zhentian said to them, "That's enough combat training for today. Go get some rest. This type of fruit can relieve fatigue, but remember, you're only to use it after training is complete." Just then, Shu Kan-min stepped forward and said seriously, "Teacher, there's something I'd like to ask your permission for. I plan to leave the academy and take a trip to the wastelands." Hearing this, Yang Zhentian was a bit surprised. He wanted to know how long Kan-min would be gone. Kan-min replied that he planned to be away for about a month and would return before the freshman tournament began. A look of shock flickered across Yang Gentian's face. He hadn't expected Kan Min to want to be gone for so long. He understood all too well. The wastelands were completely different from the simulated battlefields of the entrance exam. There were no troops there for protection. Monsters were everywhere, and their movements were erratic. A single moment of carelessness could lead to an encounter with a high-level monster, and staying there for over a month would increase the danger immensely. But after a moment of deep thought, Yang Gentian placed a hand on Shu Kan-min's shoulder and said in a calm voice, "All right, if you've made up your mind, then go. Remember, if things look bad, retreat immediately. Every powerful warrior must face trials on the border between life and death. If you're determined to go, I won't stop you." Hearing his teacher agree, Shu Kan-min quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, "Thank you, master." Yang Gentian nodded and then asked, "Which wasteland are you planning to go to?" "The Primal Outskirts Wasteland, sir." Hearing that, he gave a slight nod. "Then that's somewhat acceptable. That place isn't far from Mao, and the strongest monsters there are only around tier 4 or 5. It's relatively safer than the other areas. In a little while, I'll have Lu Ming pass on some of his combat experience to you, and I will help you prepare a weapon that truly suits you." With that said, Yang Zhentian took out a carefully wrapped package. Seeing it, Shu Kan-min was surprised. "What is this?" The scene shifts to Shu Kan-min's dormitory. He had just finished packing his bags. He ordered his AI, Eva, to open the Academy's mission system. A series of missions lit up on the interface, collecting materials from monsters, gathering rare spirit herbs, capturing escaped criminals, and there were even large-scale conquest missions. Looking at the list, Shu Kan-min thought to himself, based on the experience of upperclassmen, it's best to accept a few outdoor missions before leaving the academy to earn some extra points. But it seems all these high-reward missions are for close combat, which is no different from throwing students into the fire. He sighed softly. This was just like Magic City Ability University. It was no wonder people said the most elite students weren't found on campus, but out in the wilderness. After some consideration, Jingming chose one A-rank mission along with 3 B-rank missions. All preparations were complete. Jingming didn't hesitate any longer and decided to set off immediately. As he left, Eva's voice sounded gently in his ear, wishing him good luck. Not long after, Jingming arrived at Primordial City, the location of the supply station for the wilderness. Just as he stepped into the main gate area, he heard lively shouts coming from a crowd in the distance. "Hunting party needs one more! Need a C rank! Anyone want to join? Anyone taking on an exploration mission?" Group B is short one person. He finally reached the Primordial Supply Station. The inside of the supply station was crowded with people, even more bustling than the streets outside. The moment he walked in, a girl in a bright red dress immediately approached him with a professional smile. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" Hearing this, Jingming took out his student ID and presented it. "I'd like to register as an adventurer." Before coming here, he had looked it up thoroughly. To enter the wilderness, the first requirement was to have a nationally recognized adventurer status. The girl took the card, and her eyes widened in surprise the moment she saw it. A student from Magic City Ability University? She thought it was incredibly dangerous for a first-year student to want to enter the wilderness. The registration process for the card would take a little time, so she suggested Jingming rest in the waiting area for a bit. While Jingming was waiting, the crowd outside suddenly burst into a commotion. "It's the goddess, Jiang Chushui. Oh my god, my goddess is so beautiful." As expected of a student from Magic City, her aura is so powerful. Following everyone's gaze, a young woman gracefully entered. She was Jiang Chushui, a second-year student from Magic City Ability University. Following behind her were several people with cameras and recording equipment. The crowd immediately erupted in excited discussion. "Looks like she's about to go into the wilderness to film another video." That's right, Jiang Chushui's videos are all made by a professional team. The quality is super high. I've never missed an episode. I heard her online fan base is over 10 million already. It's more than 15 million. I'd give up 10 years of my life if she'd be my girlfriend. Jingming looked on, thinking to himself, so she's a Magic City student too, huh? Her looks are probably on par with Song Qiuyun. Before long, the female employee returned and handed Jingming a card with a smile. "This is your adventurer card, and it comes with a smart satellite watch. This device has a detailed map of the wilderness, clearly marking the activity zones of monsters and their corresponding danger levels." As she was giving him detailed instructions in a secluded corner of the hall, a man in a dark coat was secretly watching them. He waited until the employee left before walking over with a seemingly friendly smile. "Hey, kid. First time in the wilderness, right? It's dangerous without any pills. Want to buy some?" Jingming glanced at him and asked directly, "How much?" The man immediately pulled open his coat, revealing several small vials of medicine. Grade 1 recovery pills, 20,000 apiece. Grade 1 detoxification pills, 15,000. The Grade 2 ones are better, but they're pricier at 40,000 and 30,000 each. After hearing the prices, Jingming appeared to be pondering. The prices weren't too expensive. Seeing his target seemed to be wavering, the man smiled smugly. Haha, my brother, you really know your stuff. My pills are famous for being cheap and highly effective. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Although he seemed interested on the outside, Jingming was secretly on guard. He knew very well that a normal grade 1 pill cost at least 30 to 40,000. For this guy to sell them so cheaply, there was clearly something wrong. He was probably a scammer who specialized in tricking inexperienced rookies. Just as the man asked Jingming how many he wanted to buy, he just gave a cold little laugh and said directly, "Looks like you've used this trick to scam quite a few newcomers, haven't you?" Hearing this, the man's expression immediately darkened. He took a step forward, his voice full of menace. "So you saw through it from the start and were just messing with me, huh? Good, very good. You dare to play games with me right inside the supply station. You're the first." Just as the tension reached its peak, a sharp female voice called out from behind. "Zhao Chunlin, are you here scamming rookies again?" Hearing his name, Zhao Chunlin immediately turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a girl named Wang Shan. He glared at the girl with an annoyed look, then turned to leave, not forgetting to toss out a threat. "Consider yourself lucky today, but remember, you'd better not leave the supply station for the next few days, or you'll regret it." The scene quickly drew the attention of everyone around, and a few people began whispering. "It's over. That kid is screwed now that Zhao Chunlin has his eyes on him. That guy is famous for holding grudges, and he's a mid-tier rank 2. That kid is only a high-tier rank 1. How can he possibly compete?" Wang Shan walked closer, frowning slightly as she warned Jingming. "Zhao Chunlin is a petty person who always gets revenge. You'd better not leave the supply station for a while." Hearing this, Jingming nodded and replied gratefully, "Thanks for the warning. But how can he get away with scamming people so openly without anyone doing anything?" Wang Shan sighed and replied in a low voice. "He has connections with the black market. Who would dare to mess with him? If you need supplies, just buy from the official channels. Don't go through guys like him. And remember, absolutely do not leave this area." Watching the girls retreating back, Jingming thought to himself that she was truly a warm and straightforward person. He then walked to the official counter and began to buy the necessary items for his trip: healing medicine, antidotes, blood rage pills, and a series of other auxiliary items. Before long, everything was ready. Jingming left the supply station, heading towards the wilderness. But just as he stepped out of the gate, he saw Zhao Chunlin waiting for him, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a provocative look in his eyes. "Didn't believe what I said? I told you not to leave the supply station, yet you still dared to step out here. Looks like in your eyes, I, Zhao Chunlin, am nothing, right?" Jingming frowned slightly and asked calmly, "So, what do you want?" Zhao Chunlin gave a cold smile, his voice dripping with malice. "You embarrassed me in front of all those people. Today, I'm going to break both your legs and make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Only then will I feel satisfied." From a distance, Wang Shan saw the scene and said anxiously, "Oh my god, he got cornered. Didn't I tell him not to go out? Why is he so stubborn? I have to go help him." But her friend, who was with her, quickly pulled her back, advising in a low voice, "Wait, don't be hasty. It might be good for him to learn a little lesson, so he'll know to listen next time." At this moment, Zhao Chunlin had already activated his metal skin ability. His skin took on a silvery gray metallic sheen, his muscles bulging. His voice boomed with arrogance. "If I can't even teach a rookie like you a lesson, what's the point of me even being here? With my metal skin and this D-class battlesuit, don't even dream of breaking through my defense. If you want to walk away from this, cough up 1 million in compensation and get on your knees and apologize to me. Got it?" But before he could finish his sentence, Jingming snapped. A purple electric light flashed around him. "Get lost!" A clap of thunder exploded as lightning erupted. Before he could even react, Zhao Chunlin was hit by the blast of electricity. His entire body was sent flying back as if he'd been struck by lightning, slamming hard onto the ground. Black smoke billowed from him. The man, who was just about to act all high and mighty, was sent flying by Jingming in the blink of an eye before he could even make a move. Zhao Chunlin felt like he'd been hit by a heavy-duty truck speeding at full throttle, sending him flying straight backward. The ground cracked under the impact, creating a series of small craters. He flew for more than 80 to 90 meters before finally coming to a stop, his fate unknown. And the one who caused all this acted as if nothing had happened. Jingming didn't even spare him a glance, simply strolling leisurely toward the entrance to the wilderness zone. Zhao Chunlin's brutal defeat naturally sent a buzz through the entire square. "That's insane! He took him down in a single blow? My god, when did he even move? I didn't even see a thing." Zhao Chunlin really picked a fight with the wrong guy this time. Over by the supply station entrance, Wang Shan's eyes were wide. She never imagined things would take such a completely different turn. She'd thought Jingming was going to be defeated, but instead, Zhao Chunlin was taken down by a single counterattack. What was even more terrifying was that, as a level 2 Esper herself, she couldn't see when Jingming had made his move either. It was a reverse leg sweep. Captain Yao Mushi had seen it clearly, but even she hadn't imagined that a simple leg sweep could possess such terrifying power. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll likely be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Just as you'd expect from someone from the Magic City Esper University, powerful and ruthless in equal measure, a glint of admiration appeared in Yao Muxi's eyes. Magic City Esper University? Captain, how did you know? Wang Shan asked, surprised. Yao Mushi replied slowly, that uniform he's wearing, I've seen it before. It's only issued to students of Meido University. It's probably custom made by their armaments department. Only a school like that could produce such a monster. Wang Shan nodded, then suggested enthusiastically, should we invite him to join our squad? We are in need of a powerful close-quarters combatant, after all. Yao Musi replied casually, have you forgotten? Didn't we agree at the beginning that we'd be an all-female squad? No men allowed. Hearing this, the other two women chuckled teasingly. Haha, Wang Shan, looks like you're interested in that guy, aren't you? But I have to admit, he is handsome. I wouldn't be against it if he wanted to join us. Meanwhile, Jingming had reached the entrance to the wilderness zone. Everyone was required to register before entering. Jingming swiped his card, and the system quickly announced, Adventurer information confirmed. Access to the wilderness zone granted. Compared to the university's martial arts exam area, this place was far more vast. The ferocious beasts here were also much more brutal and bloodthirsty. The moment he stepped inside, Jingming heard a roar echoing from the distance. Although the roar was distant, it was powerful enough to make the air tremble. That had to be at least a level 4 ferocious beast. The higher a beast's level, the greater its intelligence. A level 4 ferocious beast already has the intellect of a 10-year-old child and knows how to protect its territory. That roar was a warning. This is my territory. Any beast of the same level that intruded would surely be met with a fierce counterattack. The primeval wilderness zone was divided into two large areas, the urban ruins and the mountain forest region. Jingming opened the map on his smartwatch. After careful observation and comparison, he determined that the beasts in the urban ruins were slightly weaker, while the mountain forests were teeming with more violent monsters. Therefore, Jingming's objective this time was the ruins. After checking, Jingming saw that the Ping'an County area ahead was mainly populated by level 2 beasts, with very few level 1 beasts, and no level 3 or level 4 demonic beasts. Moreover, this area had at least 500 ferocious beasts, making it the perfect location for this hunt. A glint appeared in Jingming's eyes. After confirming the direction on his map, he shot forward like a powerful black panther. Along the way, Jingming was extremely cautious, staying far away from areas that might harbor high-level beasts. It took him nearly 3 hours to reach his destination. Before him lay a desolate city, much like the area from his university entrance exam, but far larger and more dangerous. Fierce roars echoed from all corners of the desolate city, one after another without end. Unlike the captive beasts in the exam area, this place was a paradise for monsters and a hell for humans. Instantly, a shadow cat appeared, greeting Jingming with a ferocious stare. But Jingming was not afraid in the slightest. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. To him, these were just Esper points delivering themselves to his doorstep. Recently, perhaps influenced by the negative emotions of the Thunder Dragon, Jingming's heart was constantly filled with killing intent. The more he suppressed this urge, the more intense his desire to kill became. But this time, Jingming wasn't going to hold back. With that, Jingming's figure shot into the ruins like a black bolt of lightning. 1 month later, in Ping'an County, 4 members of an Esper squad were walking down the ruined streets of the desolate city. Compared to other Esper teams that frequently operated in the wilderness, this squad looked remarkably relaxed. Each one of them carried a weapon on their back, showing no signs of alertness whatsoever. Captain, what's up with this Ping'an County? We've been wandering around all day without seeing a single ferocious beast. And one member couldn't help but complain. The entire Ping'an County was eerily quiet, like a city of the dead. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? The captain snapped back, his voice filled with frustration. Another squad member frowned, voicing his doubt. There should be at least 500 or 600 ferocious beasts in Ping'an County. With that many, even if they migrated, they couldn't have all vanished without a trace. The captain spoke in a low voice. 2 more hours. If we still don't find anything, we'll change locations. Suddenly, a level 2 saber-hand tiger leaped out from an alley. A roar echoed. It's a saber-hand tiger. For a squad composed entirely of level 2 or higher espers, a single level 2 Saberhand Tiger was nothing to worry about. However, after a whole day without seeing a single beast, their eyes now lit up like a pack of starving ghosts that had finally found a meal. The bald captain was overjoyed, waving his hand and ordering, "Let's go, kill it!" But then, boom! A deafening explosion, like a sonic boom, echoed from a tall building in the distance. Immediately after, a colossal, dazzling blue-violet spear of lightning shot down like a cruise missile. Right after that, the lightning spear slammed directly into the Blade Tiger. The sound of electricity tearing through the air echoed as the ground shook and sparks flew everywhere. The Blade Tiger's entire body was ravaged by the electric shock, vaporizing into ash in an instant. The explosion kicked up a thick cloud of dust, stunning the nearby ability users into silence. One of them asked, trembling, "What the hell was that just now? A new type of laser weapon?" A bald man glanced at a distant skyscraper and said grimly, "No, lasers are much faster. This looked more like some kind of lightning-based combat skill. Let's bail. It looks like this Ping'an County has been taken over by a powerful lightning user. That was probably a warning to us. No wonder we haven't seen any beasts. Turns out that Master wiped them all out. That was terrifying. Just looking at that lightning spear made my legs turn to jelly. Let's go! Now! Don't piss him off, or we'll get a lightning spear of our own and be dead meat." The group hastily turned around and bolted in the direction away from Ping'an County. No one dared to linger for even a minute. On the roof of a skyscraper in the middle of Ping'an County, Jingming slowly lowered his arm, which was still crackling with blue-violet lightning, a far cry from his clean-cut appearance when he first arrived. The corner of Jingming's mouth quirked up in a satisfied smile. That lightning spear was just him testing the power of his thunder spear after upgrading it to an advanced level. Its attack range massively boosted to over 1,000 meters. After gaining over 8,000 energy points and leveling up from Tier 1 to Tier 2, his indestructible lightning physique had broken through to the 3rd level. Many of his A-rank combat skills had also reached the intermediate level. Who else in this world could pull this off but me? Jingming's eyes burned brightly. Alright, this area is all farmed out. Time to collect the loot, head back to the supply station for a bit, and then push deeper into the wilderness. The next day, a strange sight appeared at the entrance of the supply station. A gigantic black backpack, moving slowly from a distance. What is that? A walking backpack? Did he haul back a whole one-horned rhino? That's just stupid. Jingming paid no mind to the curious stares. He was just glad he'd bought the reinforced tactical backpack with increased carrying capacity. Otherwise, there was no way it could have held over 400 kilograms of these mutant beast materials. Under countless gazes, Jingming walked silently into the supply base building. He picked the shortest line, and it was his turn before long. The female staff member smiled warmly. "Hello, sir. What kind of materials would you like to sell?" Jingming had already taken off the backpack, emptying its entire contents onto the scale. The items in the bag were a mixed lot, totaling over 400 kilograms. He asked the girl how much he could get for them. Seeing the enormous quantity of items and recognizing some very valuable ones among them, she was utterly astonished. The staff member stammered and immediately made a call for help. "Please wait a moment, sir. The amount of materials is too large. I need to call for more people to help appraise it." Soon, a group of 4 or 5 people emerged from a back room, led by a middle-aged man in a suit. "Hello, I'm Xiao Yi, in charge of purchasing materials for the 6th and 7th floors of the base. My name is Jingming." The two shook hands. "Mr. Shu, to be able to hunt so many mutant beasts at such a young age, I'm truly impressed. I'll have my people tally the materials right away. In the meantime, would you care to sit and have a cup of tea?" Zhao Yi was extremely hospitable, even giving him a platinum membership card, which offered a 5% discount on anything in the base for powerful ability users. The supply base always held them in high regard, especially a young, high-tier level 2 like Jingming. His future was limitless. They had to build a good relationship with him. Half an hour later, "Mr. Shu, your materials have been fully inventoried. 89 high-grade Tier 2 mutant beast materials, 107 mid-grade, and 221 low-grade." Zhao Yi looked at the list and couldn't help but take a sharp breath, thinking to himself, asterisk, did this guy just wipe out an entire monster den? Asterisk. With that thought, the smile on his face grew even wider. The total value comes out to 24,764,000. We'll round that up to an even 25 million. How does that sound, Mr. Shu? Jingming glanced at the figure and nodded. He hadn't expected them to round it up like that. Soon, a bank notification chimed. The central bank account ending in 7043 has received 25 million. Current balance, 29,203,400. Going from over 4 million to nearly 30 million. Jingming had truly struck it rich. Even with his usually calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat a little faster than usual. Manager Zhao, I'll be taking my leave then. Take care, Mr. Shu. Zhao Yi saw him off enthusiastically with a sincere smile. From this single transaction, his commission was nearly 1 million. Just then, Zhao Yi's phone rang. The caller was none other than Zhao Xuanlin. As soon as he picked up, Zhao Xuanlin screamed, "Manager, he's back at the base. He's the one who put me in this state. You have to help me get revenge." Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. "The high-tier level 1 kid you mentioned before? How do you want your revenge?" The person in the wheelchair was Zhao Xuanlin, his face twisted with ferocity at the mention of Jingming. Zhao Xuanlin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. "I want the Black Tiger team to handle it. I'm going to make him wish he were dead." After a moment of thought, Zhao Yi finally nodded. "Fine, you can borrow the Black Tiger team, but from this day on, consider our relationship over." "Understood. After this is handled, I'll leave this city immediately." After hanging up, Zhao Yi felt extremely uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen, but then he reassured himself that he was just overthinking it. After all, the Black Tiger team was an elite group of Tier 2 ability users. Dealing with some Tier 1 kids shouldn't be a problem. After agreeing to Xuanlin's request, an excited Zhao Yi called the base's general manager, Wang Lei, to report that he had just discovered a very promising ability user named Jingming, who had brought back more loot by himself than a dozen teams combined. There was a short silence. Then he immediately searched the system. The result that popped up made him break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly instructed, "The person you mentioned is very important. If he comes back, you report to me immediately." Zhao Yi was stunned, not expecting even Wang Lei to get so worked up. It seems this guy really is someone special. Thank God I didn't dare to be disrespectful earlier, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the top floor of the Primal Supply Base, in the general manager's office, Wang Lei's eyes flashed as he looked at the information displayed on his computer screen. "To think another one of Yang Zhentian's disciples has come to my base." Through the base's database system, he learned that Jingming was a student at Mao Ability University, and a high-tier level 2 at that. His talent was even greater than the previous prodigy, Liu Ming. A true monster. Someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Just then, Jingming had left the center. In the base's market, space rings here sell for over 10 million, with a capacity only about the size of a suitcase. Kan Min sighed at the exorbitant price, but a space ring was truly convenient. It was just a shame it was so far out of his reach. He wondered how much more expensive a ring large enough to hold his long spear would be. As Kan Min walked, his phone rang. The caller was Lu Vun Thao. He casually picked up, and a familiar voice immediately chimed in. "Brother Kan Min, I finally got through to you. When are you coming back to school? Another half month, right? Half a month? Then that Li Thua Chi guy will be able to gloat even longer. You don't even know. He's the top scorer from Qinghai province, and he's so arrogant, even though he just started." From the other end of the line, Lu Vun chattered on and on about school. Hua Kunmin had been walking when he suddenly paused, realizing he was being followed. But he silently continued on. The Black Tiger team was already hidden in a small alley, waiting for Kan Min to appear. Triu Xuan Lam gritted his teeth and barked, "He's your target. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me." The Black Tiger members exchanged glances, their eyes full of utter contempt. "Prepare. The target is about to enter the alley, just over 2 meters past that building," the Black Tiger captain ordered in a stern voice. He turned to Ha Ke, the girl on his team, to analyze the target's strength. Ha Ke possessed a C-grade mental ability with extremely powerful perception. She had previously detected high-level beasts in the wilderness multiple times, allowing them to evade in time. Even though this mission was only against a high-tier level 1 ability user, they still worked with great caution. Just then, another team member chimed in. "Captain, sometimes you're too cautious. He's just a high-tier level 1 kid. What danger could he possibly pose?" But just then, Hako gasped softly. "Such an immense aura! What's wrong?" The captain furrowed his brow in worry. "See for yourselves." Hako gave a wry smile and shared her perception image with the entire team. The Black Tiger captain was instantly stunned. In the mental perception world, every living creature emitted a light representing its strength, and now, from Hua Kane Min's tall figure, a light blazed forth, blindingly bright like a small sun. Radiant amidst the faint specks of light around it, the entire team froze in shock. This light, it's 10 times stronger than a high-tier level 2. The captain's eyes went wide as he immediately ordered, "Abort the mission! Retreat, now!" The intel was completely wrong. "We're going back to settle scores with Trio Xuan Lam." Meanwhile, Hua Kanmin stood dumbfounded in the alley, not understanding what was happening, or why those people had voluntarily left. Kanmin's thunder spear was already primed in his hand. If they had attacked, he would have annihilated them. Hua Kanmin's gaze turned slightly cold. Back at the supply base, he had already detected Trio Xuanlam's presence. He hadn't expected that guy to be so foolish as to not learn his lesson and secretly seek revenge. Kan Min decided that the next time he encountered him, he would definitely give him a times little times extra care. Meanwhile, back with the Black Tiger team, the captain had gone ballistic, throwing a punch that sent Tria Xuanlam sprawling to the ground. Tria Xuanlam clutched his face, dumbfounded and clueless. The Black Tiger captain barked in a cold voice, his claw-like scar flaring on his face, making him look even more ferocious. You dare to ask? The target wasn't a high-tier level 1, he was a high-tier level 2. With intel this screwed up, who else am I supposed to hit but you? Triu Xuanlam could only gape, his mind utterly blank. A high-tier level 2. No way. How could he have ascended so quickly in just over a month? Whatever the truth of this matter, this mission ends here. The Black Tiger team immediately returned to Triu Ditch's office to report the situation. Back so soon? Was the target taken care of already? On the 6th floor of the base, in the management office, Trio Ditch smiled as the Black Tiger team entered. The captain responded with a hint of irritation, reporting, Manager Trio. Triaik Xuan Lum's intel was problematic. The target wasn't a high-tier level 1, but a high-tier level 2. More critically, based on our combined perception results and actual observation, his combat strength had reached at least 3rd stage. Therefore, we were forced to abort the mission. Triu Ditch was horrified. A high-tier level 2 with strength comparable to 3rd stage? Triu Xuan Lam. Since when have you been provoking this kind of person? Is this someone times you times can afford to mess with? Triu Ditch frowned, a trace of unease welling up in his heart. He pondered for a moment, then asked, wait a minute. What was the name of the target Triu Xuan Lam wanted to deal with? The Black Tiger captain replied, name is unknown, but his characteristics are very recognizable. About 1.8 meters tall, sturdy build, and carrying a long spear on his back. Hearing this, Triu Ditch immediately turned pale. It's over. We're truly screwed. Could that person be Hua Ken Min? Trio Dix's mind went blank. Clutching a sliver of hope, he quickly went to investigate. After obtaining the information, Trio Ditch immediately informed manager Vuong Sum. But who would have thought that upon hearing this, Vuong Sum's face would darken considerably. The powerful aura of a 4th stage ability user filled the entire office, instantly making the air suffocating to the extreme. He glared at Trio Ditch, his voice like thunder. You sent people to assassinate Hua Kan Min? How times dare times you do such a thing? As an experienced man, Triu Ditch naturally sensed that something was seriously wrong. This reaction clearly far exceeded his expectations. Triu Ditch stammered, Manager Vuong, isn't he just a high-tier level 2? Do you really need to be this angry? You are truly blind. Vuong Sum slammed the table, enunciating each word. He then pulled up the data interface, projecting Hua Kan Min's entire profile onto a holographic screen in the air. Look closely. This is Hua Kan Min's file. Hearing this, Triu Ditch hastily scanned the lines of text lighting up before his eyes. Hua Kan Min, top scorer of Jiangnan Province, new student at Modu Ability University, 18 years old, high tier, level 2. Triu Ditch was stunned, speechless. 18 years old and already a high tier, level 2? He'd never heard of anyone achieving such insane cultivation speed. What's more, Dean Duong Tren Tien was his personal advisor. At this moment, Triu Ditch realized he had made an enormous mistake. Vuong Sum asked coldly, do you understand now? For a figure like Duong Tren Tien, even if he were to level this entire supply base, the nation wouldn't say a word. Hearing that, Trio Ditch's face turned ashen, knowing this matter was completely ruined. After hastily apologizing and promising he wouldn't let the base be affected, he ordered someone to drag Trio Xuan Lam into Vuong Sum's office to face his punishment. Trio Xuan Lam, too, realized his own dire situation. He trembled as he begged for forgiveness. Trio Ditch slowly placed his hand on Trio Xuan Lam's head, his voice deliberate. It seems a few rounds of torture probably won't be enough. This ringleader deserves extreme torment. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trying to ram into the strongest steel plate. Immediately after, Trio Ditch squeezed hard. Trio Xuan Lam's head instantly shattered, fresh blood splattering everywhere. After he was done, he bowed his head anxiously, awaiting Vuong Sum's decision. Vuong Sum's gaze was icy cold, his voice deepening. Do you really think that's enough? I can overlook your shady dealings from the past few years, but this time, you've made a grave mistake. Everyone involved in this matter must be severely punished. Not just you, but the entire Black Tiger team must be punished as well. No loose ends can be left. At that moment, the guards immediately rushed in to drag Zhao Yi away. A short while later, Wang Lei personally led his team to the base's main hall. Seeing the solemn atmosphere, everyone assumed that a major figure was about to arrive. Wang Shan's team was also in the crowd. Just then, an astonished voice rang out from the side. Wang Shan, look, isn't that the guy from Madu Esper University? Following his friend's finger, he saw Jingming had just entered the hall, and all eyes were fixed on him. Just then, Wang Lei hurried forward and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Xu, you finally returned. I am the general manager of this base. Wang Shan was stunned. So he was the one the high-level managers came out to greet. It seems this student's identity isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. At that moment, Wang Lei bowed his head and said, our base will take full responsibility for Zhao Chunlin offending you. He was executed on the spot, and his accomplices have all been apprehended. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison to show our remorse. Our base has also prepared a gift for you. Jingming was a little surprised, as expected of the man who could become general manager, so swift and decisive. Wang Lei presented a shiny card. This is the base's premium black gold membership card. You can rest in any of our suites for free and receive a minimum discount of 20% on all purchases. In addition, this is a spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, also a gift as our apology. Jingming's eyes widened as he looked at the sparkling ring in his hand with excitement, because this was exactly what he needed. Jingming looked at the ring, unable to hide his surprise. Espers with spatial abilities are already extremely rare, and engraving spatial energy into a ring is even more complex, requiring countless intricate processes. The larger the space, the higher the manufacturing cost. A spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter has an official selling price of at least over 50 million. For Wang Lei to offer something so precious as compensation was a clear display of his sincerity. In that case, I accept. Jingming smiled and took both the black card and the ring. Seeing Jingming accept, Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. With that, the trouble caused by Zhao Chunlin was now considered completely resolved. Wang Lei laughed, trying to close the distance between them. Just as expected of Teacher Yang's student, truly straightforward. Come to think of it, I also know your senior brother Liu Ming. What a small world. The two of them talked for over half an hour. If Jingming hadn't taken the initiative to say he wanted to leave, it seemed Wang Lei could have talked all day without getting tired. After leaving the reception room, Jingming went to the 18th floor to book a room. He initially planned to rent a normal room as usual, but when the receptionist saw the black gold card in his hand, she immediately panicked and proactively upgraded his room to the most premium suite. After training for a month, I can finally get a decent day's rest. He averted his gaze, sat down on the sofa in the living room, and excitedly took out the spatial ring to examine it. Before they parted, Wang Lei had said, if anything comes up next time, just contact me directly. My name still carries some weight in this city. Jingming realized that this was the power of connections. If he were just an ordinary level 2 genius, he would never have received such treatment. On the outside, the spatial ring looked no different from an ordinary ring, but he could clearly feel a flow of spatial energy, similar to what he felt in the combat skills library at Madu Esper University. Using the spatial ring was also very simple. He just needed to imprint his mental seal on it. Jingming's mental strength was at 972, much higher than the average for a normal level 2 Esper. Very quickly, he completed the mental imprinting. The moment he did, a cubic space with a capacity of about 1 cubic meter appeared in Jingming's perception. Jingming's eyes lit up. He finally possessed something that had only existed in fantasy novels. He immediately tested the storage function. He could store an object just by touching it, and to retrieve something, he just had to think about it. Aside from not being able to store living things, this item was very convenient. After playing with it for a while, Jingming quickly lost interest. He stored healing potions, purified water, energy bars, along with a cooking pot and spices inside the ring, then took out his phone to call Yang Zhentian. You're out of the wilderness? His teacher's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I just got out today. Also, there's something I need to report to you. Jingming knew that receiving this expensive gift was largely thanks to his teacher's reputation, so he had to explain everything clearly. After hearing the whole story, a cold snort came from the other side. They dared to send people to kill my student. Getting off with just a spatial ring is letting them off easy. If anything had happened to you, I would have blown that entire supply base to smithereens. By the way, you said that level 2 Esper team followed you all the way to the alley. Why did they give up in the end? His voice was both puzzled and secretly pleased. As someone who had fought in the wilderness for many years, Yang Zhentian knew that teams like that would do anything for money and rarely gave up halfway. Jingming figured they gave up because they probably discovered he was a high-tier level 2. The other end of the line was clearly silent for a moment, then an astonished voice rang out immediately. What? You've already reached high-tier level 2? Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. After a few seconds of silence, Teacher Yang burst out laughing, his voice full of excitement. Good, very good. Worthy of being my student. Your cultivation speed is even faster than mine was back in the day. When you get back to the university, I'll definitely throw a celebration party. Jingming smiled faintly, saying he would be back before school starts. Right now, he wanted to go to the level 4 beast zone to train. Because he had the skill Lightning Flash, level 4 beasts wouldn't be able to catch him. Jingming wanted to use this time to hone his combat experience. This kid sounds like he can still handle it, but just remember to be careful. I understand. The two of them talked for a while longer before hanging up. At the faculty villa of Madhu Esper University, young Gentian's eyes were still filled with astonishment. Having taught at the university for decades, he had met many geniuses, but he had never seen anyone go from high-tier level 1 to high-tier level 2 in just 1 month. They say the danger between life and death is a catalyst for strength, but when it comes to my disciple, this isn't a catalyst anymore. This is just blatant cheating. After reporting the situation to teacher Yang Zhentian, Jingming decided to enter the wilderness once more. His target this time was the deep mountain forests of the primordial wilderness. Most of the beasts in those mountains are level 3 or higher, some are even level 4. Going there would be more dangerous, but in return, the rate of collecting ability points would be much faster. In this area, Kan Min could hear the sounds of birds and the roars of beasts mingling together. A stark contrast to the dilapidated steel ruins, the mountain forest had a primal, untamed feel. Bushes grew wild, and rows of green trees stretched as far as the eye could see. In the middle of summer, the chirping of cicadas, mixed with the angry roars of wild beasts, created a strangely harmonious scene. Crack! The moment he stepped on a dry branch, Jingming's expression changed. He leaned to one side, and just then, a pale green blade of wind shot out from the bushes, slashing right where he had been standing. Crash! The sharp blade of wind cleanly sliced through 3 or 4 large tree trunks before dissipating into the air. A beast covered in pale green fur with eyes as sharp as knives stepped out of the forest. It resembled a wolf, but was several times larger, its entire body enveloped in a gentle whirlwind that caused its sleek fur to sway constantly. This beast is called a wind wolf. Jingming's eyes lit up. From level 3 and up, beasts knew how to use elemental abilities. Similar to human abilities, this wind wolf was a wind element beast that lived deep in the forest. And that wind blade attack just now was its primary skill. Kan Min recognized it as an intermediate level 3 beast. He wondered how many ability points he would get for killing it. Just as he was about to charge forward and take down his first beast of the trip, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side, accompanied by the sound of people talking. A group of 5 people, each fully armed, emerged from the forest. Notably, one of them was carrying a large camera on his shoulder. In the center of the group was a tall girl with waist-length silver hair, wearing an extremely eye-catching, form-fitting combat suit. Instantly, Jingming recognized the girl as the internet celebrity Jiang Chushuan, whom he had met at the supply base a month ago. The group of ability users seemed to completely ignore Kan Min's presence, still talking and laughing amongst themselves. This wind wolf has strong wind power. It must be an intermediate level 3. Perfect. It can be the usual hunting footage for Miss Jiang. Let's just beat it half to death and then figure out the rest. In the wilderness, whichever hunter finds a beast first has claim to it. If another ability user deliberately tries to steal it, it's considered an act of provocation. But this group clearly didn't give a damn about Kan Min. They were still laughing as they prepared to attack the wind wolf in front of them. Seeing this, Kan Min frowned and was about to speak up, but Jiang Chushuan spoke first. Captain Wang, someone else found this beast first. Let's find a different target. The middle-aged man leading the group smiled and said, half-jokingly, Miss Jiang, this is an intermediate level 3 beast. If we leave it for some high-rank level 2 kid, I'm afraid he'll be mauled to death by it before he even gets away. Jiang Chushuan frowned slightly, her voice tinged with coldness. Captain Wang, I told you last time. I don't like using prey stolen from others for my video footage. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked slightly annoyed. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, but he quickly smiled as if nothing had happened. If Miss Jiang says so, then we'll find another target. With that, the group quickly left Kan Min's line of sight and disappeared into the trees. A conflict that could have easily broken out was thus avoided. Kan Min gently stroked his chin and muttered, This Jiang Chushuan, her personality isn't half bad. She actually thinks about others. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that she was just maintaining a good public image. After all, she was an internet celebrity. But it seemed her control over her team wasn't very strong. From what she said, Kan Min could guess this wasn't the first time this group had tried to steal someone's kill. Moreover, the distance between him and the middle-aged man was very short, so he clearly saw the moment she reprimanded him. A vicious look flashed across the man's face. Now that the group had left, the wind wolf that had been hiding behind the bushes immediately leaped out. It let out a roar, its bloodshot eyes filled with a lust for human flesh, and charged straight at Kan Min. At the same time, 2 pale green blades of wind shot out from its body. More impatient than me, Are you? With his level of agility, Kan Min easily dodged. A flash of lightning erupted, and in an instant, Kan Min's figure vanished from the spot, crossing over 30 meters to appear directly in front of the wolf. The A-rank combat skill, Lightning Flash. He had trained it to the point of mastery. Combined with his power as a high-rank level 2, he could dash up to 54 meters. The Wind Wolf panicked. Before it could unleash another blade of wind, the spear in his hand blazed to life. Thunder boomed, carrying a diffused wind element energy. The wolf's head, as hard as steel, was pierced like a ripe melon. The system's voice rang in his head. Asterisk, ding, intermediate level 3 Wind Wolf killed. Plus, 34 ability points. Asterisk, over 30 points for a single level 3. Kan Min considered it a pretty good haul. 7 days later, in the afternoon, the summer sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless blue sky. In the mountain forest, a pack of 7 or 8 great strength apes was on the move, their eyes constantly scanning for prey. Suddenly, the alpha stopped, sniffing the air. It sensed something was wrong and was about to roar a warning, but before it could, a violet-blue spear of lightning shot out from the forest. The spear flew incredibly fast, striking the alpha in the head in the blink of an eye. A violent explosion erupted, electricity arcing everywhere, forming a mushroom cloud of lightning. The high-rank level 3 great strength ape was grievously wounded, its entire body charred black. The rest of the pack roared in a frenzy. Just then, a man holding a dark gold spear, his body wreathed in lightning, stepped out of the trees like a descending thunder god. A single lightning spear wasn't enough to finish it off. They said these apes were tough, and they weren't kidding. Kan Min shook his head slightly as he looked at the dying alpha. But first, I need to clean up the small fry. Lightning prison. A cage of lightning 20 meters in diameter formed, trapping him and the 7 beasts inside. One of the apes tried to charge out, but the moment it touched the wall of lightning, it was shocked and charred black, forcing it to retreat. None of you are getting away. A glint appeared in Kan Min's eyes as his body transformed into a streak of lightning, charging into the middle of the pack. Lightning flash, thunder and wind break, chain lightning spear. The techniques flowed one after another, filling the air with after images of his spear as thunder boomed. His power, now combined with his master-level spearmanship and multiple A-rank combat skills, was terrifyingly immense. The 7 apes, a force that would make many groups of ability users tremble, were all defeated in less than 6 minutes. He stood straight in the clearing and let out a long breath. The corpses of the beasts lay scattered around him, their blood staining the green grass red. He opened his system panel and saw he had gained over 200 more ability points. Kan Min nodded, satisfied. The monster hunting efficiency in the mountains was clearly much higher than in the city ruins. In just 7 days, he had accumulated over 3,000 meta ability points. Beep beep. Just then, the smartwatch on his wrist vibrated. He glanced down and saw a glowing white dot appear on the map, sending out a distress signal. This was the most important feature of the watches issued by the supply station to meta-humans. When a distress signal was sent, the person's location would be displayed within a 2-kilometer radius, allowing others to choose whether to rescue or ignore them. Most meta-humans, upon receiving a signal, would approach to assess the situation before making a decision. Not far away, in the dense forest, the slender and agile figure of a young girl was darting through the high branches. The girl had long, silver hair, and each leap covered 7 to 8 meters. But despite her agile movements, her face couldn't hide her anxiety as she occasionally glanced back over her shoulder. A few hundred meters behind her, a giant monster seemed to be charging in her direction. Surrounding trees were continuously knocked down in droves as it crashed through them. Tension was etched onto Jiang Chuxuan's beautiful face. I'm screwed. This is a real mess. This morning, she had been with her bodyguard team filming a beast hunt to post online when a level 4 beast unexpectedly charged out of the forest and scattered her entire team. Luckily, that beast wasn't targeting her, so she managed to escape with her life. She was planning to go back and find her bodyguards, but as she passed a cave, she accidentally woke up a level 3 beast that was hiding inside. Any beast with long in its name is known to be extremely ferocious and hard to deal with. This armored earth dragon was no exception. Even though it was only a low-tier level 3, its combat power surpassed that of many high-tier level 3 beasts. To make matters worse, she was only a level 2. Even if she took a blood rage pill, her power would barely reach the level 3 threshold. In other words, she couldn't fight it, and she couldn't outrun it. I just hope some team of meta-humans sees my signal and comes to help. Jiang Chuxuan pinned all her hopes of survival on that distress signal, but she knew the chances of being rescued were incredibly slim. The furious roars of the armored earth dragon grew closer. As Jiang Chuxuan leaped between the branches, she saw an open clearing up ahead, and her face instantly paled. In the dense forest, the armored earth dragon's massive body was somewhat hindered by the trees. But out in the open clearing, there would be nothing to slow it down, and she'd be caught in no time. Yet, if she hesitated, she'd die even faster. Jiang Chuxuan bit her lip, leaped down to the ground, and kept running. But just a few seconds later, roar! The roar echoed again, much closer this time. She glanced back and saw a monstrous creature, shaped like an armored scorpion and towering 3 or 4 stories high, charging straight out of the forest toward her. It's over. There's no escaping this time. A look of utter despair washed over her face. But just then, a flash of lightning split the air, and a tall figure holding a long spear suddenly appeared in front of the armored earth dragon. Jiang Chuxuan froze for a second, recognizing him as the guy she'd met a week ago. Jiang Chuxuan was stunned for a moment, recognizing the person before her as the young man she had met a week ago, but his rank was only high-tier level 2. Her expression changed, and she immediately yelled anxiously, "Run! That's a low-tier level 3 armored earth dragon! You can't beat it!" But the young man in front of her didn't seem to hear, remaining perfectly still. "Oh my god, why won't you listen?" Jiang Chuxuan stomped her foot in frustration. She didn't care if she died alone, but she refused to drag an innocent person down with her. With that thought, she mustered all her courage, stepped in front of Jingming, and yelled for him to run while she held it off. The moment the words left her mouth, she charged straight at the armored earth dragon, ready to throw her life away. However, a single roar from the monster's mouth was enough to stop Jiang Chuxuan in her tracks, her entire body starting to tremble. Just then, a sound like cracking thunder erupted behind her. Jingming's entire body was now enveloped in a terrifying torrent of electricity. His right hand reached out, plucking a bolt of purple lightning from the air. A powerful voice that sounded almost divine echoed, "Lightning spear!" Instantly, the blue and purple electricity surrounding him converged, forming a spear of pure lightning. The lightning spear shot forward with incredible speed, piercing straight into the armored earth dragon's massive eye. The monster roared in agony, thrashing wildly as it tried to crush the one who had dared to challenge it. But a moment later, the lightning spear lodged in its eye socket erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! Amid the thunderous blast, lightning arced everywhere. Blood and ichor splattered as the colossal body collapsed right in front of Jiang Chuxuan. Whoa, what? The armored earth dragon was killed. Instantly. Jiang Chuxuan's eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. The tables had turned so fast. Even though the eye was its weak spot, almost no one could ever manage to land a hit there. Partly because it was always on guard, and partly because it was so fast that a simple dodge was all it needed to evade a fatal blow. And yet, that guy's lightning spear had been so fast the monster couldn't even react. That kind of power is terrifying. So that explosion wasn't just my imagination. He's clearly only a high-tier level 2 metahuman. How can he be this strong? At the same time, a notification sounded in Jingming's system. Low-tier, level 3, armored earth dragon defeated. Received 36 meta-ability points. Hearing the notification, Jingming raised an eyebrow. As expected of a dragon-type monster, the points are even higher than for a high-tier level 3. He then turned to her and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chuxuan blushed. I'm fine. My legs are just a little wobbly," she added. "Thank you for saving me." Jingming gave a small smile. "It's no big deal. I'd have helped anyone in your position." With that, he offered her a hand to help her up. Jiang Chuxuan looked at him and smiled. "It is a big deal. My name is Jiang Chuxuan. I don't know how I can ever repay you for saving my life, but if you ever need anything, just ask." Jingming chuckled. "I don't really need anything, but an autographed photo would be great, if possible." He only said this because he knew Liu Wentao was a massive fan of hers and was always dreaming about getting her signature. Jiang Chuxuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected his request to be so simple. She'd been half expecting him to ask for something difficult or awkward. "I don't have any photos on me, but I can sign one for you when we get back to the supply station." Then she suddenly pointed to the school emblem on Jingming's weapon. "Are you from Magic City Meta Ability University too?" Jingming nodded. "Yeah, this was a gift from my teacher." "You know about this spear?" Jiang Chuxuan smiled. "Of course, it's pretty famous. It's too heavy for a level 1 or 2 ability user, but anyone level 3 or higher would use a C-rank weapon or better. That's what makes this spear so special. Let me introduce myself," Jiang Chuxuan said with a smile. "I'm a second-year student in Class 3 of the Ice Department at the Elemental Academy." "Hello, senior," she thought to herself. Asterisk, that's weird. I've never heard his name around school. He must be incredibly low-key. Asterisk. Jingming was a bit taken aback when she called him senior. But then again, it made sense for her to think that. At Mo Academy, it usually takes until the 3rd year for a student to reach high level 2. Seeing her admiration, Kan Min figured there was no harm in letting her believe that for a bit. So, Jingming played along and said, "Hello, junior." Hearing him call her that, Jiang Chuxuan relaxed even more, smiling brightly as she praised him. You're incredible, Kan Min. That armored earth dragon was only a low level 3, but its strength was on par with a high level 3 monster. The fact that you killed it in one hit is just insane. The two chatted for a little longer, and Jingming was about to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chushuan quickly asked, "Are you leaving?" After a moment of hesitation, she asked if she could travel with him for a while. Because she had been separated from her guard team, she was afraid she wouldn't survive if she encountered a high-level monster on her own. Hearing this, Jingming frowned slightly, considered it for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, I'll take you to the city ruins. You should be able to get back on your own from there. Thank you so much, senior." Jiang Chushuan beamed, her smile as bright as a blooming flower. Then, she asked curiously, "Oh, right. Do you want to check out the armored earth dragon's lair? I think there must be something valuable in there. Otherwise, that monster wouldn't have been chasing me so frantically." Her reasoning sounded plausible, so Jingming nodded in agreement. As they walked, Jiang Chushuan chatted endlessly, just like a female version of Liu Wentao. "Which academy are you from, Kanmin?" Jingming answered, "The Weaponry Academy." Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. Your dean is Yang Zentian, right? I think they call him Yang the Hell King. I heard he's terrifying." Hearing that, Jingming just smiled and said, "He's my master." Instantly, Jiang Chushuan froze, her face flushing bright red. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Seeing her so flustered, Jingming was taken aback. Online, Jiang Chushuan's videos usually portrayed a decisive, one-hit kill style, which, combined with her long, silver-white hair and ice abilities, made her the very model of a powerful ice goddess. But right now, she was an adorable girl, chattering on and on. Compared to Liu Wentao, Jingming found her chatter much more tolerable, especially since the one talking was an almost perfect beauty. After the two of them had walked through the dense forest for a while, a cave, 3 to 4 stories high, came into view. Jiang Chushuan pointed to a cave ahead. "Kan Min, this is the place." Before stepping inside, Jingming warned her, "Be careful. There could still be danger inside. You stay behind me." As they entered, Jiang Chushuan smelled a sweet, gentle fragrance. When they looked down, both were stunned to see the place was filled with B-rank Bailing Cow, B-rank Lianhua, and C-rank Cuimian Cow, all of them rare medicinal herbs. Just as Jiang Chushuan was about to say something, her eyes suddenly widened and she cried out, "It's an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring!" Oh my god, this is a sacred healing medicine that can restore almost any injury for an ability user below level 4. Seeing Jingming's doubtful look, she quickly explained, "It's true. The Earth Spirit Spring can seep into the surrounding herbs, causing them to mutate into rare and wondrous plants. Its unique fragrance is unmistakable. Trust me, I have a level 2 apothecary certification." Hearing this, Jingming praised her, not expecting her to be a top student as well. The level 2 apothecary certification was said to be very difficult to obtain. Hearing the compliment, Jiang Chushuan smiled brightly. "You're too kind, Kanmin. Anyway, this Earth Spirit Spring should yield at least 5 portions of S-rank healing liquid. All of it is yours." Jingming shook his head with a smile and said, "No need. I'll take 4 portions, you take 1. As for all the rare herbs around us, we'll split them evenly. That's fair." Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan smiled faintly, her respect for the strong and fair Kan Min growing even deeper. But just then, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, and a man's voice spoke up. "Captain, there isn't a single monster in this cave. Probably nothing valuable in here." But Captain Wang answered in a low voice, "Don't be so sure. Judging by the tracks outside, this could very well be the lair of a level 3 armored earth dragon. And where there's a dragon's lair, there's usually treasure." Hearing the voices, Jiang Chushuan immediately recognized the guard team she had hired. She let out a sigh of relief. "Captain Wang, you guys scared me." Though she sounded relieved, she was worried sick. Asterisk, this is bad. Asterisk, asterisk. If they discovered the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, even though they were my guards, the situation could become extremely complicated. Asterisk. Seeing Jiang Chushuan, Captain Wang laughed and said, "Miss Jiang, we've been looking all over for you. I didn't expect to run into you here." One of the team members also recognized Jingming. "Hey, isn't that the guy we saw earlier?" Jiang Chushuan quickly explained. "He's a schoolmate of mine. We just happened to run into each other and were chatting for a bit." "Oh, right. There are a lot of valuable herbs in the back. How about we all share them? Everyone gets a cut." Hearing this, Captain Wang laughed out loud. "Thank you then, Miss Jiang." But just then, another team member narrowed his eyes and said, "Captain, something doesn't feel right. That pool in the middle looks like an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, the ultimate holy healing medicine." The moment they heard the words S-rank, their eyes immediately glowed red with greed. Jiang Chushuan screamed inwardly, "This is bad." The second an S-rank resource gets mentioned, the entire mood shifts. At that moment, a murderous aura began to radiate from Captain Wang. His face turned cold as he said in a low voice, "It seems you two haven't been entirely truthful." Seeing the danger, Jiang Chushuan quickly grabbed Jingming's hand and stammered, In that case, the Earth Spirit Spring and these herbs, consider them all yours. Can we just go now?" But after pulling for a moment, she realized Jingming had no intention of leaving. Jiang Chushuan whispered frantically, "Can Min, they're all peak level 3 ability users. We can't fight them." But Jingming just replied calmly, "They're only peak level 3. I don't think I'm any weaker than them. Besides, even if we hand everything over, do you really think they'll let us go?" Hearing that, Captain Wang laughed loudly. This kid's got a big mouth, but he's right. Miss Jiang is a famous streamer. All she'd have to do is go home and post a few tearful statuses, write some heartfelt essay, and our entire team would be finished. He let out a cold smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Killing you both right here is the best option." A chill ran down Jiang Chushuan's entire body. Once he decided to take the Earth Spirit Spring for himself, why would he let a witness leave? She believed this was all her fault, and she absolutely couldn't let Kan Min get dragged into it. She decided to swallow a blood rage pill to hold them off, giving Kan Min a chance to escape. In the next moment, a dark red pill appeared between her fingers, and she tilted her head back and swallowed it. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted. Jiang Chushuan's beautiful face flushed red as the aura of a level 3 Esper burst forth violently. At the same time, an icy chill spread throughout the cave. The temperature dropped rapidly, plummeting to -10 degrees in the blink of an eye. Ice crystals formed on the cave walls, and even the Earth Spirit Spring began to freeze over with a thin layer of ice. "Chu Trung, you go kill her boyfriend. I'll take care of Jiang Chushuan. The rest of you, guard the exit. Got it?" A man holding a blade grinned fiercely and strode quickly toward Jingming. Meanwhile, Captain Vuong slowly approached Jiang Chushuan. "Miss Jiang, my apologies, but you'll have to leave your life behind today." As he spoke, a disgusting grin appeared on his face. Two sharp fangs grew longer, the muscles all over his body bulged, and grayish-yellow fur emerged. It was a C-rank beast transformation enhancement ability. Saber-toothed tiger. In his beast form, his stamina and strength skyrocketed. He had killed countless espers and vicious beasts with this ability. "Captain, go easy on her. Don't kill her by accident, we still want to have a little fun with that chick." A man at the cave entrance laughed sinisterly, his eyes glued to Jiang Chushuan's slender body. "Don't worry. With a prize like this, I wouldn't bear to kill her right away." Captain Vuong licked his lips, a lecherous glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Chushuan's face filled with despair. They had split up to deal with them individually and had the exit completely blocked. No matter what she did, there was no escape. She felt guilty for bringing Kanmin to this place. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have to die here with her. She bit her lip, her heart full of regret, but just then, a deafening crack of thunder echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. "Chu, what the hell are you doing? You can't even handle a level 2 Esper?" Captain Vuong frowned, turning his head to look, and his pupils immediately contracted violently. Before his eyes, the tip of Jingming's spear had pierced through Chu Cheng's body. His body was flung into the air, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Captain Chu Cheng managed to utter 2 words with difficulty before his head slumped, and he died. Jingming pulled his spear out, and the corpse fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. "Seems your comrade wasn't all that tough, huh?" Chu Cheng was dead. The entire team was stunned. The kill happened so fast that by the time they realized it, Chu Cheng was already dead, his body not even intact. The group immediately glared at Jingming, but they held their positions, not daring to leave the cave entrance. Although Chu Cheng was only a mid-tier level 3, he wasn't someone who could be killed so easily. Captain Vuong's eyes grew wary. He realized Kanmin was an extremely dangerous person. He took a deep breath and charged straight at Jingming, roaring. "Then you can be buried with Chu Cheng. Tiger's roar, slash!" A roar like a tiger's echoed as the blade in his hand swung down, carrying a force that seemed capable of tearing the very air apart. But Jingming only frowned slightly. Lightning exploded under his feet, and he immediately used Lightning Shadow. His body transformed into a streak of light, moving swiftly. The slash slammed into the cave wall, creating a crater more than 3 meters deep. Rubble scattered everywhere. Jingming glanced over, frowning slightly. In terms of pure power, Captain Vuong truly far surpassed him. But with Lightning Shadow, he could easily escape, and he could even take Jiang Sohien with him. But Kanmin wanted the entire Earth Spirit Spring and these spiritual herbs. He took a deep breath, and the corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "Well then, I'll just have to wipe you all out. Lightning Overdrive." Boom! 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 To everyone's horror, countless streaks of blue and purple lightning erupted around Jingming. The cave instantly transformed into a small thunderstorm. The lightning flashed, The thunder rolled endlessly, and a primordial energy mixed with the surging lightning. Streaks of electricity shot down, sending earth and rock flying. What horrified them even more was that within this electric storm, Jingming's power was continuously soaring. What the hell is that? Is he a monster? Captain Vuong trembled, swallowing hard. He stared at the imposing figure striding forward amidst the electric storm, feeling the embrace of death slowly creeping over him. This was the S-rank body tempering skill, Inextinguishable Lightning Body. This state not only maximized physical power, but also activated the blood essence of the beasts one had absorbed. Jingming could clearly feel the surging energy within his body. He felt that his physical strength was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than before, so that whole act was just a front to activate a special state. Captain Vuong finally recognized the ferocity radiating from Jingming. His face turned pale, and he raised his hand, about to unleash another combat skill. But in that instant, Jingming's figure was already in motion. His speed was so incredible that even Captain Vuong could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. A flash of unease crossed his face. He reflexively raised a round shield in front of his chest and shouted confidently, "Don't waste your energy! No attack below level 4 can pierce my shield!" But when the tip of Jingming's spear struck the shield, a massive shockwave erupted. Before Captain Vuong could celebrate, an immense force flooded into the shield, a force so powerful that the shield instantly shattered into pieces, a force so strong that Captain Vuong couldn't resist it. Under the impact, Captain Vuong was sent flying toward the cave wall as if he'd been hit by a truck. He slammed hard into the rock, carving out a deep hole before he stopped. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the surrounding rock face. Jingming slowly retracted his spear, a faint smile on his face. A true veteran, such fast reflexes. It was the instinctive reaction of an experienced Esper, honed through countless life and death battles. If it were an ordinary level 3 Esper, they definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time and would have been taken down by a single spear thrust. You want to die? Demonic Fire Palm. The 3 remaining members, seeing their captain in danger, immediately attacked. A fireball carrying a wave of heat rushed toward Jingming. But Jingming seemed unconcerned. He held out his left hand, and in the next moment, a web of lightning appeared behind him, completely blocking the fireball. Kanmin felt that he could now use his skills with great proficiency. My demonic fire palm. How can this be? The vice captain was stunned in disbelief. The demonic fire palm was the B-rank combat skill he was most proud of. After decades of practice, he had reached a high level of mastery, yet it couldn't penetrate the opponent's lightning web. What in the world was that thing? At this moment, Captain Vuong was dragged out by Jingming and sprawled helplessly on the ground, his face a bloody mess, begging pitifully. Don't kill me! I'll give you guys the entire Spirit Spring. Plus, I have billions in my private savings. You can have it all. It was too late to beg for mercy now. The blue dragon pupils in Shu Kanmin's eyes showed no emotion. He slightly clenched his left fist, and Captain Vuong's head exploded. Red blood splattered everywhere, and the metallic stench of blood instantly filled the air. Am I dreaming? Beside him, Jiang Sir Hien's eyes were wide as she stared at Shu Kunmin, who stood there like a thunder god. She had hired this team to enter the wasteland, spending 6 million each time. Each member was a top-tier level 3 powerhouse, and Captain Vuong in particular was at the peak of level 3, practically unbeatable at that rank. And yet, Shu Kanmin had just blown his head off without any resistance, and Shu Kanmin's true strength was only high level 2. This was completely absurd. This state of his was terrifyingly powerful, even stronger than an A-rank ability. Could he be S-rank? The metallic smell of blood filled the air, and the remaining 3 members' faces turned pale with terror. They called Kanmin a demon. The oppressive pressure from the ancient dragon beast, combined with the sight of their equally strong captain's head exploding, completely shattered their morale. Looking at the trembling vice-captain, Shu Kanmin chuckled. A demon? Compared to murderous scum like you, I'd say I'm the more human one. Then, a cruel smile spread across his stern face. Now, it's your turn. The 3 of them sensed the danger and immediately swallowed berserk blood pills to boost their power. They knew that if Kanmin didn't die today, they would. A dozen or so minutes later, the spear tip was pulled from the last man's body. Ju Kanmin's vertical, violet-blue pupils scanned the surroundings, cold and emotionless. Compared to 10 minutes ago, there were now 5 more corpses in the cave, all having died in a similar fashion. Some had their heads crushed, others were impaled through the heart by a long spear, and some were burned to a crisp by lightning. At this moment, his large, dragon-transformed body slowly shrank back to its original height of 1.89 meters. His vertical, dragon-like eyes that glowed with violet-blue lightning gradually returned to normal. The bolts of lightning covering his body vanished, dissipating into the air. This state was powerful, but the energy consumption was insane. A hint of fatigue appeared on his face. He had only maintained this state for a little over 10 minutes. yet it drained him more than fighting a vicious beast for 2 or 3 hours. Are you okay? At that moment, Jiang Hien walked closer. Are you hurt anywhere? No, just a little tired. Shu Kan-min waved his hand, his voice calm. Let's collect the spirit spring and the rare flowers and herbs around here, then rest for a bit before we leave. Thank goodness, the spirit spring wasn't contaminated by the blood. Looking at the crystal clear spring surrounded by clusters of spirit flowers, Jiang Hien sighed in relief. Kan-min nodded, taking out a jade bottle from his storage ring and approaching the spirit spring. As an S-rank spirit object, the spirit spring was incredibly precious. Even a single drop of an impurity like blood would make it nearly impossible to refine, and its medicinal effects would be greatly reduced. For that very reason, Su Kan-min had intentionally stayed away from this area during the fight. The two of them collected the spring water together, using the jade bottles to gather 5.5 full containers before the spring ran dry. The corners of Shu Kun-min's lips curled up slightly. He then handed a full bottle and the small, half-full bottle to Jiang Hien. This is for you. Jiang Hien didn't expect him to give her the extra portion as well. Her eyes lit up, and she whispered happily, "Thank you." But just as she reached out to take it, the effects of the berserk blood pill suddenly wore off, and her entire body went weak. She let out a soft cry and collapsed, falling right into Su Kan-min's arms. The position made her face flush bright red. She could feel her entire body go limp. She couldn't even use her spiritual power, let alone retrieve clothes from her storage ring. This is so embarrassing. What if Kan-min gets the wrong idea? But a second later, Shu Kan-min lifted her into his arms and said gently, "The berserk blood pill has strong side effects. I'll take you somewhere to rest first." Jiang Hien could feel her heart pounding. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be because this is the first time a man has held me so close? Reaching a safe, hidden corner, Shu Kan-min gently set her down. "You rest here for a bit. I'm going to collect the remaining spirit herbs." After saying that, he even took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Watching Kan-min's back as he walked away, Jiang Hien smiled softly, thinking to herself how thoughtful and warm he was. Then, Shu Kan-min walked over to Captain Wang's lifeless body and took his storage ring. Inside were a few wads of cash, some spirit herbs, a few materials from vicious beasts, and a couple of C-rank skill books. Kan-min was a little disappointed. He didn't expect this guy to be so broke. Kan-min had hoped he could trade the two 1 cubic meter storage rings for a 2 cubic meter one. It was a bit of a hassle carrying this long spear around all the time. While he was gathering the spirit herbs, Jiang Hien's weak voice came from behind him. Kan-min. The spirit spring can soothe the side effects of the berserk blood pill. Just let me drink a little. Not too much, just a little. Hearing this, Shu Kun-min immediately took out a little of the spirit spring and gently helped her drink it. After swallowing, Jiang Hien smiled faintly. "I feel much better now, but to recover completely, it'll probably take another 3 or 4 hours." Seeing that it actually worked, Shu Kan-min was a bit surprised. This was the first time he'd learned that the side effects of a berserk blood pill could be counteracted. As expected of an S-rank spirit spring, it truly was a wondrous thing. He looked outside. The sun was setting. In 3 or 4 hours, it would be dark. Kan-min suggested they rest here for the night, as it was relatively safe. Hearing this, Jiang Hien's face immediately turned red. The thought of just the two of them alone in a dark cave made her extremely shy. Many inappropriate thoughts suddenly popped into her head. Noticing her silence, Kan-min found it odd and asked her what was on her mind. Jiang Hien was startled. Then she lowered her head and quietly agreed. Time passed, and dawn arrived. The next morning, Jiang Hien had fully recovered. She stretched lazily and took a deep breath, feeling incredibly relaxed. The forest air is amazing. If it weren't for the vicious beasts, I could stay here for a whole month. But when she looked over at Shu Kan-min, her heart fluttered. What was I even thinking last night? Kan-min isn't that kind of person. But why do I feel a little disappointed? Just then, Shu Kan-min spoke up. "Let's go. I'll take you to the edge of the forest." His words startled Jiang Hien out of her thoughts, and she awkwardly nodded. Immediately after, the two of them headed towards the temporary camp. However, they hadn't gone far when Shu Kan-min suddenly stopped, putting out an arm to stop Jiang Hien from moving forward. A moment later, a giant fox covered in blazing red flames leaped over their heads. Jiang Chuxuan cried out in alarm when she realized the beast was a level 5 blazing flame tiger. But what surprised them both the most was that the tiger completely ignored them, letting out a roar before bolting away. Seeing this, Jingming frowned slightly and wondered, did it not notice us? Jiang Chuxuan whispered with a hint of suspicion. Kan-min, look at that savage beast. It looks like it's running away from something. She had just turned to look in the direction the blazing flame tiger had come from when she froze. In that direction, countless giant rats were swarming towards them like a thick, black tide. Jiang Chuxuan was horrified. They were iron-eating rats. Although they were only level 1 savage beasts, once they gathered in a swarm, even a surrounded level 6 powerhouse would find it hard to escape death. No wonder even that level 5 tiger had to flee. Seeing she was still frozen in shock, Jingming quickly grabbed her hand and shouted, "Run! We have to get out of here now!" The two of them quickly dashed forward. By now, the swarm of rats had locked onto them as their new prey. As they ran, Jiang So-hyun's voice trembled. She said that iron-eating rats have extremely high stamina. They could run at full speed for 5 or 6 hours without resting. Can Min. Can we really get away from them? Can Min figured they just needed to get back to the supply base to be safe, but the distance was at least over 90 kilometers. They had to find a way to speed up. This spear is too heavy. I might have to leave it behind. Hearing him say that, Jiang Chushuan immediately spoke up. Don't, Can Min. My spatial ring is big enough. Let me store it for you. With that, she quickly stored Can Min's spear in her ring. Jingming felt a sense of relief. It was much easier now, but running while holding hands like this was still too slow. Can Min decided to carry Jiang Chushuan to go faster. Without another word, he immediately bent down, lifted Jiang Chushuan onto his back, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Let's go!" The moment their bodies touched, Jiang Chushuan trembled with shyness. At that very second, Can Min unleashed his full power, activating his extreme speed mode and shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Before long, they had escaped the forest and were approaching the supply base. However, upon entering, Jingming discovered to his horror that even this place had been overrun by the iron-eating rats. This is a real pain. The worst-case scenario has happened. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated his lightning overdrive state, his entire body exploding with dazzling electricity. There's no other choice. We just have to risk it all. Jiang Chuksuan, hold on tight to me. I'm gonna push my speed to the max. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingming shot forward like a thunderbolt, activating his full-speed lightning shadow skill as he charged ahead. The system in his mind chimed continuously. Killed 1 low-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, plus 2 superpower points. Killed 1 mid-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, plus 3 superpower points. Meanwhile, at the main base, the defense team had begun to urgently deploy the defense systems. An officer reported hurriedly, "Director, according to preliminary statistics, the scale of this rat swarm is enormous, estimated to be at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats." Hearing this, Wang Shen, the person in charge here, grew anxious. Because of this, the ecosystem of the water source region has been severely damaged. It will surely go through several months of decline. The subordinate next to him also nodded regretfully. The most pitiful are the evolved who went deep into the wilderness. I'm afraid most of them won't be able to return. Wang Shen remained silent, a deep worry flashing in his eyes. The one he was most concerned about was Jingming. He could only pray silently, hoping that kid hadn't gone too deep into the danger zone. Otherwise, unless his master, Duong Chan Thin, personally intervenes, no one can save him. Just then, a panicked shout erupted from the defense line. "Look, what is that? Oh my god. Is that lightning? Could it be a lightning-type savage beast?" The scene before them horrified everyone. Giant bolts of lightning exploded in midair, intertwining like a thunderstorm. Seeing this, Wang Shen immediately roared, "Don't panic! Conduct a threat assessment on the beast immediately! Squad 1, you are cleared to open fire and intercept." Immediately after, rows of defensive cannons fired in unison, their deafening roars shattering the air. But despite the dense artillery fire, the mass of lightning didn't slow down at all. It continued to charge forward at a speed of about 80 meters per second, heading straight for the base, unstoppable. Distance, 500 meters. Red alert, prepare for impact. However, just as the terrifying bolt of lightning was about to crash into the defensive gate, a figure suddenly shot up into the sky, carrying a brilliant stream of electricity. It was Jingming. With Jiang Chushuan on his back, the two of them landed right in the center of the defense team in a flash. The explosion faded, and the dust settled. The soldiers stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Whoa, what the hell was that? Oh my god, it's a person! I thought it was a real lightning-type savage beast. His aura is terrifyingly strong. Wait a minute, the person on his back looks familiar. Is that goddess Jiang?" At this point, Jingming deactivated his lightning state, panting as he said, "We finally made it to the supply base. We're safe now." Jiang Chushuan nodded, a relieved smile on her face. "That journey was so dangerous. Thank goodness you were here, Kanmin. I don't think I would have survived otherwise." Recognizing who it was, Wang Shen immediately ran over, his voice trembling with excitement. Is that you, Kanmin? Did you really make it through that vicious rat swarm? Do you need me to get you anything?" Jingming gently waved his hand and replied wearily, "I ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain range to get here. I'm a bit exhausted now. If you could just arrange a room for me to rest, that would be great." Hearing this, Wang Shen was practically stunned. That mountain range was over 90 kilometers away. Even a level 4 evolved might not have been able to escape from there. But this kid actually did it. He took a deep, silent breath and then quickly shouted, "Prepare a room for him immediately. Someone, come help him." Jiang Chushuan immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "That's all right. I can help Kan Min." It was only then that the people around them got a clear look. Wait, is that Jiang Chushuan next to Jingming? You're right, it's Goddess Jiang. Oh my god, this guy is so damn lucky. No way. My goddess was carried by someone else? My heart is broken. An unknown amount of time passed before Jingming, lying in his room, slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue in his body seemed to have vanished. As soon as she saw him awake, Jiang Chushuan exclaimed with joy, "Kan Min, you're awake. Do you know? You've been asleep for 2 whole days and nights. I almost had to force feed you the Earth Spirit spring water." Hearing this, Jingming sat up, rubbing his head. 2 days and 2 nights? I didn't realize I was that exhausted. Right. What's the situation in the wilderness now? Jiang Chushuan replied seriously. Right now, the rat swarm hasn't retreated yet, so the entire wilderness is under lockdown. Even after they eventually disperse, it's unlikely any other savage beasts will dare to come near for a short while. After hearing her explanation, Jingming nodded slightly. That's fine. In any case, the new semester is about to start, so it's probably time for me to head back to school. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up as she said happily, "That's great. I was planning on going back to school too, so let's go together." With that, she took a photo out of her spatial ring, smiling shyly. "Oh, right. This is the autographed photo you asked for. I got it all ready." In the photo, Jiang Chushuan was wearing a revealing and alluring outfit. Her beautiful face and perfect curves were flawlessly captured in the picture. Even Jingming was stunned when he saw it. Jingming blushed slightly and said he was asking for the autographed photo for a friend. The one she just gave him didn't seem quite appropriate, so he asked if she had a more normal one. Hearing that, Jiang Chushuan's face immediately turned beet red. "So you were asking for a friend. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood." At that moment, she just wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Oh my god, how embarrassing. I actually thought he was into me. A moment later, she found another photo, handed it to him, and said, "Here, take this new one. Please give the other one back to me." But Jingming whispered, "The other one. Can I keep it for myself?" When she heard that, Jiang Chushuan immediately replied with a cheerful, "Of course you can." Jingming quickly changed the subject. "I've been asleep for 2 whole days, so I have a lot to catch up on. Let me take care of a few things. And I also need to book a high-speed rail ticket to go back." But Jiang Chushuan said, "No need to book anything. I drove here, so you can just ride back with me." The scene changes to the two of them in Jiang Chushuan's car, on their way back to school. In the car, Jingming mused, as expected of the famous goddess. Not only is she influential, but she even owns a globally limited, multi-million-dollar supercar. I've never experienced an autopilot system like this before. Hearing that, Jiang Chushuan laughed happily and replied, "It's just a level 5 artificial intelligence, but using it for autopilot is a piece of cake." Before long, the two arrived at the school gate. As soon as they got out of the car, someone looked towards Jingming and whispered, "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Tall, strong, and he gives off this dangerous, intimidating vibe. What a shame. It looks like he already has a girlfriend, and she's gorgeous too." On the way, Jingming looked around the campus and sighed. Finally back. In this month and a half, my power has changed in leaps and bounds. Jiang Chushuan then asked, "Kan Min, which dorm area are you in?" When Kan Min said he was in Area 3, she replied, "I'm in Area 2, so let's part ways here. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Jingming waved his hand. "All right, I'll definitely take you up on that when I get the chance." But before he could leave, Jiang Chushuan suddenly leaned in close to his face. The next second, she planted a firm kiss on his cheek, then quickly ran off. "Consider this a gift for saving my life. See you next time." At that moment, Jingming held his face, stunned. He never expected to be ambushed with a kiss like that. Not long after, they both returned to their respective dorms. Right after washing her face, Jiang Chushuan immediately opened her laptop to look up information on Jingming, because she knew that someone with his terrifying strength couldn't possibly be a nobody. But after searching for half a day, all she found was news related to the freshman who broke the record for the strongest first tier in history. She found it strange, wondering why all the news revolved around a freshman. Finally, she found Kan Min's detailed file. Looking at the information on the screen, Jiang Chushuan said with a hint of anger, "Turns out Jingming was just a high-tier level 2 freshman, and to think she kept calling him senior, that damned liar. Just wait till I see you next time. I'll show you." Meanwhile, on Jingming's side, he was looking at the pile of items in front of him with immense joy. The fire scythe and the fire wolf. He had gathered all the required mission items, and on top of that, he had 2 spatial rings and over 25 million sitting in his bank account. Looking at his attribute panel, Jingming sighed. It's a shame. If I hadn't run into that mutant rat swarm, I could have harvested a lot more ability points. Still, 3,700 points should be enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills. Just then, Liu Wentao ran over, panting as he said, Brother Kan Min, you're finally back. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I heard there was a rat tide over there, so I was really worried about you. Hearing that, Jingming nodded. Yeah, there was a rat tide outbreak, but the military came in and handled it. Before he could finish, Liu Wentao's eyes widened. Wait a minute, this aura of yours. Brother Kan Min, you broke through to level 2. Jingming smiled and replied, more precisely, high rank level 2. I had a few near-death experiences, got lucky, and not only managed to escape, but also used the opportunity to break through. Hearing this, Liu Wentao gasped in admiration. As expected of Brother Kan Min, you really can't be judged by your appearance. To increase your strength so quickly in a near-death situation, it almost makes me want to try it out too. Seeing that he seemed serious, Jingming immediately stopped him. Don't, I'm a special case. The wilderness is extremely dangerous. If you want to go, you should at least wait until you've reached level 2. But Liu Wentao just laughed. I was just kidding. I'm not going to the wilderness right now. Oh right, while you were away, Song Chu-yun came looking for you a few times. You should contact her when you're free. Jingming nodded. Yeah, I'll get in touch with her after I've sorted some things out. Oh, right, I brought back a gift for you. As soon as he took the photo, Liu Wentao shouted, Holy crap! An autograph from Goddess Jiang, a real autographed photo. The scene changes to Jingming at the combat skill exchange area. The 4 missions earned me 871 credits. Doing missions really is a fast way to earn credits. Eva, filter out all S-rank lightning element combat skills for me. Immediately, rows of S-rank combat skills appeared before his eyes. Thunder Tribulation Seal, S-rank. Rushing Thunder Fist, S-rank. Lightning Prison Realm, S-rank. Looking at the list, Jingming thought to himself, even at a top school like Meido Superpower University, there are only a little over 20 S-rank lightning element combat skills. But S-rank skills will directly affect my future combat power, so I have to choose carefully. With that in mind, he began to read the description for each skill. After a while, he had chosen 2, Heavenly Thunder Art and Netherworld Thunder Armor. One is focused on long-range magic, the other on defense. You could say it's a perfect balance of offense and defense, covering techniques, magic, and close combat. Anyone else would probably have to focus on developing their skills in one direction. But Kan Min was different. He had a system, so he could learn everything. He just needed to add points to level up his skills. However, when he turned to the description page for Heavenly Thunder Art, Jingming discovered that it was the mandatory prerequisite for Meido Superpower University's only SSS rank lightning element combat skill, Myriad Calamities Heavenly Thunder Induction. It's truly astonishingly profound, even more difficult than the S-rank Indestructible Thunder Body. Kan Min frowned. Why is this skill so complicated? It feels even more mind-numbing than the time I pulled an all-nighter in my past life reading a PhD research paper in a foreign language. Time flew by. 6 hours later, an exhausted Jingming slumped over his desk. He'd finally gained a preliminary understanding of it. He decided to leave the rest to the system. With that, he called out, Deep Blue, add the points for me. Jingming waved his hand, and streaks of purple lightning erupted from his body, enveloping the entire room in violet flashes. A moment later, Jingming's eyes widened as he looked at his stats panel. Holy crap, it takes a whopping 1,600 ability points just to upgrade an S-rank combat skill to the initial level. The ability points he had painstakingly saved up in the wilderness were really only enough for 2 combat skills. Just then, as he activated his power, Eva immediately warned him, Master, it is now 1 a.m. Please be mindful of your time. Also, a reminder that the use of abilities is forbidden in the library. Hearing this, Jingming thought, so it's already this late, huh? Learning the Netherworld Thunder Armor will probably take even longer. I'll save it for another day. Meanwhile, Song Chu-yun was on a night run across the campus. As she ran, she thought, for the past month and a half, I've been training late every single day. My strength has grown to a level that even I find surprising. When Jingming gets back, I'm going to challenge him. I'll show him who the real #1 freshman is. But just then, she looked up and saw a dark shadow streak across the sky. Song Chu-yun immediately recognized it as a white-ringed, black-feathered eagle, a monstrous beast that relied on its speed and camouflaged feathers to dare hunt even within the city. Judging by its speed, it must be level 3. That'll be tough to deal with. While she was still thinking, a sudden, deafening clap of thunder echoed. She stared at the sky in bewilderment, wondering why there was thunder without any clouds. The next second, a bolt of purple lightning shot straight down, striking the white-ringed, black-feathered eagle. In an instant, the level 3 monstrous beast was wiped from existence in a single strike. Song Kyu-yun was stunned by the sight, watching it completely disintegrate. Could it be a lightning ability user? At this distance, they must be right here on campus. I wonder if it's a student or a professor. At that moment, Jingming was in a forest. Faint purple lightning still crackled around Jingming, identical to the bolt he had just used in the library. Feeling his own power, Jingming smiled. Just a small test, and it's already this powerful. This S-rank skill, Heavenly Thunder Art, is truly astounding. Just a few seconds earlier, the system had notified him, "You have defeated a mid-stage level 3 white-ringed black-feathered eagle, plus 34 ability points." Seeing this, Jingming let out a breath of amazement. The Heavenly Thunder Art was even stronger than he'd anticipated. It completely obliterated the beast. And more importantly, the spell's range was nearly 1,000 meters. But just as Jingming was leaving, someone was watching him from a distance. So that's the famous freshman, Jingming? How interesting. Time passed quickly. The next morning, as soon as Jingming stepped outside, Liu Wentao greeted him. "Brother Ming, heading out so early?" Hearing this, Jingming replied, "The freshman tournament is only a few days away. I'm planning to stop by the combat strategy library again." Liu Wentao was stunned. He just got back from the wilderness, and he's already training again? Is Brother Ming even human? I'll start training after breakfast too. But just as Jingming walked out of the dormitory, someone suddenly called out from behind, "Classmate Shu, I'm glad to see you've returned safely from the wilderness." It was Song Kyu-yun. Noticing her attire, Jingming asked, "Classmate Song, what are you dressed like this for?" With a determined expression, Song Kyu-yun replied, "Classmate Shu, you still remember, don't you? You promised you'd spar with me." Hearing that she wanted to spar, Jingming confirmed again, "Are you sure you want to spar with me?" Seeing his attitude, Song Kyu-yun got annoyed. "What's that supposed to mean? I was the top scorer in Sichuan province. Don't look down on me." Jingming turned away. All right, we'll spar later." But just then, Song Kyu-yun grabbed his arm. "Why later? We can spar right now. Let's go up to the training room on the second floor of your dorm." Jingming remained silent. What a straightforward and decisive person, just like someone from Sichuan. But is sparring with me really that interesting to her? Meanwhile, Song Kyu-yun was secretly delighted. I wonder what kind of face Jingming will make when he sees I've advanced to level 2. A little while later, the two arrived at the second floor training room. Song Kyu-yun clenched her fists and declared, "Classmate Shu, I hope you don't lose too badly." Seeing that she was empty-handed, Jingming said, "If you don't use a weapon, there's no way you can beat me." But right after, Song Kyu-yun raised her hand. "A weapon? Of course I have one." With that, she pulled a long spear from her spatial ring. After a few twirls, she slammed it down beside her with a loud clang. Jingming froze for a moment when he saw the Fang Tianji, a girl using such a unique and unusual weapon. Song Kyu-yun immediately stood up and said, "Classmate Shu, get ready. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely." The roommates standing outside watching began to cheer loudly. Some started cheering wildly. Some were cheering for Ming, others for Thu Van. At that moment, Jingming realized Song Shu-yun had reached the lower second tier, so she broke through. No wonder she's so confident she can beat me, but I haven't exactly been standing still either. The moment he displayed his power, Dong Ha, who was standing beside them, was stunned. She covered her mouth, gasping. Upper second tier, how is that possible? Seeing this, Liu Wentao laughed smugly. "I told you so. Your Thu Van can't beat our brother Ming." Song Shu-yun was also shocked to see he had reached the upper second tier. She had originally planned to overwhelm him with her higher level, but she never expected to be the one overpowered. "We're both provincial level masters. How is your progress so freakishly fast?" Seeing her silence, Jingming asked, "Well, do you still want to continue?" To his surprise, Song Shu-yun was still determined. "Let's continue, but don't go too hard." Hearing this, Jingming sighed inwardly. As expected of a provincial-level master from Sichuan, she knows when to advance and when to retreat. He held out his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't attack first. Come at me with everything you've got." Immediately after, a brilliant white light flared in the palm of Song Shu-yun's hand. She looked at Jingming and said, "Classmate, don't regret this later." Jingming recognized it instantly. Dawn Light, an A-rank light skill from the same natural system as lightning. I wonder how strong it is. The next second, Song Shu-yun let out a sharp cry and unleashed a light strike, a halberd attack, towards Jingming. Looking up, Jingming thought, "Is this a weapon enhancement combat technique? My first time seeing one." After the enhancement, Song Shu-yun gripped her halberd and executed a heavy firelight slash, but the move she was so proud of was easily blocked by Jingming. A single strike forced her back. Jingming noted that her strength was still a bit lacking, but using light energy to create fire was indeed a solid combat skill. Liu Wentao shouted from the side. Awesome, Brother Ming, he thought to himself. That combat skill of Song Shuyun's has defeated countless people in Sichuan, yet Brother Ming blocked it so easily. After her attack failed, Song Shuyun grew angry and shouted, Again! As soon as she spoke, she unleashed a fierce light wind slash, aggressively thrusting towards Jingming. But Jingming calmly parried every blow without breaking a sweat. No, no. Your halberd's speed is too slow, and you don't have enough power. You still need more practice. A moment later, Song Shuyun was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She gasped, I'm exhausted. Let's stop. Fierce Light Wind Slash is an A-rank combat skill. With Dawnlight, I can launch over 100 strikes in just a few seconds. And yet, you countered me without using a single combat skill. Your spearmanship is far beyond the advanced level, isn't it? Jingming nodded. You guessed right. My spearmanship has already reached the master level. Song Shuyun nearly jumped. What did you say? At your age? I've been practicing the halberd every single day since I was 8, for 10 long years, and I've only just reached the advanced level. You're a monster. An S-rank ability on top of your cultivation talent and abnormal comprehension. How could I ever surpass you? Forget it. I admit defeat. I can't beat you. Seeing her give up, Jingming smiled and asked, Aren't you going to try your other combat skills? But Song Shuyun shook her head. Your level is higher, your spiritual power is stronger, and you even have an S-rank ability. My combat skills couldn't break through your defense anyway. Thanks for sparring with me. How about I treat you to lunch? Jingming agreed, and she said, Great, see you at noon. As they left, Liu Wentao walked over, giving a thumbs up. Brother Ming, you're insane. You're truly the strongest among all the provincial top scorers. Hearing this, Jingming smiled lightly. Not at all. Song Chuyun's skills aren't bad either. Her level is rising quite fast. But Liu Wentao told him, Song Chuyun isn't that weak. Only you would think that, Brother Ming, don't you know? She's the descendant of Song Dao Yuan, the S-rank light system grandmaster from the history textbooks. The one who reached the 8th system. Hearing the name Song Dao Yuan, Jingming's expression filled with shock. That powerhouse from 80 years ago? I remember now. There's a whole chapter about him in the book, Liu Wentao continued. In Sichuan province, Grandmaster Song Dao Yuan, the legendary S-rank light system user, is known by everyone. And Song Quyun is his most cherished descendant, so of course she levels up fast. Hearing this, Jingming nodded. No wonder she was buying all sorts of things last time. Even a space ring big enough to hold a 2-meter-long halberd. Her family background is truly impressive. I've got to go. I need to continue studying combat techniques. Scene change. Jingming arrived at the combat technique library again. A layer of purple armor appeared around him. Here, he purchased a defensive skill called Nether Thunder Armor, which cost 1/5 of his skill points and lasts for half an hour. Not only can it reduce impact force by 90%, but it also automatically counterattacks. It's basically a living set of thorn mail. Amazing. Just amazing. 4 hours later. Let's see how many points I have left after upgrading Nether Thunder Armor. Kan Min immediately opened his system panel. Only a little over 700 skill points left. When I get the chance, I'll go to the local wilderness area in Yangcheng to stock up. Starting today, I'll prepare fully for the freshman tournament. Time skips to September 1st, the day of the tournament. Upon arriving, Jingming looked at the two girls in surprise. Your weapons really aren't what you'd expect from normal girls. But Dongha replied, Haven't you heard? The weirder the weapon, the faster the win. My goal this time is the top 50. Song Tu-yun added, My goal is a little higher than Haha's. I want second place. Hearing that, Jingming asked, What, you don't want to fight me anymore? Song Shu-yun glared at him. I can't beat you anyway, so why would I torture myself? Just then, Liu Wentao announced to everyone, There's one more person who's reached the second tier. It's Qinghai's top scorer, Li Chengzi. That guy is seriously strong. Song Tu-yun looked curious again. I want to see just how strong he really is. Suddenly, Dongha pointed forward. Look, the competition arena. The group walked into arena number 3 of the freshman tournament. In the stands, someone called out, Xuan Xuan. I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman tournament. I thought you didn't like these kinds of matches. But Jiang Chushuan replied, It's because someone I like is participating. The girl next to her quickly asked, Who is it? A guy or a girl? Where? Just as she asked, Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up as she gazed into the distance. A boy. He's here. As Jingming stepped into the arena, he couldn't help but marvel. This stage is huge. Liu Wentao lamented, Oh man, I know the school has a lot of land, but isn't this a bit much? But Song Tu-yun explained, My teacher already told me, The freshman tournament starts with a 100-person battle royale, so the stage has to be massive. Hearing this, Jingming's expression brightened up. A 100-person battle royale, huh? This freshman tournament sounds interesting. Observing the crowded stands, Liu Wentao quickly noticed that many leaders of major clubs were present. Even the presidents of the school's top 2 clubs were here. Could this entire commotion be directed at Jingming? Seeing his excitement, Jingming asked with some surprise. Clubs? Our school has clubs for people with special abilities? Liu Wentao smiled, not finding it strange that Jingming didn't know about the school's clubs. After all, Jingming only cared about leveling up. He explained that Mado University has many clubs, just like other universities. But the way these clubs operate is completely different from basketball or badminton clubs. The clubs at this school all gather powerful ability users. They frequently organize hunting trips into the wilderness to eliminate monsters. At the same time, each club also distributes cultivation resources to its members. Even after graduation, members can transfer to a higher-level guild and become official members there. As he said this, a trace of confusion appeared in Liu Wentao's eyes. Senior brother Liu Ming is the vice president of AS. It's strange. Today is a special day for him, so why isn't he here? At this, Jingming became a little worried, because ever since returning to school, he hadn't been able to contact Liu Ming. He couldn't get in touch with Yang Zhentian either, only knowing that he had gone to the southwest, with no idea if anything had happened to him. In the hallway, President Wei He of AS was heading into the arena. Someone hurriedly said, "President, I heard the war situation in the southwest is very tense. Thank you for taking the time to return to school at a time like this. However, you can leave the task of recruiting new members to us. You don't need to come and supervise personally, sir." Wei He didn't think anything was more important than this. He had returned this time with only one purpose, to recruit Hua Kane Min into Gun by any means necessary. Just as he stepped out of the hallway, Wei He's eyes lit up when he saw Wu Yuan from the Meteor Guild. His first thought was that he also intended to recruit Hua Kan Min. At that moment, Wu Yuan also noticed Wei He's arrival. Just then, an excited murmur rose from the stands. The deans have arrived. The exam is probably about to begin. At that same moment, with a soft hum, all the freshmen looked up in unison, only to see the space above the stands tear open like a doorway. Immediately after, a graceful woman in a long, crimson, traditional dress, with a beauty mark by the corner of her eye, stepped out barefoot from within the door. Her exquisitely beautiful, cold face carried an indescribable sense of authority. The crowd of students immediately erupted. Is that spatial power? That's amazing. Which important figure from the school is this? Liu Wentao quickly identified her as a spatial type ability user. She's the vice principal who guards the combat skills library. In the crowd, Hua Kan Min's heart skipped a beat when he learned her identity. He just hadn't expected this vice principal to be so young. She looked to be only about 25 or 26. Song Chuyun quickly explained that ability users have strong bodies, and their aging process is slow, so you can't accurately guess their real age by their appearance. But no matter what, this vice principal was definitely not over 40. The woman in red hovered in midair, her red dress fluttering gently, her long hair fanning out in the wind. She spoke in a cold voice. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Chang. I am one of the school's 3 vice principals, and I am responsible for guarding the combat skills library. Since the principal is not on campus, and the other 2 vice principals are handling important matters, the opening ceremony this year will be presided over by me. First, I welcome you all to Mado Ability University. This year's freshman class has a total of 1,024 people, including 6 provincial top scorers, 56 A-rank ability users, 832 B rank, and 135 C and D rank. In addition, there is one extremely rare S rank ability user. Hearing this, Hua Kanmin felt Vice Principal Ling Chang's gaze flicker over him for a moment. Information had already spread on the student forum that there was an S rank freshman this year, so no one was too surprised. Ling Chang continued, "To help you all become stronger, each school year, the university will distribute resources based on a strength evaluation. There are a total of 5 ranks from D to S, and each rank receives a different amount of resources. The freshman tournament and the year-end assessment are both opportunities to change your evaluation." She paused for a moment, then continued. "Besides the free resources, the school also has special resources that are only granted when certain conditions are met. For example, the combat rankings, which consist of 4 boards, from Tier 1 to Tier 4. Simply reaching the top ranks on these boards can earn you a large amount of resources. Furthermore, you all should understand the importance of academic points. 1 academic point is equivalent to 10,000 Daxia currency. In this school, only academic points are recognized, not money. Academic points can be earned through missions or by climbing the combat rankings. As for the specific details, Once you are assigned to your classes, you can ask your instructors. Someone in the freshman crowd sighed softly. Evaluations, academic points, combat rankings, missions. The competition at Motto is really intense. Another person whispered in complaint, yeah, maybe they should get rid of all this to make it fairer. Fair? Ling Chang, who was in midair, seemed to have heard that comment. Her aura instantly exploded, her long hair whipping about, her red dress fluttering violently. The entire training ground fell deathly silent. Since when did I say anything about fairness? We are the top university in the nation. The country invests an enormous amount of resources into Mado every year, not to train a bunch of common Tier 1 or Tier 2 ability users, but to train those with the potential to become powerhouses who can dominate a region. The birth of a powerhouse must be forged through harsh competition. Whether it's academic points, combat techniques, or cultivation resources, you must fight for it. You must seize it. Fairness is the safe space of the weak. Motto has never been fair. The strong take all. That is the true law here. The freshmen were silent for a moment. The brutal rules of competition at Motto far exceeded many people's imaginations. But for a good number of them, their eyes showed not fear, but instead ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. Hua Ken Min was one of them. This kind of competitive system, it seems I was absolutely right to come to Motto Ability University. Hua Ken Min couldn't help but nod to himself in approval. In short, at our school, it's best not to even think about hiding your true strength. The stronger you are, the more resources the school will grant you. That concludes the introduction to the school's regulations. Next, I will introduce the upcoming tournament for first-year students. Hearing Ling Chang get to the important part, all the freshmen on the field immediately focused. This year's freshman tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person free-for-all, and the main stage is the arena behind you all. During the battle, the AI, Eva, will be responsible for tallying the number of opponents each person defeats. In the end, the 5 people with the highest number of defeated enemies will advance to the second stage. The first stage will have a total of 10 rounds, from which 50 people will be selected to advance to the second stage, and then ranked based on the total number of enemies defeated. After the overall ranking is established, each person will have 3 opportunities to initiate a challenge. If the challenge is successful, you will directly take the opponent's rank. Ling Chang continued. The rewards for this year's freshman tournament are arranged as follows. First place, a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, 1 A-rank cultivation resource, and 1,000 academic points. Second place, 1 A-rank combat suit, 1 B-rank cultivation resource, and 900 academic points. Third place, 1 B-rank combat suit, 1 B-rank cultivation resource, and 800 academic points. Those are the rewards for the top 3 ranks. I won't go into detail about the lower ranks. Hearing these rewards, the freshmen below immediately started buzzing. A 10 cubic meter spatial ring could be sold for a fortune, but you can't even buy something like this with money. Come to think of it, this ring was probably created by the vice principal herself using her spatial ability, right? I wonder if it still carries her scent. In addition, this freshman tournament can also change your evaluation authority level. The top 50 will be granted A rank authority. Ranks 50 to 200 will receive B rank authority, and ranks 200 to 500 will get C rank. The rest will be D rank. Alright, that's all from me. The opening ceremony is concluded. I wish all of you the best of luck in the freshman tournament. Dean Sun, I'll hand it over to you. The dean of the Elemental Academy, Su Qing Shui, nodded slightly and stepped forward. The fiery red figure of Vice Principal Ling Chang also stepped into the void and vanished. Sun Qing Shui was a middle-aged woman over 40 years old. She glanced across the hall, then spoke. I hereby declare the first-year student tournament officially open. Let me remind you, those who perform well in the freshman tournament will be chosen by the teachers as their disciples. So, all students must perform their very best. The freshmen preparing for the test buzzed with discussion upon hearing this. Looks like we have to use our full strength. I hope a teacher notices me. If I get chosen by a dean, my future will be incredibly bright. At this moment, the AI Eva made an announcement. Round 1 consists of 10 matches. Students will now be randomly selected for the first match. The students, selected by Eva, please step into the arena. Over 100 fully equipped freshmen stepped onto the vast arena. Just then, Liu Wentao was a bit surprised. Li Chengjie is in the first round too? Jingming followed his gaze and saw a young man on the arena with long black hair, a tall and muscular body, and a blood-red greatsword strapped to his back. As if sensing the gaze, Li Chengjie turned his head, and upon seeing Jingming, he smirked arrogantly and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. This guy, Jingming raised an eyebrow. He hadn't quite believed it when Liu Wentao told him how arrogant and wild this guy was, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was truly arrogant beyond belief. Liu Wentao, standing beside him, almost burst out laughing. Well now, he could have provoked so many other people, but he just had to provoke the one person he absolutely shouldn't have. I just hope you don't get beaten too badly by brother Jingming later. Before the competition officially begins, I must stress again that you do not need to worry about causing fatalities by using too much force. The top-tier artificial intelligence, EVA, is monitoring the arena at all times. The moment a life-threatening situation arises, she will instantly generate a protective shield. Furthermore, we have a professional medical team on standby. The Dean of the Support Academy, who possesses an A-rank healing ability, is also present. As long as you don't get your head chopped off, you can be saved. After giving these final instructions, Dean Sun waved her hand. Eva, prepare to begin. Understood. Activating energy shield. Students in the arena, please prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. The very moment the word begin was heard, all the freshmen in the arena simultaneously unleashed their auras and activated their abilities. The students who had looked so ordinary a moment ago were instantly transformed into a completely different scene. To get into the Mo-Do Ability University, all of them were geniuses from their respective provinces, so the power they unleashed was naturally extraordinary. However, the one who stood out most in the crowd was the top student from Qinghai Province, Li Chengji. He was like a wolf among chickens, incredibly dazzling in the arena. With every move, he took down another student. The students in the stands were astonished by this sight. Who is that guy with the sword? He's already broken through to the second rank. I think that's Li Chengjie, the valedictorian of Qinghai Province. This power is just too overwhelming. The first round's 100-plus person battle royale ended in less than half an hour. The top student from Qinghai, Li Chengji, with a record of defeating 36 consecutive opponents, smoothly advanced to the second stage of the competition. Stepping down from the arena, Li Chengji didn't forget to look at Jingming and say, 36 people. As an S-rank ability user, Jingming, I wonder if you can beat my record in your first round. This guy is a lost cause. Liu Wentao sighed helplessly. He'd seen people who liked to court death, but he'd never seen anyone so thoroughly dedicated to it. As for Jingming, faced with this display, he remained indifferent, showing no reaction. In his eyes, Li Chengji's actions were no different from a child's tantrum. In the stands, a member of the Meteor Society said, President, Li Chengji has broken through to the second stage. Should we put him on the priority recruitment list? No need. President Wu Yuan shook his head with a slight smile. Jingming is still the main target. Oh? Does the president have some inside information? Not exactly inside information, but I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yuan shook his head without further explanation. The first round of the freshman tournament concluded, and the drawing for the second round's participants began. The artificial intelligence EVA started selecting people for the second round. Over 100 beams of light descended one after another into the crowd of freshmen. Jingming was among them. Of the 4 of them, only he was chosen. His luck wasn't bad, getting his turn in just the second round. Jingming smiled and stepped onto the arena. Go for it, Brother Jingming! Song Chu-yoon and Shi Donghae were still cheering enthusiastically. Brother Jingming, go show that Li Chengji what's what. Liu Wentao said excitedly. Jingming nodded and followed the others onto the arena. Seeing Jingming appear on the stage, the students who recognized him all felt a sense of disappointment. Oh my god, it's Jingming! Why am I so unlucky? I got put in the same round as him? It's over. One of the promotion spots is as good as gone. We're all just fighting for the remaining 4 spots. As they spoke, they moved away from Jingming, leaving a 50-meter empty zone around him. Jingming saw this and chuckled to himself. You think you'll be safe just by staying away? So naive. In the chairman's stand, the directors and professors were all focused on Jingming. That's Director Yang's new student. That's right. He's the one who awakened the S-rank lightning ability, Zi Xiao Shenlei. I heard that before enrolling, he was just an awakened. Yet in just over a month, he's already reached high-tier stage 1. That speed is terrifying. Exactly. If the gap wasn't so huge before, he might have even reached stage 2 by now. What? How did his rank increase so fast? A teacher nearly spat out his mouthful of tea. He assumed Jingming had already officially become an ability user before he enrolled. Someone else thought the same. For just over a month of enrollment, that speed is truly frightening. Director Zun sighed. Old Yang is really something. Hiding news like this from us. He's damn good at keeping secrets. Just as the faculty council was still reeling, an energy shield shot up around the arena. Eva's voice rang out. Students participating in round 2, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Just as I thought. Compared to fighting beasts, I still prefer fighting people. Feeling the torrent of energy swirling around him, Jingming's lips curled into a smirk. Zi Xiao Shenlei. Boom! A deep thunderclap exploded as blue and purple lightning, carrying a primal aura, erupted. At the same time, a powerful presence far exceeding any other freshman in the arena burst forth from Jingming's body. The aura of a high-tier Stage 2 ability user exploded across the vast arena. The immense pressure made the freshmen who were fighting freeze in their tracks. This is high-tier Stage 2, A freshman swallowed hard, instinctively looking towards the source of the aura. He saw Jingming standing there, a long spear in hand, his entire body wreathed in lightning, like a thunder god descending upon the world. It's Jingming! He's a high-tier stage 2! In that instant, all the freshmen in the arena were completely stunned. In the previous round, Li Chengji's low-tier stage 2 strength was shocking enough. I can't believe there's an even bigger monster now. Some freshmen even started to question their reality. Am I really participating in the freshman tournament? We're all freshmen, so how is he so much stronger than us? It wasn't just the freshmen, even the older students in the stands were petrified. Holy crap, a high-tier stage 2 freshman? A low-tier stage 2 was already heartbreaking enough, so why did a high-tier 1 have to pop up now? I'm speechless. I'm a third year who just hit high-tier stage 2. I've wasted the last 3 years of my life. High-tier stage 2. In the Meteor Society section, the man who had spoken earlier was instantly shocked, then seemed to realize something. He quickly looked over at President Wu Yuan. President, you knew all along. Wu Yuan smiled and nodded. You could say that. Now do you see Jingming's potential? Yes. Jingming will be our top recruitment target after the freshman tournament. Proceed with the plan. The man nodded with grim determination. In a corner of the stands, Jiang Chushuan gazed at the tall figure on the stage, her eyes lighting up. So it really was you. No. Wait, I should be calling you Junior. He's been tricking me for so long. This won't do. I absolutely have to go find him later. Just thinking about seeing Jingming again, a beautiful smile blossomed on Jiang Chushuan's lips. High-tier, stage 2. Staring at the spear-wielding figure in the arena, Li Chengzi's expression was as ugly as it could get. He had originally planned to use his low-tier stage 2 strength to crush Jingming and make a name for himself throughout the school by stepping on an S-rank ability user. He might have even been able to request the school to raise his own authority to S-rank, but with the strength Jingming was displaying now, his hopes were completely dashed. But just as he saw a slender figure in the arena, Li Chengzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Jingming, if it were any other round, you'd be guaranteed the win. But that guy is also in round 2. Let's see how you're going to survive this. He let out a soft laugh, his expression suggesting that as long as that person was there, Jingming was sure to fail. At that moment, a voice echoed across the arena. Everyone, Jingming is a high-tier stage 2, and he has an S-rank ability. If we let him defeat us one by one, all of us will be eliminated. Instead of waiting to be picked off, why don't we team up and take him out first? It was a deep voice, carrying a strange charisma that seemed to penetrate right into their minds. The suggestion immediately galvanized the dazed freshmen, their eyes lighting up. They felt the proposal was very reasonable, and that this strategy was the best course of action. Jingming frowned slightly. He could feel a strong persuasive power in that voice. He realized this person had telepathic abilities. The male voice spoke again. There are 103 of us. Besides Jingming, that leaves 102. Even if he is a high-tier stage 2, in a 102 against 1 fight, we will definitely win. My name is Shi Liao. I have an A-rank mental type ability. I've already gathered nearly 20 people. As long as the rest of you follow my command, I guarantee we can defeat Jingming with minimal losses. You have to understand, defeating an S-rank ability user is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jingming noticed that the eyes of all the freshmen around him had turned red, staring at him with a blazing fighting spirit. If we don't fight, we get eliminated anyway. If we fight, at least we have a chance. Screw it, I'm in. Defeating an S-rank ability user. This is a rare opportunity. Tell us, Shi Liao, what should we do? Under Shi Liao's persuasion, all the freshmen except Jingming had truly formed an alliance. In the stands, the teachers were all amazed. This kid has some serious skills. He actually managed to unite all the freshmen. Looks like Jingming is in a bit of trouble now. I'm afraid he'll be eliminated this round. Shi Liao is Director Long's disciple, isn't he? Not bad at all. I thought Jingming's high-tier stage 2 level would let him pass the first round easily. I never expected something like this to happen midway through. Many teachers cast admiring glances toward a middle-aged man named Long K, the director of the Tactics Academy and also Shi Liao's teacher. Long K smiled. This little Liao of mine is just lucky. Don't read too much into it. Luck is also a part of one's ability. Regardless, Jingming is in big trouble this time. An S-rank ability user failing to even pass the first round of the freshman tournament. That would be hilarious. Jingming sighed at the scene. If there were just over 100 beasts on the stage, Jingming could have dealt with them easily. But now, it was over 100 ability users, enhancers, elementalists, supports, psychics, all sorts of abilities, and they were all geniuses from all over. With a lineup like this, defeating a high-tier stage 2 ability user would be as easy as flipping their hand. Of course, Jingming wasn't just an ordinary high-tier second-rank ability user. The outcome would depend on who was stronger. As if noticing Jingming's gaze, Thachlu looked up with a confident smile. Jingming, if you had found and taken me down after the very first thing I said, you might have had a chance to break this stalemate. But now, everyone is listening to me. You don't have a chance anymore. How do you plan to turn the tables when you're 1 against 102 people? Jingming laughed. Turn the tables? What makes you think I'm the one at a disadvantage? He gently pulled his dark cloud swift wind spear from the ground. His right hand clenched tightly, activating the lightning spear skill as endless violet-blue lightning converged in his palm. A spear made of lightning gradually took form. Seeing Jingming begin to gather power for an attack, Thosh Liu hurriedly shouted his commands. Melee types, advance! Long-range attackers, release your skills now. Support types, buff the attackers. In reality, the best way to command would have been to divide these 100 people into 5 small teams. Each team of 20, coordinated by their abilities, could have used wave tactics to launch continuous assaults on Jingming. But this was just a hastily assembled formation, fundamentally incapable of such sophisticated coordination. They could only charge forward together based on their ability types. This is our chance to defeat an S-rank ability user. Haha, charge, charge. So what if he's an S-rank? Today's the day we knock you off your pedestal. Except for the dozen or so ability users protecting Thosh Liu, everyone else launched their attacks at Jingming simultaneously. Thosh Liu said smugly, Jingming, I advise you not to even think about facing me. Focus on dealing with the people around you first. Heavily protected in the center, Thosh Liu immediately felt safe, his voice growing louder. Hearing this, Kanmin smiled. So what if there are a lot of them? You think they can protect you? Immediately after, Jingming swung his right hand, which was gripping the lightning spear, and forcefully unleashed the attack. An ear-splitting crack echoed as the lightning spear transformed into a bolt that shot forward like thunder splitting the sky. Before Thosh Liu could even react, the lightning spear smashed directly into the stone wall. The sturdy stone wall, hoped to withstand an S-rank attack and harder than an E-grade alloy, exploded like scrap paper the moment the lightning spear hit it. Shattered pieces of earth flew everywhere. A few ability users standing nearby were hit, their heads split open and bleeding. But it wasn't over. The lightning on the spear suddenly became extremely violent, erupting in a blinding flash of light. This is bad. It's going to explode. Thosh Liu was utterly terrified. The impact alone was that horrifying. If it exploded, none of them would survive. Just as he despaired, a transparent energy shield suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. At the same time, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Eva, rang out. Warning, warning. Unstoppable energy source detected. Automatic energy protection system activated. Boom! In that instant, the lightning spear detonated. A mushroom cloud of lightning erupted in the middle of the arena, the violent energy causing the entire ground to shake violently. What the hell was that? Holy crap, a mushroom cloud in the arena? Thosh Liu, his group isn't all dead, are they? Just then, Eva's voice echoed in his ear. We regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Jingming. Thosh Liu was completely stunned. With just one combat skill, just one lightning spear, Jingming had eliminated his entire group. This power was too terrifying, his heart filled with regret. If he had known, he never should have provoked Jingming in the first place. Based on his own strength, he definitely could have made it to the next round. But now, he'd been completely wiped out before even defeating a single person. It's too late! Don't worry about me! Thosh Liu yelled. Keep attacking! Even though his group was eliminated, there were still over 80 freshmen on the field, a formidable force. Moreover, after all this time, the long-range attackers had finally finished casting their skills. The other students, instantly swayed by Thosh Liu's words, all attacked Kanmin in unison. A barrage of elemental attacks erupted, completely engulfing Jingming's figure. Thosh Liu thought coldly, even if I'm eliminated, I'm taking you down with me. But just then, a deep voice echoed from within the sea of fire and lightning. No matter how many ants there are, they can't kill a dragon. Your efforts will always be useless. Crackle! Crackle! Fierce lightning erupted before the horrified eyes of Thosh Liu and the freshmen. Jingming's entire body was covered in violet-blue electricity, with swirling lightning forming a dense electric net around him. All the elemental attacks, fire, lightning, wind, were blocked outside it. Then, it slowly expanded, enveloping all the surrounding students. Thosh Liu's pupils contracted. He never expected that Jingming could nullify all the elemental attacks just by using a basic application of his ability. How is this possible? If Jingming had used a powerful combat skill to block them, he could have grudgingly accepted it. Is this the power of an S-rank ability? Thosh Liu was overcome with a sense of powerlessness. Even if he gathered all the ability users together, in Jingming's eyes, they were still just tiny ants. Jingming's terrifying display also sent shockwaves through the teachers and spectators in the stands. What kind of insane lightning is that? The other elemental attacks are completely useless. Is this the might of an S-rank ability? It's absurd. Over 100 people attacking one, and they can't even put any pressure on him. That A-rank combat skill, lightning spear, is too strong. I knew it. I knew nothing would happen to him. Jiang Chushuan's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. She didn't even realize she had slipped up in how she addressed him. Having witnessed Jingming's full peak strength before, she naturally believed that those freshmen posed no threat to him. Jiang Chushuan wasn't the only one who thought so. Tong Thu Van, standing off to the side, had the exact same thought. She crossed her arms, watching Jingming emerge from the sea of fire and lightning. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. Trying to defeat Jingming with that level of skill? So naive. Meanwhile, in the teacher's stands, things had truly blown up. The power of that lightning spear is absolutely terrifying. His proficiency is at least high level. When he threw it, he created a sonic boom. Its instantaneous velocity was at least twice the speed of sound. His physical constitution is off the charts. His control over his lightning ability is extremely refined. That simple lightning net had no openings. He must practice constantly. It's a shame old Yang isn't here. Otherwise, I could ask him for some key information about Jingming. Because Dean Yang Zentian usually tutored Jingming privately, the other teachers only knew one thing for sure. He was an awakened S-rank ability user. Other than that, they knew nothing. He only just revealed his strength as an upper-tier rank 2 today. Even though Xi Liao screamed for them to keep attacking, everyone was frozen by Jingming's terrifying aura. Plus, with Xi Liao eliminated, his mental hypnosis ability was gone. It led to a very strange scene in the arena. 80 people surrounding one, yet not a single one dared to charge. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Jingming's eyes flashed as his body, crackling with electricity, vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, a freshman was already sent flying, spitting blood, so fast. I didn't even see how he attacked. This is bad. Spreading out makes us easy targets. We have to team up. The freshman immediately reacted and decided to work together. The elemental ability users in the back unleashed long-range skills, while the close combat fighters charged forward. Now this is more interesting. Jingming grinned, his excitement and fighting spirit blazing. Instead of retreating, he charged straight ahead, a net of lightning surrounding his body, completely blocking all ranged attacks. As for the other ability users' melee weapons, they were all swept aside by his long spear. A rapid series of clashes echoed out. Anyone who tried to fight Jingming up close, whether using a combat skill or a normal strike, was sent flying by the terrifying rebound force. Wrong angle. Too slow. Too weak. No, you're all too weak. Jingming wasn't even using any combat skills. He only used his purple firmament divine lightning to defend against the ranged barrage. But thanks to his body being enhanced by the third level of his indestructible lightning body, combined with his master-level spearmanship, none of the freshmen could withstand more than 2 moves, even with support-type ability users constantly buffing them and debuffing him. The result was the same. In less than a minute, Jingming had swept through all of them. He planted his 260-kilogram spear into the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Jingming glanced around him. Besides him, all 100 freshmen were either seriously injured and sprawled on the ground, or encased in Eva's rescue shields. A look of clear disappointment was on his resolute face. When they heard Jingming's assessment, the others all looked resentful. All they could think was, damn it, he beat us to a pulp and still calls us weak. That's just adding insult to injury. Why did I have to be in the same group as this monster? Immediately after, Eva announced the end of the first stage of round 2. The one advancing to the second round is Jingming, with a record of defeating 102 people. As for the remaining 4 advancing spots, but at that moment, Sun Qingshui interrupted Eva, saying, excluding Jingming, who has already advanced, the rest will become the contestants for the 11th match. They will compete again to decide the other 4. Hearing this result, the crowd below erupted in discussion. A landslide, a complete and total landslide. This is the first time in the freshman tournament's history that only one person has advanced to the second round. Everyone thought that with this kind of performance, the clubs would definitely clash fiercely, trying to recruit Jingming. Anyone could tell that Jingming wasn't even using his full strength just now, yet he wiped out over 100 people in less than a minute. Even the teachers were marveling. This freshman tournament has been going on for over 40 years, right? The highest record was set by an S-ranker, 87 people in 7 minutes? Looking at this, Jingming's new record will probably never be broken. And no one could understand how Yang Zhentian managed to train a student like Jingming to the level of a grandmaster in spearmanship. Hearing the word grandmaster, Headmaster Sun Qingshui was slightly startled. She thought to herself, it seems Jingming's talent with weapons is truly extraordinary. I originally wanted to try and pull him into the Elemental Academy, but now, it seems unnecessary. Thinking of this, she smiled, believing that with Jingming here, She wouldn't have to worry about this semester's exchange visit from the first-year students of the 3 other universities. After he stepped down from the stage, Song Chu-yoon and the others immediately waved and congratulated him enthusiastically. Liu Wentao said excitedly, "Brother Jingming, you should have seen Li Cheng's face. After you took down Xi Liao, his face turned absolutely foul. It was priceless." Hearing this, Jingming glanced over at Li Cheng. He realized this guy was just a paper tiger who only picked on the weak. But remembering his arrogant behavior from earlier, Jingming found it completely intolerable. Whatever. I'll just challenge him during the second stage later. I have 3 chances after all. Then, Jingming high-fived Liu Wentao and said, "I'm counting on you guys next." Liu Wentao immediately replied, "Don't worry, making it to the top is a piece of cake." Song Chu-yoon also smiled confidently. "No problem. I'm actually getting a little antsy to try," she thought to herself. "Just you wait. I'll show you later. Even if I can't beat you, I'm still the strongest freshman, right behind you." The third round went by quickly. Liu Wentao defeated 9 people, placing 4th. In the 6th round, Shi Donghae defeated 12 people, placing 3rd. When the 8th round began, Song Chu-yoon drew her sky-piercing halberd, thinking, "Finally, it's my turn." In that moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to this confident girl, and they all started cheering. "Look, it's Song Chu-yoon, the top scorer from Sichuan province. That figure, that face, she's absolutely perfect. She uses a sky-piercing halberd as a weapon? That's so rare. I hereby unilaterally declare her the new goddess of our school." When Eva announced the start of the match, Song Chu-yoon immediately activated her enhancement skill, Radiant Dawn, then leaped straight into the crowd, entering combat mode. Seeing her heroic figure, someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, another rank 2! Phew, thank god. She's only a low-tier rank 2, not a freak like Jingming. But wait, what's the difference? We still can't beat her." Seeing this, Wu Yuan said to his club members, "Make Song Chu-yoon our number 2 recruitment target. For now, put Li Cheng at number 3. Immediately after, Song Chu-yoon put on a one-woman show in the arena. First, it was the bright light phoenix dance, then the dazzling light halberd technique. She even unleashed her ultimate skill, the radiant flame gravity/halberd technique. Every single attack took down an opponent. At this moment, she was like a goddess of light and war, using both magic and her halberd technique with a brilliant aura. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes. As soon as the technique was unleashed, several people couldn't withstand the gravity and fell to their knees. A moment later, Eva announced, "The winner of this round is Song Chu-yoon, with 45 opponents defeated." Hearing the result, Song Chu-yoon satisfyingly sheathed her sky-piercing halberd and stepped down. Seeing Jingming, she asked cheerfully, "So? My performance wasn't too bad, right?" Jingming replied, "It was really impressive. Your combination of system magic and close combat skills is very fluid. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second stage." Time flew by. 2 hours later, the tournament announced the start of Stage 2, free-for-all challenges. Each of you has 3 chances to actively challenge anyone you choose. The person challenged is not allowed to refuse. Note, freshmen outside the top 50 cannot challenge those within the top 50. Furthermore, every match will be judged by Eva. The winner can choose to take the opponent's rank. Li Chengzi was silently calculating. The power gap between me and Jingming is too big. I can't possibly beat him. Maybe I should try challenging the second-ranked Song Chu-yoon. But just then, he heard Jingming say, "Eva, I want to challenge the third-ranked, Li Chengji." As soon as he said it, Li Chengji froze completely. He pointed a finger at Jingming and shouted, "You're rank 1! Why are you challenging me?" Jingming calmly replied, "The rules don't say it has to be someone of a lower rank challenging someone higher. Besides, you don't really think I'm someone you can just provoke without consequences, do you?" Hearing this, the people around immediately started whispering among themselves. "What's going on? Jingming is challenging Li Chengzi? Do they have a beef with each other?" Someone who had witnessed it earlier explained, "Haha, you don't know?" Earlier, Li Chengzi made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke Jingming. Whoa, he's got some serious nerve. No wonder Jingming is challenging him. At that moment, Eva made an announcement that ring number 74 had been allocated for this match and requested both contestants to enter the ring promptly. Seeing that things had come to this, Li Chengzi couldn't refuse. "Fine. Let's see just how strong an S-rank Esper like you really is." After they entered the ring, Eva announced, "Both sides, please prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin." The moment she finished, Li Chengzi immediately activated his A-rank Beast-type enhancement ability, Frenzied Blood Lion King. Following his roar, he charged straight towards Jingming. As he ran, he yelled, "You asked for this." Seeing this, Jingming looked at him coldly. "I'm not the one forcing you. Your own arrogance brought this upon yourself." After speaking, Jingming's body turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Jingming appeared behind Li Chengji, his hand gripping a long spear tightly. Seeing Jingming, Li Chengji immediately spun around, unleashing a frenzied lion slash, taunting as he struck. You got a death wish? A lightning-type esper dares to fight me in close combat? But the moment their weapons clashed, Li Chengji was suddenly knocked back by an overwhelming force, and the hand holding his blade was shaken so violently it wouldn't stop trembling. His eyes widened as he stared at Jingming, terrified. His strength, it's even greater than mine. He had clearly activated his enhancement ability, so how was his physical body still weaker than a lightning-type esper's? But before he could even compose himself, Jingming had already released a stream of purple lightning. In an instant, with a loud shout of violet sky divine lightning, the purple bolt struck Li Chengzi directly, and the intense pain made him scream in agony over and over. In the stands, people exclaimed, "My God, how much must that hurt for him to scream like that?" Even Li Chengzi, a second-stage enhancement-type esper, can't take it? The scariest part is that Jingming is deliberately controlling the lightning's power, so Eva can't declare Li Chengzi's loss yet. He's torturing him. Looking at the lightning-filled arena, all the new students had the same thought: never ever mess with Jingming. When Li Chengzi finally collapsed, Eva announced, "The winner of this match is Jingming." Jingming thought to himself, "Too bad. I wanted to mess with him a little longer." But more than 10 seconds of that pain should be enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Hopefully, he'll learn his lesson and be less arrogant. Otherwise, with a personality like that, he's bound to suffer a huge loss sooner or later. As for Li Chengji, as soon as he returned to his normal state, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. For a moment there, I really thought I was going to die. Seeing Jingming leave, he felt a wave of relief. He's finally gone. But at that exact moment, Song Chu-yun suddenly raised her heavenly halberd and declared loudly, "Eva, I want to challenge the third-ranked Li Chengzi." Hearing that, Li Chengji literally wanted to die on the spot. The match between Song Chu-yun and Li Chengji ended incredibly quickly. Li Chengji was once again sent flying out of the ring. After the loud thud of him hitting the ground, Eva declared Song Chu-yun the winner. As for Li Chengzi, he couldn't get up at all and had to be carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Stepping down from the stage, Song Chu-yun happily ran up to Su Jingming. "So?" she asked. "How was that? Did you see how miserably I beat him?" Jingming smiled and praised her. "That was a great move." The two then shared a knowing fist bump. Seeing this, the surrounding students burst into noisy discussion. There's something going on there. Those two definitely have a thing. You mean our year's goddess is already taken? Damn it, Jingming works fast, doesn't he? The school year hasn't even started. Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to get beaten to a pulp like Li Chengzi. Time passed rather quickly. 4 hours later, Sun Qing announced that time was up. The freshman tournament had officially concluded. She then announced the final results. First place, Jingming. Second place, Song Chu-yun. Third place, Li Chengji. Sadong he is ranked 26th. Liu Wentao is only ranked 39th. After announcing the results, Sun Qing asked all the freshmen to log into the school's website to fill in their desired academy choices. Song Chu-yun wanted to know which class Jingming was assigned to. Jingming replied, "I'm in the Weaponry Academy, Year 1, Class 2. What about you?" "I'm in the Elemental Academy, Year 1, Class 3. Seeing the two talking so intimately, Sa Dong-hee and Liu Wentao started to tease them. "Ooh, listen to you, calling him Jingming so sweetly already. Today it's Jingming, tomorrow it'll probably be Babe." After that, Sun Qing announced that the opening ceremony and the freshman tournament had officially ended. Those freshmen who performed well in tonight's tournament will receive messages from the instructors. At this time, the other teachers were also discussing among themselves with great satisfaction. This year's batch of freshmen is much stronger than last year's. Indeed, especially the first-ranked Jingming. In just another year or two, he'll be able to crush all the other students in the school. The clubs are probably going to fight to the death over him. It's finally over. Let's go. We should all go out for a meal. Amidst the crowd heading towards the stadium exit, Jingming smiled and said to Song Chu-yun and the others. Song Chu-yun winked playfully. "All right, then how about our new king treats us?" Jingming laughed and said, "No problem. When we get to the restaurant later, just order whatever you want. Since Brother Jingming is treating, then we'll definitely have to have a few drinks later." Liu Wentao and Sa Dong-hei both grinned brightly. "Let's go. We should head to Thanya Pavilion." Ever since eating there with Song Chu-yun last time, Jingming had thought the food there was delicious. Just then, Wu Yuan walked over. "Student Xu, please wait a moment." "You are?" Jingming looked puzzledly at the newcomer. This person radiated a rather powerful aura, but he didn't recognize him at all. The tall, slender young man smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteor Club. I want to invite you to join our club. Naturally, as the only current S-rank student, we're prepared to show our sincerity. If you join, the vice president position is yours. You'll also get an extra 100 credits each semester and a B-rank resource package. Some freshmen passing by overheard this and looked on with admiration. Oh my god, vice president right off the bat? I'm so jealous. We have to pay a club fee just to get in, and even then, we might have to be gophers for a while. The difference in treatment is huge. Besides, the Meteor Club is the strongest one in school. Having that on your record after graduation is a guaranteed ticket into an elite guild. But just then, a voice cut in. Just a vice president? Wu Yuan, your Meteor Club is pretty stingy, huh? Oh? And what can your Ashen Club offer? Wu Yuan looked toward the group approaching from the distance. The one in the lead was the president of the Ashen Club, Wei Hei. A better offer than yours, obviously. Wei, he replied coolly, then turned to Jingming. Jingming, if you join our Ashen Club, you can immediately become the president in training. When I graduate, the Ashen Club will be all yours. Additionally, any resources the Meteor Club has, the Ashen Club can match. You don't have to worry about that. This counteroffer sent an even bigger buzz through the crowd. Whoa, president in training? The Ashen Club is really playing for keeps. If Jingming agreed, he'd probably become the youngest president in the history of the Ashen Club. Many people were both envious and wishful. Some even thinking that if they were Jingming, they'd nod immediately. President in training. Wu Yuan's heart sank. That position was indeed better than what he could offer. He couldn't even make a similar offer. Because behind the Meteor Club was the Meteor Guild. The succession of future presidents had already been arranged, and he had no say in it. Even with Jingming being an S-rank Esper, the earliest he'd have a chance to become president would be the term after next. It was nothing like the Ashen Club, where the presidency could be handed over right after graduation. As for Jingming, after hearing both offers, he spoke slowly. Vice President, President in training. I need some time to think. I'll give you an answer in a few days. He thought back to his past life when he joined the student council and even became president. The result was countless responsibilities that ate up nearly all of his personal time. He wouldn't make that same mistake in this life. Here's my personal contact number. If you have any questions about the position, just call me directly. Wei. He seemed to have anticipated this response and handed his contact info to Jingming. Wu Yuan from the Meteor Club immediately stepped forward to exchange numbers as well. Before leaving, they both also invited Song Chuyun, Liu Wentao, and Xia Donghee to join their clubs. Although the three of them were only invited as regular members with no special treatment, top 50 freshmen were still prime recruitment targets for the major clubs. The three of them didn't decide right away either, saying they'd think about it. Just as Jingming let out a sigh of relief, thinking, we can finally go. Song Chuyun looked into the distance and said, looks like we're not going anywhere just yet. The next second, a crowd of people swarmed and surrounded Jingming. They all held out business cards, yelling, Student Shu, join our club. Our club is mostly girls. Join my club. It has the best future prospects. We even have a corporate sponsor backing us. A while later, the group was panting, their faces red as if they'd just run a marathon. We finally got away. Let's go. To the Qingya house. But just then, a figure approached. Long, silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, paired with slender, pale legs under a short blue skirt so beautiful it made people do a double take. Jiang Chushuan smiled. Long time no see, huh, Junior? Realizing she recognized him as a freshman, Jingming felt a little embarrassed. Hi, Senior Jiang. A puzzled look appeared on Song Chuyun's face. Jingming introduced her. This is Senior Jiang Chushuan. I met her in the primordial wilderness last time. Jiang Chushuan was also polite. Hi, everyone. I'm a second year, Class 3, from the Elemental Academy. At this, Liu Wentao was too excited to speak, screaming internally, that's Brother Jingming for you. Other people go to the primordial wilderness, and many don't even make it back alive. But not only did he survive, he even got to know a top-tier beauty like her. Hi, Senior Jiang. I'm Jingming's classmate, Song Chuyun. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan looked over at Chuyun and froze for a second. She was truly stunned by Chuyun's beauty. She thought to herself, so beautiful. Not only is her face captivatingly gorgeous, but her figure is also incredibly seductive, with perfect curves. As an internet blogger with tens of millions of followers, Jiang Chushuan had always been very confident in her own looks and figure. But facing Song Chuyun, she couldn't find a shred of that confidence. She even felt an urge to press herself against the other girl, but she immediately snapped out of it, shaking her head vigorously. Press myself against her? What the hell? That's creepy. Could it be that this girl swings both ways? Seeing Jiang Chushuan standing there frozen and silent, Song Chuyun asked, confused, Senior, is something wrong? Then she smiled and offered, "We were about to go eat. Senior Jiang, would you like to join us?" In the blink of an eye, they were at Qingya House. To the end of the freshman tournament. Cheers. During the meal, Jiang Chuxuan clung to Jingming's arm, repeatedly saying, "Jingming, let's toast." Seeing this, Song Chuyun wouldn't be outdone. "Jingming, let's have a drink too." Watching this scene, Liu Wentao immediately whispered to Sha Donghe, "This is bad. It looks like both of them are into brother Jingming. We need to retreat from this battlefield. Fast." With that, he stood up. "Brother Jingming, I'm leaving Senior Jiang and Chuyun to you. Donghe and I have something to do, so we'll head out first." "Bye." Jingming watched them, thinking helplessly. What's with those two? Why'd they run off so fast? Drinking really does cause trouble. Just then, Jiang Chuxuan leaned against his chest, her voice soft and weak. "Jingming, I don't think I can walk. Can you help me?" Song Chuyun immediately followed suit. "Jingming, I can't walk either. Can you take me home too?" After hearing this, Jingming asked, "Are you too sure?" The two girls immediately replied in unison, "Positive. All right then, I'll take you both home." They always say drunk women are a handful, and today, Jingming was experiencing it firsthand. Helpless, he had no choice but to support one on his left and the other on his right as they left Qingya House. As they were leaving, someone recognized them. "Hey, isn't that the goddess Jiang? That guy is insanely lucky. I'm so jealous." In a flash, after dropping them both off, Jingming returned to his dorm. The moment he opened the door, he saw a woman sitting on the living room sofa. Seeing him enter, she immediately stood up. "Hello, I'm your class advisor. I'm Teacher Suyu. I've brought your reward from the freshman tournament. This secure case can be opened with your fingerprint. Model. I'll send the class group code in a bit. Make sure to join. From now on, if you have any issues at the university, just contact me and I'll help you out. I also have to inform the other students, so I'll be going now." The moment the teacher left, Liu Wentao zipped over to Jingming. "Jingming, how'd it go? Did Chu Yun and Sister Jiang get into a fight just now?" Jingming asked, confused. "A fight? What fight?" "There was no fight between them. I just walked them to their dorm and came back." "No fight? It went that smoothly?" Liu Wentao's eyes widened. The situation hadn't played out as he'd imagined. He sighed in admiration. "You really are something else, Jingming. So peaceful. That means you handled them both perfectly." Meanwhile, Jingming paid him no mind, focusing on opening the reward box for passing the trials. Jingming thought, "First, let's see what goodies I got this time." After he placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner, the safe clicked open. Inside were two items, a ring and an elixir pill. These were the rewards for first place in the freshman competition, a spatial ring with 10 cubic meters of storage and an A-rank cultivation resource. Jingming picked up the ring and imprinted his spiritual mark on it. As expected, he could sense a space of 10 cubic meters inside. "Finally, I don't have to lug my weapon around everywhere every day." The ring flashed faintly, and the spear in Jingming's hand shrank before being drawn into the spatial ring. "I gotta say, Jingming, you're starting to give off the vibe of a rich bachelor." Looking at the 3 rings on Jingming's right hand, Liu Wentao joked, but his words held a hint of envy. As one of the top 50 freshmen, he had also received a reward, but it was a mere 400 academic credits. Compared to the reward for Jingming, the number 1 freshman, it was basically nothing. "I do have a few too many rings on my hand. I'll check out the equipment department tomorrow. They'll probably buy back this kind of gear." Jingming already had 2 1 cubic meter spatial rings. Now that he had a larger one, the other 2 were obsolete. He wanted to sell them to make some cash. At that moment, Jingming frowned slightly and took out the elixir pill. What does this pill do? There aren't any instructions. Logically, the university shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Hearing Jingming complain, Liu Wentao immediately chimed in. "You need to identify an elixir? That's easy. Eva, come out." Liu Wentao summoned Eva and gave an order. "Eva, analyze this elixir pill." "Understood." A pale blue light emanated from Eva's 3D projection, enveloping the entire pill. It didn't take long for the results to come in. This is a 5th grade spirit condensing pill, produced by the Pharmacy Department of Mado University of Abilities. It is effective for ability users of the 5th rank and below. It can only be used once. After consumption, it increases mental power. It's rated as an A-rank cultivation resource. Eva can also analyze elixirs? Jingming was astonished. Liu Wentao laughed and explained, "I only found out after buying an elixir from the school's website once. And it's not just elixirs. Eva can also appraise beast materials and rare herbs. Well, it is an AI. It's bound to have these kinds of functions." Jingming understood now. He felt it was a shame that a top-tier AI like Eva was exclusive to Mado University of Abilities. Otherwise, he'd want one for himself. That way, he wouldn't have to memorize the characteristics of all those rare natural treasures. He could just let the AI identify them. Liu and Tao guessed that there were probably similar AIs on the market, and he could check the school's website for one when he had time. After confirming there was nothing wrong with his items, Jingming took the safe and went up to the training room on the second floor of the villa. He was going to consume the 5th grade spirit condensing pill right away. Before taking the pill, Jingming specifically glanced at his stats on the system. Physique, 1,321. Spirit, 987. Physique and spirit are the two fundamental attributes for an ability user. Between two ability users with the same ability, the one with higher fundamental attributes will be able to sustain their ability longer and have greater power. And besides normal training, these two major attributes can only be increased by leveling up, consuming elixirs, using rare natural treasures, or eating special medicinal ingredients. However, each rank of an ability user has a maximum attribute limit, like a genetic lock. Once you reach the attribute limit, unless you break through to the next rank, you can't increase it any further, no matter how much you train. Jingming only discovered this secret thanks to his system. Additionally, as his level increased, the value of fundamental attributes he could exchange for with ability points decreased. When he first got the system, one ability point could be exchanged for 0.2 attribute points. But upon entering the second stage, one ability point could only be exchanged for 0.1 attribute point. Jingming guessed it was probably because after entering the second stage, his physique and spiritual power were already much stronger, making improvements more difficult than in the first stage. Jingming hoped this pill would give him a pleasant surprise. With that, Jingming quickly popped the pill into his mouth. Not long after swallowing it, Jingming felt his mind become remarkably clearer. Jingming subconsciously opened his system panel. Physique, 1,321. Spirit, 1,037. My mental power increased by 50 points, breaking the 1,000 mark. At the same time, he also saved 500 ability points. Jingming's eyes lit up. Because he cultivated the S-rank body tempering art, Indestructible Body of Thunder, his physique had always been stronger than his mental power. Jingming was very satisfied with this gain. He felt his body brimming with energy. Jingming decided to get in some practice before going to sleep. The next morning, after completing his usual training routine, he went straight to Mado's equipment department. Since these two 1 cubic meter spatial rings were not products of Mado University of Abilities, the equipment department wouldn't buy them back with academic credits, only with Daxia currency. They bought each one back for 35 million, totaling 70 million for both. So, when he left the equipment department, his bank account balance had surpassed 100 million. He had finally saved up enough money for his little goal. Jingming thought to himself with emotion, having an ability really makes it easy to earn money. Like the equipment department, the pharmacy department was also in a separate building. Jingming took a number and sat down to wait. It was only 10 a.m., still quite early, but there were already 30 or 40 people on this floor. They had just called number 14, and mine is 43. I'll probably have to wait for over an hour. He frowned slightly, not expecting it to be so crowded. Of course, he could wander around the other floors, but that would only kill a few dozen minutes at most. Jingming decided to find an empty seat and sit down. But before Kan-min could sit down, a slightly surprised voice came from the side. Kan-min, you're here too? The voice sounded familiar, so Hua Kan-min looked in the direction of the sound. Just as he thought, Gyang Ser-hien was standing not far away. Seeing her, a teasing look appeared on his resolute face. I didn't expect to see you here. Sobered up yet? Jiang Sor-hien's fair face flushed slightly, clearly remembering how she had stubbornly made him help her home last night. She could still vividly feel his firm arm. She hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, Right? Are you here to sell the medicinal ingredients you found in the cave last time? Kan-min said he had two intentions for coming here. One was to sell the ingredients, and the other was to find an alchemist who could help him craft elixirs or refine them, which would be more efficient. Hearing this, Jiang Sor-hien's eyes immediately lit up. Are you looking for an alchemist? Don't you see a brilliant, beautiful, and captivating one right in front of you? She said, clearing her throat and puffing out her chest, as if she wanted to write, That alchemist is me, right on her face. You? But aren't you just an amateur? Hua Kan-min looked skeptical. Jiang Sor-hien quickly retorted, Who says I'm an amateur? I have a second-grade alchemist certificate, you know. Crafting a few second-grade elixirs is a piece of cake. Besides, I'm not planning to go back to the wilderness to film clips anymore. I want to fully commit to the path of an alchemist. This information surprised Hua Kan-min. Afterwards, the two found a quiet corner and sat down to talk. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy, and Jiang Ser-hien's expression turned sad. After a moment, Kan-min spoke up. Are you really going to stop filming monster hunting videos? Gyeongser Hien sat beside Hua Kanmin. After the danger we faced last time, I realized the wilderness probably isn't the right place for me. Of course, I'll keep making videos, but I'm just switching my style to more slice-of-life content, like crafting elixirs and medicines. Switching your video style. You'll probably lose a lot of fans, Hua Kanmin said thoughtfully. You're telling me? A complex expression crossed Jiang Hien's beautiful face. I'm an orphan. My parents were killed during a monster attack on the city when I was just over 10 years old. I only got into Motto Ability University because I awakened an A-rank ice ability and worked my butt off. After starting university without any family support, my financial situation was, to put it mildly, extremely tight. I only got famous by chance after posting a video of me hunting a vicious beast. I was able to get sponsorships for combat gear and weapons, and the income was decent, but honestly, I never liked spending long periods in the wilderness, and I especially hated dealing with those hired squads of ability user bodyguards. I much prefer a quiet life, studying alchemy books and focusing on crafting elixirs. And what happened in the primeval wilderness this time also made me realize how weak I am. I couldn't even properly control a squad of bodyguards. If I keep filming monster hunting videos, something like that is bound to happen again. So, after a few days of careful consideration, I finally made this choice. Good luck. I hope the rebranding goes well for you, Hua Kanmin said with a cheerful encouragement. Then, a bit curious, he asked, I remember you're an ice ability user. Can you even be an alchemist? In Kanmin's mind, only fire ability users could walk the path of an alchemist. That just shows how little you know about alchemists. Gyeongser Hien, having shaken off her complex emotions, explained with a bright smile, there are specialized cauldrons and refining furnaces that can convert energy-type abilities into flames. The stronger the ability, the higher the flame's temperature. Even your lightning ability could be used to brew potions. I see. It suddenly clicked for Hua Kanmin. He hesitated for a moment, then took a wooden box out of his spatial ring. All the ingredients I have are in here. See what you can use to craft elixirs and just take it all. You really want to let me help you? Jiang Hien was slightly stunned but quickly recovered, saying with a radiant smile, well, if you trust me that much, I won't hold back. I'll have the finished elixirs for you in a week. Just as you were about to head back to your villa, you received a call from Professor Duong Trentien. Kanmin, we're back. Can you come over now? Yes, sir. I'm on my way to the teacher's villa district, number 23. In the villa's living room, besides Professor Duong Trentien and Lu Ming, there was another man and woman who were none other than Tu Vi and Dong Doyet. Tu Vi said with a smile, before I even got back to campus, I saw all the talk on the school forums about what Kanmin has done. He's really amazing. I saw it too. Dong Duyet also nodded with a smile. Senior Lu Ming, is he really as strong as you say? Dong Duyet looked curiously at Lu Ming. You'll see in a bit. He will absolutely blow your mind. Liu Ming was still in a wheelchair, but both his legs and his right arm had grown back. His face, however, was still a bit pale. Is that so? Then I'll have to see for myself. A strange glint flashed in Dong Duyet's beautiful eyes. The relationship between the senior and junior disciples was very good. Their new junior was surely strong, but her senior might have been exaggerating a little. That was the most logical explanation she could come up with, Dong Duyet thought to herself. 10 minutes later, Hua Kanmin walked into the villa's living room. Professor, Kanmin respectfully greeted Duong Trentien. He also noticed the unfamiliar man and woman in the room, but when he saw Liu Ming in the wheelchair, he was horrified. Senior Liu Ming, what happened to you? Liu Ming sighed and explained, it was Vung Lam. That bastard used the crippled guild as bait for the monsters. The guild suffered heavy losses, and I was seriously injured. I fought that bastard Vung Lam. I got hurt, but so did he. Duong Trentien chimed in to explain, this is why I wasn't present for the freshman exam. Hearing this, Kanmin yelled in anger, damn it! An 8th level grandmaster with the power to move mountains and seas. And he's a scumbag like that. Kanmin knew very well that at his current level, he couldn't get revenge for Liu Ming. If he had been in senior Liu Ming's situation, he probably would have died. In this world, if you don't become strong, you'll just be manipulated by the powerful. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Duong Trentien placed a hand on Kanmin's shoulder and said, Kanmin, don't dwell on it. Come, let me introduce you. This is your 3rd-year senior, Tu Vi, and this is your 2nd-year senior, Dong Duyet. Thanks to Professor Duong Trentien's introduction, Kanmin learned that these two were his seniors. The calm and collected Tu Vi stood up and gave a faint smile. Hello, Junior. I heard a while ago that the professor took on a new student. I was just busy away from campus all summer break and only got back yesterday. That's right. This is my welcoming gift for you, a 4th grade Origin Power Pill. After using it, the efficiency of absorbing Origin energy while cultivating your powers will increase significantly. Tu Vi passed over a small wooden box, and at the same time, Dong Yue also laughed. I didn't prepare much, so I'll just transfer 200 academic credits to you. Thank you, senior brother, senior sister. After receiving the gifts, Kan Min thanked them politely. At this point, Liu Ming spoke up. Senior sister Dong here was just doubting my words earlier. Why don't you tell her yourself? Since enrolling, you've consecutively learned 4 A-rank lightning system combat skills, right? Facing Liu Ming's question, Kan Min chuckled and nodded. Senior brother Liu isn't wrong. Oh my god, is this for real? Before Dong Yue could even speak, 2V exclaimed in shock. You're breaking through ranks so fast, and you've learned so many A-rank combat skills in such a short time. Can you share some of your experience with your senior sister? As someone who had only recently advanced to the high-tier second stage, she knew exactly how difficult it was to break through a rank. Yet, Kan Min had not only caught up to her rank, but he had also mastered more A-rank combat skills than a senior who had enrolled a year before him. What was there left to say? Kan Min hesitated slightly and said, There's no special secret. I was just born with a good aptitude. I can learn a skill after seeing it a few times. It doesn't take much time. But aptitude, that's not something you can learn from me, senior sister. Junior brother, that hurts. You know, Dong Yue covered her face, pretending to be wounded. Teacher Yang Zhentian smiled at Kan Min. I am very pleased with your comprehension and effort. I'll organize a party later to celebrate you winning first place. Although I wasn't there yesterday, I heard all about your amazing performance from Headmaster Tun last night. It was nothing. They were just too weak. Kan Min smiled and then asked, Oh right, teacher, I wanted to ask for your help in testing a combat skill. What skill? Senior brother Liu is out of commission, but aren't I here? There's no need to bother the teacher, 2V said excitedly. Kan Min blinked, hesitating slightly. The S-rank combat skill, Nether Thunder Armor. Hearing this, the eyes of the 4 people in the room lit up with excitement. They never expected Kan Min would want to test an S-rank skill. 2V was only a low-tier 3rd stage. There was no way he could break the defense of the Nether Thunder Armor. An S-rank combat skill. 2V took a sharp breath. My apologies for the trouble. Later, on the outdoor training field, Yang Zhentian and Kan Min stood facing each other, while Tuvai, Dong Duyet, and a wheelchair-bound Liu Ming observed from the side. Do you guys think our junior brother really learned that S-rank skill? 2V couldn't help but ask. As a lightning-type power user, I've seen that skill in the combat skill library before, Liu Ming said in a low voice. Based on what I know of Jingming, he doesn't bluff. 2V sighed in admiration. All right, I finally get what you meant by monster, senior brother. In the center of the training field, Kan Min focused his gaze as blue-purple lightning enveloped his entire body, condensing into a suit of black armor. Streaks of lightning and arcs of electricity danced across the armor's surface like liquid. It really was the S-rank combat skill, Nether Thunder Armor. Even Yang Zhentian hadn't expected his own student to deliver such a massive surprise. Kan Min. I'll start by testing it with the intensity of a peak 3rd stage power user. Although Yang Zhentian held Kan Min's strength in high regard, he didn't want to injure him carelessly. A crimson thunderbolt shot straight toward the Nether Thunder Armor, yet it didn't leave a single scratch on the armor. The impact force from that powerful lightning strike, after being reduced by 90% by the Nether Thunder Armor, was transmitted to Jingming's body. It felt like nothing more than an itch. Seeing this, Jingming said excitedly, Teacher, add a little more power. This isn't strong enough. Yang Zhentian laughed with excitement. All right, then I'll keep increasing my attack power. If you can't take it, just let me know. The crimson lightning roared and charged forward again, still leaving no mark. Deafening thunderclaps echoed one after another as crimson thunderbolts, each one powerful enough to kill 2V and Dong Duyet, rained down continuously on Jingming's body. Finally, when teacher Yang Zhentian raised his power's intensity to 10 times that of a peak 3rd stage, Jingming's Nether Thunder Armor could no longer withstand it, exploding into pieces with a heaven-shaking boom. Good, very good. Yang Zhentian retracted all his lightning and turned around, laughing heartily. The attack intensity of a low-tier 4th stage power user is only about equivalent to 10 times a peak 3rd stage. In other words, to break the defense of this Nether Thunder Armor of yours, it would take at least a 4th stage. Power user, and one who possesses a decent A-rank ability at that. 2V drew in a sharp, cold breath in awe. An S-rank combat skill combined with an S-rank superpower. How could he reach such a terrifying level? Jingming is currently only a high-tier 2nd stage, yet he can already leap across 2 major realms to withstand a 4th stage attack. This kind of monstrous combat power is truly terrifying. The skill test is over, and it's about time. Let's go. We'll head out for lunch. In a cheerful mood, Yang Zhentian glanced at his watch. 11:32. The reservation he'd made at the hotel was for 12 o'clock. They'd be right on time if they left now. But Jingming quickly said, Wait, teacher, that wasn't my limit just now. Not even close. Yang Zhentian froze. Before he could even ask, boom! An aura several times stronger than before erupted from Jingming. Immediately after, his body shot up to nearly 2 meters tall. His eyes transformed into the vertical blue-purple pupils of a dragon. His hair turned white, and an ancient, berserk blue-purple lightning radiated from him, spreading across the field with a low hum. This is the apex lightning state. Yang Zhentian's expression changed. Even Liu Ming and the two beside him stared wide-eyed. The apex lightning state. That means Kan Min's indestructible lightning body has reached the 3rd level. Holy crap, junior brother, you're this much of a beast? Even the ever-calm 2V couldn't help but curse out loud. Meanwhile, senior sister Dong Duyet felt a little disheartened. Her own indestructible lightning body was only at the 2nd level. Kan Min had not only mastered 4 A-rank combat skills and 1 S-rank skill, but he had also reached the apex state. Was he even human anymore? No wonder your body could withstand the force of a 10-fold attack earlier, so your indestructible lightning body is already at the 3rd level. Yang Zhentian laughed loudly as crimson lightning erupted around him once more. Let's continue. 12 times a peak 3rd stage. The crimson thunder roared once more. 3 minutes later, after Jingming activated the apex lightning state, his entire body underwent a comprehensive upgrade. It wasn't until Yang Zhentian used an attack with 20 times the power of a peak 3rd stage that the nether thunder armor was barely broken. Yang Zhentian was so excited his beard trembled. Wonderful! 20 times. That means it would take a mid-tier 4th stage to break your defense. Truly worthy of the indestructible lightning body, built from the essence blood of an SS-rank lightning dragon. Kan Min, your ability to reach this level truly exceeded my expectations. Yang Zhentian walked over with a proud smile. Thank you, teacher. I'm just a little more gifted, that's all. Although he was a bit tired, Kan Min was still happy because he finally knew the extent of his own defense. Yang Zhentian pulled Kan Min to his feet. Normally, students have to be taught combat skills step by step by their teacher, but you learn them on your own and then just inform me about it. Of all my countless students, you're the one I've had to worry about the least. Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today, so feel free to order the expensive stuff. After changing, the group left the villa, got into Yang Zhentian's car, and headed for a hotel in the city center. In the car, Jingming asked, Senior Liu, both the Ash Society and the Starfall Society have sent me invitations. Which one do you think I should choose? Starfall, Liu Ming answered without hesitation. 2V was surprised. Senior Liu, I thought you'd want Kan Min to join the Ash Society. Liu Ming sighed and explained, if the Ash Society wasn't in trouble, of course I'd want him to join. But right now, the Ash Society has suffered heavy losses. Its very existence is a problem. The school's chapter is definitely affected, so naturally, it can't compare to the Starfall Society and the main Starfall Guild behind it. Why join someone else's guild when you can start your own? Yang Zhentian suddenly suggested that Kan Min should just join a guild for a year or two, then establish his own in his 3rd or 4th year. When you graduate, that will be the foundation for building your own power base later. Jingming shook his head. Build a power base? He said managing a guild would be a huge hassle, and he wasn't interested. A hassle? Not having your own power base is the real hassle. Yang Zhentian spoke with the voice of experience. I thought the same thing as you when I was young. And what was the result? I had to do everything myself. Kan Min, you must remember this. You build a power base so they can work for you, gather resources for you, leaving you time to focus on your training. When you reach the Grandmaster level, you'll understand the pain of having to run all over the world for just a few resources. Jingming was a bit taken aback by this, then said, I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Teacher Duong. Kan Min had his system and didn't need resources to level up, but he still had to kill mutant beasts himself to get ability points. If he had his own faction to gather mutant beasts for him to finish off, wouldn't his efficiency at gaining ability points increase several times over? After the celebratory feast with his teacher, senior brother, and senior sister, the next day, the academic program for freshmen at Motto Ability University officially began. The first-year student schedule was packed, with classes almost every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The subjects were diverse and rich in content, from history classes on the origin of vicious beasts and the resurgence of primal energy to practical combat classes using various weapons. There was even an anatomy class that explained the different weaknesses of each type of vicious beast and how to harvest materials from their bodies. During the first week, Jingming didn't miss a single class for freshmen at the Weapons Academy, listening intently from beginning to end. He even went over to the Elemental Academy to audit a few sessions. It had to be said that as a top university, the classes were all taught exceptionally well and were very engaging. For Jingming, everything was very useful. For example, in the history class about the origin of vicious beasts, Jingming learned that hundreds of years ago, when primal energy first appeared on Blue Star, wild animals mutated into vicious beasts, and humans began to awaken their abilities. Deep underground, people also discovered many ruins of an ancient civilization. Most of Blue Star's advanced technological products today were improved from items excavated from those ruins. Even the ability testing equipment was an improvement based on technology from the ancient ruins. In addition, the anatomy class on the weaknesses of vicious beasts broadened his understanding. He realized that he had wasted a lot of energy killing vicious beasts in the wilds before. If he had known the specific weakness of each species and struck the right spot, he could have achieved a one-hit kill. In the elemental control class, Jingming stood on the lowest tier of the lecture hall. A purple-blue lightning carrying a dangerous aura surrounded him. Under his control, the lightning constantly changed shape, at one moment forming a lifelike lightning snake. Not bad. Beside him, a teacher from the Elemental Academy nodded in praise. You've been improving very quickly lately. You can already freely control your elemental ability into any shape. It probably won't be long before you reach the level of liquefying lightning. What a pity. If only you were a student at our Elemental Academy. The rich and useful classes made him feel a sense of awe. With this kind of training method, the ability users nurtured here were undoubtedly the best of the best, completely incomparable to those who dropped out of high school to survive in the wilds. After his classes ended on Thursday afternoon, he would head straight to the wilds and not return to school until Monday. This way, he had 3 days a week to hunt vicious beasts and harvest ability points, allowing him to optimize both his studies and his system's cultivation. New knowledge, new skills, and new equipment had greatly improved Kan Min's combat skills. Within 2 months, his power had doubled, and he had accumulated over 13,000 ability points. The only regret was that the plus sign still hadn't appeared next to his special ability. Logically, everything could be upgraded, so his special ability should be the same. Kan Min decided to focus on improving his physical constitution for more effective combat. As soon as he added the points, Kan Min felt the power in his body increase rapidly. Kan Min believed that one day, his Purple Sky Divine Thunder would evolve into an SS rank super ability. Just after class ended, Kan Min went to find Song Chiu-yun. Seeing Jingming, Song Chiu-yun flashed a radiant smile. Kan Min, your proficiency in controlling your lightning ability has increased again. Kan Min smiled. I have made a little progress recently. A little? That little is equal to a whole month of hard training for me. Song Chiu-yun blurted out with a sigh, but being used to Kan Min's monstrous talent, she quickly calmed down and smiled. That's right, the annual freshman research trip is starting in about a week. The announcement should be out soon. As the top freshman, you definitely won't be able to escape it. Than Kin Ability University and Tan Than Ability University will also be sending their freshmen to the same place. With the top 3 schools gathered together, there will definitely be some friendly competitions to test the strength of each school's freshman class. With your personality, you definitely won't miss it. Jingming heard this and nodded. I heard the event is being held in the wilds, so I'll participate. The wilds were the perfect place to earn ability points, so of course he wouldn't pass it up. Besides, he also wanted to see if the freshmen from the other 2 schools were really as strong as the rumors claimed. A week later, in the first-floor auditorium of Mo University's Lecture Hall Building 2, after receiving the notice, the top 50 freshmen from various academies and classes finally gathered. Liu Wentao remarked with a smile that he planned to use this study tour to relax and have a good time. Since Jingming would take care of everything, Song Chiu-yun agreed with that sentiment. But she believed that even without an S rank like Jingming, their school still would have been number 1 for 4 years straight. It was as if with Jingming around, pressure didn't even exist. Just then, a soft whoosh echoed. Everyone looked up to see the space on the stage blur, and then transform into a doorway. The door opened, and a woman in a light blue, traditional-style robe walked out, treading barefoot on thin air. It was none other than the vice principal, the Grand Master of the space element, Ling Chang. Everyone was instantly shaken. They hadn't expected the vice principal to come in person. She stood in midair, her long robe fluttering, her gaze sweeping over every freshman in the hall. Her eyes paused for a moment on Jingming before moving on. Her voice, clear yet distant, rang out. I will be presiding over this meeting. The topic is the upcoming study tour. Eva opened a map, and a blue light shone down from the auditorium ceiling, converging in midair to form a miniature globe. The destination for this trip is Shunan City in Qian Province. Ling Chang flicked her hand, and the globe immediately zoomed in, focusing on the southeastern region of Grand Xia, more specifically, a wilderness deep in the mountains known as Demon Lair No. 7. The map's perspective shifted from Fanhua City to the dense mountain forests. Ling Chang paid no mind to the students' reactions and continued, I will personally lead the team on this trip. Each academy will also have an accompanying instructor. Furthermore, this trip is linked to the school's resource allocation. You all will be competing with the freshmen from the other 2 schools. The format is similar to the martial arts exam you took. Rankings are based on the number and rank of beasts eliminated. The top 50 will earn effective points. First place takes 34%, second takes 23%, third takes 19%, and the remaining 47 students will split 24% equally, at 0.5 to 1% each. In other words, the more students we get into the top 50, the more resources our school will receive. But most importantly, first place controls over 1/3 of the total resources. As long as we take first place, victory is ours. Ling Chang's gaze sharpened, landing on Jingming. She then said, Jingming, as our #1 freshman, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Any problem with that? No problem. Not a problem at all. Jingming's voice was steady and reassuring. All eyes in the auditorium turned toward Jingming, filled with expectation. Ling Chang nodded in satisfaction, but then her tone suddenly shifted. However, I must inform you first. According to the latest intel, Qingjing Ability University has brought in an S-rank ability user as support to prepare for this exchange. The moment Vice Principal Ling Chang finished speaking, all the freshmen were stunned. Qingjing Ability University has an S-rank too? What kind of S-rank? In recent years, besides Brother Ming, we haven't heard of any other S-rank ability user awakening in Grand Xia. S-rank abilities are incredibly rare. One can't just pop out of thin air. This S-rank is not from our Grand Xia. He's an exchange student brought over from India by Qingjing Ability University. Ling Chang waved her hand, and a hologram immediately displayed the image of a tall, tangent-skinned young man with distinctly Indian features. His name is Kirano. He possesses an S-rank enhancement type ability and has already reached the lower 3rd tier. When Jingming heard S-rank, his expression shifted slightly, but when he learned his opponent had only reached the 3rd tier, a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. The moment Ling Chang finished speaking, all the freshmen were flabbergasted. What? An S-rank at the lower 3rd tier? Did I hear that wrong, or did she misspeak? How can a freshman reach that level? Someone instinctively raised their hand to ask. Ma'am, can you confirm that he's at the lower 3rd tier? Confirmed. This is intel gathered by Eva. Ling Chang nodded slightly and added, but unlike all of you, he is 20 years old. 20 years old? No wonder. He's had 2 whole years of extra training compared to us. Everyone immediately understood, but some couldn't help but complain. How can a 20-year-old be considered a freshman? Qingjing Ability University is playing dirty, someone explained. The system in India is different from ours. In their country, you start university at 20. So this Kirano guy really is a freshman. Jiang Chuxuan looked over at Jingming, only to find his expression as calm as ever, as if that 3rd tier S rank posed no threat to him whatsoever. In fact, that's exactly what Jingming was thinking. So what if we're both S rank? He's just one major realm higher than me, that's all. I'm already used to fighting above my weight class. Jingming was this confident because he currently possessed 3 S-rank combat skills, plus Grandmaster-level spearmanship and a series of highly proficient A-rank combat skills. Even if his opponent was too strong to be beaten by fighting up a tier, he could just spend some ability points to upgrade his realm. Besides, the rankings this time were based on the number and rank of beasts killed. In that regard, Jingming didn't believe he would lose to any other freshman, not even a 3rd tier S rank. On the stage, seeing Jingming remain so composed, Vice Principal Ling Chang gave a slight, satisfied nod. He really is our school's best freshman. He's still confident even under such immense pressure. My decision to grant him S-rank resources was absolutely the right choice. As a top university, inviting a student from another country to participate in this survey isn't exactly a glorious move. But Qingjing Ability University still chose to do so for 2 reasons. 1, because Jingming created too much pressure, and 2, because the resources at stake are incredibly important this time. All 3 schools want to win first place for priority in the resource distribution. It seems they're in for a disappointment. All right, that's the general situation for this survey. You have 7 days left. Everyone, use this time to prepare well. After speaking, Ling Chang's slender figure stepped barefoot into the portal, and the light vanished. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxuan appeared at Jingming's villa. The spatial ring on her hand flashed, and 7 or 8 small porcelain vials appeared on the table. Each contained 20 pills, including antidotes, healing potions, and ability recovery potions. They are all 2nd grade. Jiang Chuxuan meticulously introduced each type of medicine. Did you refine all of these yourself? At that moment, Jingming noticed the faint dark circles under Jiang Chuxuan's beautiful face, and her entire being exuded exhaustion. You shouldn't stay up all night working. If you didn't have enough time to make them, I could have just bought them. Touched by Jingming's concern, Jiang Chuxuan lowered her head slightly, her slender white fingers unconsciously fiddling with her long hair. My class schedule isn't that packed lately, so I had some free time to concoct potions. No potion you can buy outside can compare to these. I guarantee every single one of these pills is incredibly effective. Also, I made 2 sets of each type. Take the other set to Thu Van tomorrow, okay? Thu Van? When did you two get so close? Shu Kun-min asked suspiciously. He knew that Gyang Sur Hien and Tong Thu Van had exchanged contact info last time, but he didn't expect their relationship to progress so quickly, to the point where they were becoming besties. I'm not telling you. Jiang Sur Hien tilted her chin up smugly, then continued. Oh right, this batch of pills wasn't free, you know. After this trip is over, you have to give me all the herbs you collect. After chatting for a bit longer, Jiang Sur Hien said goodbye to Su Kan-min. Before she left, she encouraged Kan-min to do his best during the inter-school exchange program, and, most importantly, to be careful. Once Jiang Sur Hien's slender figure disappeared behind the villa door, Kan-min happily picked up the potion bottles. There were 8 bottles in total, each with 20 pills, all of them grade 2. To concoct all of this in a week, you'd have to pull at least 3 or 4 all-nighters. Shu Ken-min naturally understood that these potions represented Gyang Sur Hien's affection for him, but he was too busy right now. Every day was either training, attending classes, or heading into the wilderness. He simply didn't have time for a relationship. In the end, it was because Shu Kan-min felt he was still too weak. Now wasn't the right time. Once I'm stronger, I'll think about it. This year, Mado Esper University's freshman class has a total of 1,024 students, and 856 of them signed up for the exchange program. At 9 a.m. on November 10th, all 856 people gathered at Stadium Number 3. Since the exchange program would last about a month and a half, besides wearing their combat suits and carrying their gear, most of the freshmen were also dragging suitcases full of clothes. But people like Su Kan-min and Tong Thu Van, who had spatial rings, naturally traveled light. Tong Thu Van looked around and asked, confused, "Why did the school tell us to gather at the stadium? Shouldn't we be at the high-speed rail station?" Liu Wentao, who was standing nearby, laughed and said, "You don't know this? We're taking a plane for our exchange trip." A plane? But the stadium doesn't have a runway. Even Shu Ken-min, who hadn't paid much attention to the travel method, was surprised. How could a plane carry over 800 people? Just as he was wondering, Liu Wentao suddenly looked up at the sky and said excitedly, "It's here!" Shu Ken-min instinctively looked up and then saw an absolutely shocking sight. In the distant sky, a giant rugby ball-shaped airship descended from the sea of clouds. The appearance of the airship sent the entire stadium into an uproar. Holy shit, it's huge! Is that the plane we're taking? So cool! Is this really the kind of technology we possess now? Shu Kan-min thought he already had a high opinion of Blue Star's technological level, but facing this massive airship, he couldn't help but be shaken. Liu Wentao excitedly explained, "This is an airship excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization. I heard that scientists still haven't been able to decipher the anti-gravity device on it." The massive black airship descended onto the stadium, making the ground tremble slightly. Immediately after, 8 bay doors opened on the belly of the airship, and vertical stairways automatically extended down, connecting directly to the ground. Space flickered, and the figure of Vice Principal Ling Shuang appeared in front of the airship. All freshmen, board the ship. Her clear voice echoed throughout the stadium. The freshmen immediately started boarding the airship. Shu Kan-min and the others joined the crowd, moving forward. In just over 10 minutes, all the instructors and freshmen were inside the airship. Suspended in midair, Ling Shuang let out a soft cry. The aura of an 8th Order Grandmaster erupted completely. Her long hair flew behind her as a strange spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire airship. In just a moment, the giant airship became ethereal, like an illusion. Ling Shuang let out a soft breath. Her figure vanished and reappeared inside the airship. "Eva, let's depart," she said, her voice tinged with a bit of fatigue. "Captain Eva has received the order." The airship started up. With a low hum, the anti-gravity engine kicked in, and the black airship, carrying all the freshmen and instructors, slowly began to rise. Unlike its descent, this time, as it took off, the airship seemed to be in a different dimension from the sky and clouds. It created no disturbance at all as it soared into the distance. Inside the airship, Ken-min was thrilled. He never expected the level of technology here to have surpassed all cognitive barriers. Kan-min wondered, after his level gets higher and he gains the ability to refine the essence of various beasts, would he be able to get a flight skill? Tin Kiem Province, Shunan Supply Base is the only supply base located next to Demon Lair, number 7. Unlike the original base, which was just a single building, this place was a massive complex of structures. After arriving, the base managers were already waiting and immediately came forward to greet them. "This way, please. We've prepared dormitories for the students of Mado Esper University in buildings 1 and 2. After checking in, you can go arrange your luggage and equipment. Each dorm building has a cafeteria on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors. The cafeterias are open 24 hours a day and are completely free. Additionally, there's a large training ground next to it that you can use for warm-ups and practice. Xu Kanmin and the others entered Building 1. Liu Wentao and Shi Donghe were on the second and fourth floors, respectively. As for Xu Kanmin and Tong Thuvan, their rooms were both on the fifth floor, and they were even across from each other. Xu Kanmin was in room 504, and Tong Thuvan was in 505. Tong Thuvan was very happy to be near Xu Kanmin. Since he had a spatial ring and didn't need to go to his room to drop off any luggage, he said he wanted to go check out the training facility here. A playful look flashed across Tong Thuvan's beautiful face. She smiled and said, "I'll go with you." The large training ground was located next to dormitory building number 6. As soon as Xu Kanmin and Tong Thuvan walked in, they saw quite a few people practicing in the public area on the first floor. Among them was a tall, dark-skinned young man whose every training move made the surrounding students cheer continuously. Is that the S rank from Jingming University? His appearance, with its distinct Indian characteristics, made Xu Kanmin immediately recognize him as Kirano. Kirano also seemed to sense the unusual gaze, and instinctively turned his head to find Xu Kanmin standing not far away. Xu Kanmin from Mado? The next second, he immediately finished his training. Kirano's figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Xu Kanmin. "Hello, I'm Kirano from Qingjing Esper University. It's a pleasure to meet you." He wore a friendly smile on his face. Kirano's actions immediately caught the attention of the other students. Is that Mado's #1 freshman, Xu Kanmin? The rumors that he's reached high rank stage 2 weren't wrong after all. He's incredible. And unlike Kirano, Xu Kanmin is only 18 years old, just like us. 18 years old and already a high rank stage 2. It's insanely impressive. Tell me about it. If it weren't for Kirano, we would have been utterly crushed this time. Xu Kanmin was a bit surprised by Kirano's forward greeting. He didn't expect this foreigner to be so polite. It also seemed like he'd lived in the great Xia nation for some time. Otherwise, he couldn't speak Chinese so fluently. Just then, Kirano noticed Tong Thuvan standing nearby, and his eyes instantly lit up. Without waiting for Xu Kanmin's reply, he changed direction and eagerly greeted Tong Thuvan. "You must be the beautiful Miss Tong Thuvan, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you." Xu Kanmin's expression immediately darkened. Kirano then performed a Western-style gentlemanly bow and extended his hand, as if intending to take Tong Thuvan's right hand and kiss its back. Tong Thuvan frowned slightly, about to stop him, when Xu Kanmin's large hand moved faster, grabbing Kirano's wrist directly. It seems classmate Kirano has learned quite a bit of Western etiquette, but apparently not quite enough. The gentle smile on Xu Kanmin's face had completely vanished. Kirano froze for a second before his face flushed with anger. He immediately used his ability to pull his hand back, but Kanmin used his own strength to hold it fast. From where they stood, an immense pressure began to radiate outwards. The surrounding students immediately backed away at the sight. Something was wrong with this atmosphere. Were they about to fight? "Quick! Get a coach! We can't stop the two of them!" At that moment, Xu Kanmin's eyes narrowed. He released his grip, then said with a smirk, "We don't really go for those Western formalities here in Xia. You should probably fix that habit in the future." With that, he turned and left. Tong Thuvan obediently followed by his side, not sparing Kirano a single glance from beginning to end. Kirano raised his right hand, on which a deep red S-class motto mark was clearly visible. Such terrifying strength. He didn't know how a lightning-type user like him possessed so much physical power. As his gaze swept over Tong Thuvan's slender back, a flash of heat and greed appeared in his eyes. The young prodigy of the Shuyan province's Tong family is truly a beauty. I wonder what her relationship is with that Kenmin bastard. If I could conquer her, I'd never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Just then, Tong Thuvan thanked Kanmin for helping her out of that situation. She found the smell in the training hall unpleasant and suggested they go to a private training room. After leaving the training center, Kanmin didn't go back to the dorm for dinner. Instead, he found a small restaurant that served local specialties. Tong Thuvan thought the meal was wonderful. After eating, Xu Kanmin decided to take a walk, when he noticed a middle-aged man with glasses and a look of extreme fanaticism on his face, repeatedly shouting to the passers-by, "A ferocious monster is about to destroy the world. The final annihilation is upon us. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity. Join us. Become one of us." Xu Kanmin and Tong Thuvan both frowned. Due to the rampant monsters, cults spreading doomsday prophecies had appeared all over the world. This man was clearly a religious fanatic. The nest attracted many ability users, a complex mix of people, so it wasn't strange for cults to be active here. Xu Kanmin shook his head and led Tong Thuvan around him to leave. These types were extreme in their proselytizing, but they usually weren't too dangerous. "Oh? And what can your Ashen Club offer?" Wu Yuan looked toward the group approaching from the distance. The one in the lead was the president of the Ashen Club, Wei Hei. Why? Why do you all refuse to believe me? His crazed expression terrified the little girl in the family of three who had just walked out of the restaurant, making her burst into tears. I get it now. I get it. You people clearly haven't paid a high enough price. You haven't felt true pain. The middle-aged man suddenly pulled a sharp dagger from his chest. His right arm immediately swelled up, and with a ferocious look on his face, he charged at the little girl. Only when you feel pain will you understand the greatness of the angel. It all happened so suddenly. Even though there were other ability users in the crowd who noticed, they were too far away to intervene in time. The little girl's mother, clearly an ordinary person, still reacted incredibly fast. She instinctively shielded her daughter. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into her left breast, a deep voice rang out. "You're asking to die!" As soon as the mother heard that voice, she saw a blackish-green long spear, wreathed in electricity, plunge straight through the middle-aged man's head. The hard skull was suddenly as fragile as a watermelon, exploding on impact. Dark red blood mixed with unidentifiable matter splattered everywhere. The headless body staggered and fell to the ground. Fresh blood sprayed around like ketchup, and the thick metallic stench of it instantly filled the air. Any normal person suddenly faced with such a gory scene would have felt sick to their stomach, but this mother simply turned slightly, pulling her terrified daughter into a tight embrace. Don't cry, don't cry, it's okay now, it's okay." The mother's expression was incredibly strange. Then, her face shifted to one of immense gratitude as she looked at Jingming. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't helped, I don't know what would have happened. Without you, I don't know how our family would have survived. It was nothing." Jingming waved his hand. The long spear in his grasp vibrated slightly, shaking the blood from its tip onto the ground before he stored it away in his spatial ring. Are the cultists in this Shunan supply base really this aggressive, daring to kill someone in broad daylight? Beside him, Song Qiuyun had also recovered from the sudden incident. She had no reaction to the corpse on the ground. She just found it strange. She'd met plenty of these cultists before, and they usually just preached their doctrine, rarely resorting to violence. Her words made Jingming wonder if this was just a coincidence, or if that man had accomplices. Jingming didn't notice that within the crowd, a man was secretly watching him with a strange look in his eyes. After observing for a moment, the man slipped away quietly, his face tense. Later, he appeared before a secluded villa within the Shunan supply base. Entering the living room, he knelt behind a man in a gray robe. "Your Eminence, the Archbishop, I've found him. The one who killed our disciple is Jingming from Mo Du Esper University." The gray-robed man held a piece of bone, white as jade, in both hands, floating in midair right in the center of the living room. The gray-robed man asked slowly, his low voice echoing, "Has the intel been thoroughly investigated?" The middle-aged man replied respectfully, reporting, "Great leader, the investigation is complete. An S rank from Mo Du, his strength has indeed reached the upper second rank. During the Martial Arts University entrance exam, he was just a newly awakened Esper. Yet in less than half a year, he has reached the upper second rank." A glint flashed in the gray-robed man's eyes. "If we let a prodigy like this grow, he will become our biggest problem." The gray-robed man's voice carried a bloodthirsty killing intent, and then a small black device appeared in his hand. "In 1 month, our Heaven's Mandate cult will officially announce its existence to humanity. In that case, let Jingming, along with that S rank from India and all the elites from the 3 universities, become sacrifices for our cult. Also, divine blood will appear in the Demon's Den. This is a divine blood locator. You are in charge of arranging the manpower to retrieve it. Remember, do not operate under the name of the Heaven's Mandate cult. Your subordinate obeys." The middle-aged man respectfully accepted the device and then withdrew. Jingming and Song Qiuyun returned to the training room. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that they received a notice to gather for a meeting. The meeting point was the square in front of the Shunan supply base. Besides the freshmen from Mo Du Esper University, freshmen from Jincheng Esper University, and Qingjing Esper University were also present. At the front of the square, a man spoke cheerfully. "Dear students of the 3 universities, I am Vice Principal Xu Ping of Qingjing Esper University. The competition taking place during this practical research trip will officially begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The score tallying will conclude after 1 month. I hope during this period, everyone will actively hunt demonic beasts. Today, we will distribute smart bracelets to everyone. Your achievements and the images of you eliminating demonic beasts will be stored in this bracelet. If the bracelet detects any cheating, after manual confirmation, you will face extremely severe punishment. Anyone who ranks in the top 1,000 of the 3 universities' combined rankings will receive a reward. The higher the rank, the richer the reward. The top 3 can even choose any one combat skill from the combat skill vaults of the 3 universities to learn. Furthermore, this is a joint reward from the 3 universities. After securing a rank, you will receive separate rewards from your respective universities. Of course, the freshmen from Mado were all well aware that only Jingming had a chance to obtain this reward. Vice Principal Xu Ping also announced that this exam allows everyone to form teams. He hoped everyone would actively participate in eliminating demonic beasts. Of course, you must act according to your own strength. All right, that's all for today. Everyone is dismissed. After the vice principal of Qingjing Esper University announced the dismissal, the freshmen from the three universities didn't leave. Instead, they buzzed with excitement, shouting and calling out loudly. Our 5-person team from Qingjing Esper University is short 1 support type Esper, requires upper first rank. Students from our university or others are all welcome. Elite 2-person team requires someone with an absolute attack type Esper ability, A rank or higher. Of course, if an S rank wants to team up with me, I wouldn't mind. In an instant, the entire square became incredibly lively. Brother Ming, our second class, is preparing to form a few adventure teams to operate in the outer region of the Demon's Den. Do you want to join us? At this moment, someone approached Jingming, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jingming smiled and replied, I won't be joining. You can just form the teams yourselves, class rep. This person's name was Ding Yu, the class representative of Jingming's second class. Song Chuyun looked at Jingming curiously. When we enter the Demon's Den tomorrow, are you still planning to act alone? Jingming nodded. My target is the central region of the Demon's Den. Going with others will slow down my progress. Demon's Den number 7 is divided into several different regions. The outermost region mostly contains demonic beasts from the 1st to the 3rd rank. The central region is primarily filled with beasts from the 3rd to the 5th rank. With my current strength, I can at most deal with a lower 4th rank demonic beast. If I encounter a 5th rank, I can still retreat with my life intact. Naturally, it's more suitable to enter the central region. The central region of the Demon's Den. A worried expression appeared on Song Chuyun's beautiful face. She was certain that if she entered the central region of the Demon's Den right now, she would surely die. After a moment of hesitation, she asked with a hopeful look, but to get from the outer region to the central region, it must take a day or two on the road, right? During that time, can I go with you? Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Then just ring my doorbell tomorrow when you're ready to leave. Song Kyuyun's eyes curved like crescent moons, making her beautiful face look even more adorable. As Jingming was preparing to leave, Kurano's voice called out from behind. Because Jingming was close to Song Chuyun, Kurano already saw Jingming as a love rival. Kurano spoke with annoyance and arrogance. Jingming, the competition starts tomorrow. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind. Jingming raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, I, on the other hand, hope you don't get left too far behind by me. Without waiting for Kurano to say anything more, Jingming turned and left to prepare his equipment. Watching Jingming's departing figure, Kurano snorted coldly. Still talking tough. Let's see if you can still act so tough when the competition ends in a month. In his mind, he could already picture the scene 1 month from now, with Jingming's total score left far in his dust. He even muttered in his native language, and another thing, I will absolutely crush you, to show all of Great Xia just how powerful an S rank from India can be. The next morning, Jingming and Song Chuyun arrived at the square in front of the supply base's main building. Quite a few freshmen had already gathered there. Vice Principal Xu Ping welcomed everyone and announced the start of the competition. Let's go. Move out. Our squad is going to try and kill a second-ranked demonic beast. The Demon's Den, here we come. The freshmen in the square scrambled to pour into the entrance of the wilderness area. Jingming and Song Chuyun also followed the crowd inside. Demon's Den number 7 was essentially a mountainous forest region similar to the primordial wilderness, but its area was 100 times larger. After entering the Demon's Den, Jingming and Song Kyuyun headed straight for the central region. The outermost part of the den was the area closest to the human main camp. Demonic beasts with a certain level of intelligence did not operate here. After walking for more than an hour, they finally encountered their first pack of second-rank demonic beasts in the forest. It was a pack of iron-furred rhinos, about 10 or so of them. Each one had fur as black as ink and was nearly the size of a small car. Its quills stood on end like iron spikes. In fact, these quills were even harder than E-grade alloy. If a human transcendent took a direct hit, they'd be completely impaled. Seeing the human transcendent, the pack of iron quill pangolins immediately became agitated, lowering their heads and letting out a threatening growl. Jingming, of course, wouldn't pass up the chance to farm transcendent points. Lightning enveloped his body as he gripped a dark green spear and charged straight at the 7 demonic beasts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Seeing a human dare to attack them first, the dozen or so iron quill pangolins all curled up into giant wheels. Immediately after, those giant wheels, covered in sharp iron spikes, charged ferociously toward Jingming. Trees and rocks in their path were crushed by their terrifying kinetic energy and tough iron quills. Most transcendents, when faced with this wheel formation, would choose to dodge first, but Jingming, spear in hand, didn't even flinch. In fact, his charge grew even faster. His figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the 7 pangolins, while the spear in his hand struck out relentlessly. Each strike accurately pierced the small heads that the Iron Quill pangolins were trying so hard to protect. In just a brief moment, 4 or 5 of them had fallen in pools of their own blood, every attack hitting a weak spot. Watching from the side, Song Qiuyun gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. You have to understand, the Iron Quill pangolin's back is incredibly tough. Its weak points are its soft underbelly and its head, but when it's rolled into a spinning ball, its soft belly is completely covered, making it impossible to attack. Although the head is exposed, it's tiny and spinning at high speed. Even if you know the weak spot, hitting it is nearly impossible. And yet, every single one of Jingming's attacks struck that weak spot with perfect accuracy. Not a single one missed. They were all one-hit kills. This wasn't just due to his high rank, it also required an absolutely terrifying combat instinct. What's more, Jingming's transcendent energy consumption during the entire process was almost negligible. You could say he had perfect control over every bit of energy in his body, not wasting even a single drop. Under Jingming's overwhelming pressure, in just over 10 seconds, all 12 of the Tier 2 Iron Quill pangolins had fallen. Fresh blood flowed like little streams, pooling and seeping into the ground, staining the lush green grass red. Killed 12 Tier 2 Iron Quill pangolins. Total transcendent points gained, 276. He now had about 12,000 transcendent points on his system panel. He hoped to earn 30,000 this month. Transcendent points to upgrade his skill to SS rank. Then, he took an A-grade alloy dagger from his spatial ring, preparing to harvest materials from the demonic beasts. Let me help you. Song Qiuyun also came over, took out another dagger, and crouched down next to Jingming. You know, Jingming, you're really different from the other lightning-type transcendents I've met. The other lightning-type transcendents are usually very flashy when they use their powers, but you're extremely restrained and very careful with how you use your energy. Hearing this, Jingming just gave a slight smile and didn't explain much. In reality, he could have used his Violet Cloud Divine Lightning to wipe out this entire pack of demonic beasts in an instant. But with the power of the Violet Cloud Divine Lightning, using it on a group of Tier 2 beasts would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides, after being struck by the Violet Cloud Divine Lightning, the bodies of these Tier 2 beasts, which don't have very strong defenses, would be charred black and carbonized 8 or 9 times out of 10, making it impossible to harvest any materials from them. That's why, for beasts below Tier 3, he usually uses a weapon to finish them off. It conserves transcendent energy and is more efficient for killing. After all, the longer you can last, the more beasts you can hunt. By now, the sky had already turned crimson with the sunset. He suggested they find a place to rest for the night and continue their journey in the morning. Song Qiuyun happily agreed. Opening his map, Jingming noticed there was a lake nearby. Water sources in the wasteland always attract a lot of demonic beasts. Jingming suggested they go there and hunt a few more beasts before resting. Jingming eagerly led Song Qiuyun toward the lake on the map, but when they got close to the water, they were extremely disappointed. There was indeed a clear lake here, but there wasn't a single demonic beast around coming for a drink. Hiding behind a large tree, Jingming frowned slightly. What's going on? It's impossible for there to be no beasts near a water source. Just then, a massive Tier 2 tiger emerged from the forest on the other side. Its eyes scanned the area as it cautiously approached the lake, step by step, just as it reached the shore and was about to lower its head for a drink. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of water arrows suddenly shot out from the lake. The tiger had no time to react and was instantly riddled with dozens of bloody holes. It only managed to let out a tragic roar before collapsing on the spot. Its life force quickly faded away. Splash! The clear surface of the water churned violently, and a giant crocodile the size of a small car emerged from below. It crawled onto the lake shore, opened its bloody maw, and began to devour the prey it had just killed. Jingming instantly understood. The reason no beasts dared to drink here was because a terrifying primeval crocodile had made this place its home. Primeval crocodiles are amphibious demonic beasts that spend most of their time underwater. Their rank usually ranges from Tier 2 to Tier 3, but this one was different. It had reached the lower stage of Tier 4. Moreover, it possessed a gifted skill, similar to an area of effect water arrow storm. It was a Tier 4 demonic beast. Song Qiuyun also sensed its aura, and her expression changed instantly. A Tier 4 beast on the outskirts of the demon's den? Jingming, we need to leave, now. Tier 4 beasts have incredibly sharp senses. We've probably already been discovered. Thinking this, Song Chu-yun quickly grabbed Jingming's hand to leave, but realized he was still standing his ground. Jingming's expression was completely relaxed. No need to rush. A Tier 4 beast is strong, but not unbeatable. With a look of complete ease, Jingming raised his hand and began to gather power as massive bolts of lightning crackled into existence. His voice was full of confidence. It's just a Tier 4 beast. I've killed plenty of them during my time in the wasteland. Hearing that, Song Chu-yun asked, "Are you planning to use that exclusive combat skill that Director Yang taught you?" Jingming shook his head and smiled. "The Undying Lightning Body combat skill that he taught me is good, but using it on a Tier 4 beast would be a waste. I have a better skill for dealing with this beast, the S-rank combat skill, Heavenly Thunder Art." At that moment, Jingming closed his eyes slightly, focusing all his mental energy and channeling the violet cloud divine lightning within his body. Outside his body, flashes of lightning began to flicker. At the same time, a series of deep, muffled thunderclaps suddenly echoed across the sky. Song Chu-yun, not yet realizing anything was amiss, instinctively looked up. Is it about to rain? But she saw that while the sky was tinged with the reddish-orange of sunset, there wasn't a single dark cloud in sight. Just as she was wondering, Jingming's deep voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. Divine Thunder Art. At that very moment, the reddish-orange sky flared brilliantly. In the next second, before Song Chu-yun's horrified eyes, a bolt of violet-blue lightning as thick as a barrel descended with a terrifying, world-ending pressure, as if to pierce through heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclap was deafeningly loud. The lightning bolt struck the giant crocodile directly. The entire body of the fourth-tier crocodile was covered in dense scales. These scales formed a layer of armor with defensive capabilities comparable to a C-grade alloy, and it was also insulated against electricity and heat. However, under the bombardment of that lightning bolt, its thick armor was as fragile as paper. In an instant, it was pierced through, and the beast's entire body was charred black. Immediately after, its enormous body was engulfed in a sea of lightning before it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Until its very last moment, it didn't even have a chance to spot its enemy before its life was extinguished. System notification. A low-rank, 4th-tier primeval giant crocodile has been eliminated. Energy points plus 213. At the same time, Jingming saw his competition score increase by 10,000 points. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, a slight smile touched the corners of Jingming's lips. Just as he expected, the skill points received from killing a 4th-tier beast were 5 times greater than those from a 3rd-tier one. It seems the system is designed to force people to constantly push their limits. Thinking this, Jingming turned his head and said, "The crocodile's dead. Let's go check it out." This wasn't the first time he'd killed a 4th-tier monstrous beast. Because of that, Jingming's expression remained almost completely unchanged. But it was different for Song Chu-yun, who was beside him. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, she felt like her entire worldview had been turned upside down. It wasn't that she had never met a genius. She herself was one, but she had never seen anyone as monstrously talented as Jingming. To be able to cross 2 entire major realms, using the strength of a high-rank 2nd tier to annihilate a low-rank 4th-tier monstrous beast, and with a single, instant kill at that. If she told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. So this is his true power. As she walked over, she saw Jingming looking at the charred corpse with an expression full of regret. The most valuable part of a crocodile is its hide, but unfortunately, it's completely ruined. The hide of a 4th-tier crocodile, if removed intact, would sell for at least 20 to 30 million. Song Chu-yun smiled and said, "It's not just the hide that's valuable. The entire body of a 4th-tier monstrous beast is a treasure trove. My spatial ring is big enough. I can hold on to this crocodile for now, and I'll give it back to you when we return to the supply base." Jingming nodded. With his agreement, Song Chu-yun reached out and placed her hand on the crocodile's corpse. Her spatial ring flashed faintly, and the entire giant crocodile was drawn inside. At that moment, Jingming looked at the map on his watch. The monstrous beasts living around here probably all know how dangerous this water source is. Basically, none of them will dare to come for a drink anymore. There's no point in staying here. Let's go find a cave to rest. Can we wait just a little while before we leave? Looking at the clear pool not far away, Song Chu-yun hesitated, her pretty face flushing slightly as she mumbled, "Since there's a pool right here, I want to wash up a bit." Jingming understood as soon as he heard her. In the wastelands, bathing was an incredible luxury because most water sources were inhabited by large numbers of monstrous beasts, making them impossible to approach. Jingming nodded, walked to the water's edge to observe it carefully, and said, "Wait, let me check if there are any other monstrous beasts in the pool." After speaking, Jingming released his lightning ability into the water. Violet divine thunder suddenly erupted, and purple-blue lightning immediately filled the entire pool, making the surface of the water churn violently. Other than stirring up some weeds from the bottom and making the water a little murky, there didn't seem to be any major changes. But just then, as the pool was settling back to stillness, a bright red color suddenly seeped up from the bottom. In just a moment, the entire pool was dyed red, as if it had turned into a pool of blood, and the air was instantly filled with the metallic stench of blood. However, unlike the usual smell of blood, this scent carried a faint, sweet fragrance with it. At the same time, Jingming also felt a pull emanating from the blood-red pool. What is this? Jingming's face showed his shock. The pull was like a primal craving coming from his own body. It urged Jingming to absorb the entire pool into himself. Nearby, deep within the dense forest, a group of 6 people was moving silently. All 6 were wearing black hooded cloaks. The middle-aged man in the lead held a black device that was emitting a faint red light, guiding the group's direction. Your Excellency, the bishop, which great lord's divine blood are we retrieving this time? One of them asked the man in the lead. The blood of an ancient dragon god. The middle-aged man answered nonchalantly, It's the dragon god's blood again. The person who asked revealed a fervent expression. Once we obtain this divine blood, our heavenly fate cult will have another powerful divine blood wielder. Watch your mouth. We are the divine blood cult, the middle-aged man snapped coldly. If I hear anyone say the wrong name again, I'll kill them without hesitation. Just then, the faint light from the device in the man's hand suddenly flared violently, turning a vivid blood-like red that stained the entire gloomy forest around them. Seeing this, the leader said worriedly, the divine blood. It has manifested sooner than expected. Without pausing to think why, he examined the device closely and quickly gave an order. The location isn't far from us, only about an 8-hour journey. We won't rest tonight. Full speed ahead. Under the bishop's lead, the group quickly tore through the dense forest. Song Chiu-yun had also noticed the strange phenomenon and hurried over. What is going on? The water in the pool turned blood red. I just scanned it with a bit of my violet divine thunder, and this was the result. Jingming explained briefly while still feeling the craving within himself. He blurted out, Shu-yun, do you feel like this pool of blood water is pulling you in? Song Chiu-yun shook her head. Pulling me in? Not at all. However, according to the feedback from my A-rank ability, Light of Dawn, this blood water contains an extremely dense, monstrous beast aura. What's more, it feels very similar to that strange, beastly aura you have on you. Jingming lowered his head and thought, similar to my aura. Jingming immediately thought of the essence blood of the 8th tier Thunder Tyrant Dragon, the SS rank resource he had absorbed before. Could this also be the essence blood of a dragon? Is that why I'm reacting to it? If that's the case, absorbing this blood water will definitely be beneficial, not harmful. The hunger radiating from my body is getting more and more intense. Hua Min couldn't hesitate any longer. Tuvan, I'm going down to try it out. If you see anything wrong, pull me up immediately, okay? With that, Kan Min stepped straight into the pool. The moment Hua Min entered, the entire pool began to seethe. Streams of crimson blood water, like giant serpents, frantically rushed towards Kan Min. Hua Min's body was like a traveler who, after 10 days and 10 nights of thirst in the desert, had finally found a cool stream. It frantically absorbed the blood water. He felt incredibly comfortable and pleasant, so much so that he didn't even realize his consciousness was slowly fading. Around his body, violet bolts of lightning flickered continuously. The endless blood water wrapped tightly around him, eventually forming a giant blood cocoon that enveloped Hua Min inside. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Tong Thuvan could react, all that remained on the shore was the giant blood cocoon. Seeing the cocoon showed no reaction, Tong Thuvan frowned slightly with worry. It seems Kan Min has found his own fated opportunity, and it looks like it can't be moved. Thuvan gripped the weapon in her hand, her gaze resolute, and silently stood guard in front of the giant cocoon. The night passed quickly. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, a pile of more than 10 vicious beast corpses lay before Tong Thuvan. Luckily, the strongest beast last night was only a low-rank 3rd tier. Tong Thuvan didn't dare loosen her grip on the halberd in her right hand, using only her left to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She had to maintain intense focus all night long. In the darkness, she didn't dare use her ability recklessly, because once the light of the divine dawn was activated, its brilliant glare, like a small sun, would attract every vicious beast in the area. Looking toward the pool, she saw that the water's color had faded significantly. It seemed Kan Min's absorption process was nearing its end. Just then, 6 dark figures burst out from the dense forest, alarming Thuvan. Seeing the state of the pool, the bishop immediately sensed something was wrong. He thought, I've collected divine blood more than once or twice. Why would it be in a state like this? Besides, That girl is the number 2 freshman from Demon Capital University. What is she doing here? Tong Thu Vun, upon seeing them, quickly assumed a defensive stance. She wondered, who are these people? Judging by their clothes, they didn't look like students from the 3 major universities. She spoke up to test them. There are no beasts here, and the water source is contaminated. If you're all looking for water, I'd advise you to go elsewhere. She had barely finished speaking when one of the Divine Blood cult members roared, "That is the supreme divine blood. How dare you use the word contaminated to describe it? Who cares? Let's just grab the blood cocoon behind her first." Hearing this, Tong Thu Vun thought, this is bad. This group was actually after that strange blood water. The leader is a rank 4, and the weakest is a rank 3. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Thinking this, Tong Thu Vun immediately took out the necklace she always wore. The next second, a reddish gold energy shield flared to life, enveloping both her and the blood cocoon. A man in black swung his blade at the protective barrier, only to be thrown back several steps by a powerful rebound force. He cried out in shock. What the hell is this? A protective talisman from the ruins of an ancient civilization. A glint of greed flashed in the leader's eyes. This kind of talisman is extremely rare, found only in ancient ruins, and it can be used multiple times. Each time it's activated, the barrier it creates is strong enough to withstand several fatal blows from a high-level ability user. You could call it a life-saving divine artifact. Since you know what it is, why don't you get lost? Are you planning to waste your time here for nothing? Tong Thu Vun shouted coldly. Haha, as far as I know, all protective talismans have a time limit. In any case, we're not in a hurry. We don't mind waiting here a little longer. The bishop gave a mocking smile and casually sat down on the ground with his 5 subordinates, showing his determination to wait until the very end. Then by all means, take your time and wait. On the surface, Tong Thu Vun acted unconcerned, but inwardly, she was burning with anxiety. Because he was right, this protective talisman could only last for a little over 1 hour. Once the time was up, it required a 12-hour cooldown before it could be used again. All Tong Thu Vun could do was pray that Hua Kan Min would wake up within this final hour. However, things did not go as she had hoped. A little over an hour later, the protective barrier vanished under the sunlight. But Hua Kan Min still hadn't emerged from the blood cocoon. See? I told you. Every protective barrier has a time limit. The bishop flashed a greedy smile and led his 5 subordinates toward Tong Thu Vun. I advise you to be smart and hand over that protective talisman. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a very ugly death. Facing the 6 approaching enemies, Tong Thu Vun's expression was grave. She took a 3rd-grade pill called the Violent Blood Pill from her spatial ring. At the same time, her A-rank ability, Light of the Divine Dawn, erupted from her body, channeled to its absolute limit. But just as Tong Thu Vun prepared to risk her life for a final battle, a deep, powerful voice suddenly echoed from within the blood cocoon. Is that so? Because I get the feeling that the ones who are going to die are you. Along with that voice, Hua Kan Min tore the blood cocoon open and stepped out forcefully. The sudden sound shattered the tense atmosphere. Hua Kan Min emerged from the blood cocoon, the phantom image of a crimson dragon shimmering under his feet. Witnessing this, the members of the Divine Blood cult all looked shocked. There was someone inside the cocoon! When the leading bishop saw the young man's face clearly, his pupils instantly contracted. Hua Kan Min, one of the cult's primary targets, was actually here. Moreover, compared to 2 days ago, although Hua Kan Min's rank hadn't changed, the faint aura emanating from him made even a 4th-rank ability user like the bishop feel a sense of unease. Normally, upon encountering such a dangerous individual, regardless of their rank, he would have turned and fled without a second thought. But in the current situation, there was clearly no path of retreat. Kill them! The bishop let out a ferocious roar, ordering his subordinates to charge. As soon as the command was given, the 5 cultists immediately raised their weapons and rushed forward, preparing to surround Hua Kan Min. But at that very moment, a glint of lightning flashed in Hua Kan Min's eyes. The next second, a lightning prison materialized in midair, a violet web of electricity carrying an aura of destruction, instantly paralyzing the men in black. Their bodies were instantly scorched black, their life force rapidly dissipating. Before their consciousness faded completely, a look of absolute horror was frozen in their eyes. Thud, 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 the 5 corpses fell one by one, finally crashing heavily onto the green grass. The corner of the bishop's eye twitched uncontrollably. His face was now a mask of pure terror. He knew these 5 guys were no match for Jingming, but he never expected them to be wiped out in the blink of an eye the moment they met. Even so, the bishop still clung to a sliver of hope, because he was a level 4 Esper. Facing a level 2 Esper, he still had a chance to win. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Jingming appeared right in front of him with blazing speed. A piercing whistle tore through the air as Jingming's attack shot straight toward the bishop. The man only had time to feel an immense, unstoppable force hit his chest. Jingming's blow sent the bishop flying like a cannonball. Under the violent impact, he crashed through 4 or 5 massive trees before finally slamming to the ground with a loud thud. Lying at the base of a tree, the bishop was still wondering what had just happened. He didn't even see how Jingming had attacked. Lightning flashed again, and Jingming vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was standing before the severely injured bishop on the ground. The man's entire body was a bloody, wretched mess. Jingming's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he spoke coldly. "I'll ask. You'll answer. What is the blood in that pool?" The bishop seemed to have accepted his fate, answering with difficulty, "It's God's blood, also known as the essence blood of a level 9 beast emperor." Jingming asked again, "Why is the essence blood of a beast emperor here?" The bishop quickly explained. In ancient times, the human martial saints and the beast emperors erupted into an all-out war. The essence blood of various beast emperors was scattered all over the world. Ancient times. Jingming's eyes flickered slightly. He paused for a moment before continuing his questioning. "Final question. Who are you people? Why are you collecting the beast emperor's essence blood? Who are we?" The bishop seemed to have been waiting for this question. A demonic smile suddenly appeared on his blood-stained face. "We are the Heaven's Mandate cult. As for the reason, I can't disclose that." Jingming frowned slightly. Just as he was about to press for more, he noticed the middle-aged man seemed to be under some influence. The man's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and his life force rapidly faded. Even in his final moment, that same demonic smile remained on his face. The Heaven's Mandate cult. Another cult. Jingming's brows furrowed tightly. His 2 consecutive encounters with religious organizations had not left him with a good impression, especially this second one, which felt even more sinister. Jingming decided he would ask Director Ling Chang about this when he returned to the supply station. With that thought, Jingming waved his hand, and a flood of purple-blue lightning instantly engulfed all the bodies, burning them to ashes. "Jingming, are you okay?" Seeing Jingming return, Song Chu-yoon, who was standing by the pool, rushed forward and asked worriedly, "I'm fine. I've taken care of all of them." Jingming gave a warm smile. Then, for some reason, reached out and gently patted Song Chu-yoon on the head. "You worked hard just now." Feeling the hand on her head, Song Chu-yoon's body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she was like a little cat being petted, naturally enjoying the moment. When Jingming pulled his hand back, she even seemed a little reluctant, her face flushing with shyness. Then she pointed towards the lake. "Those people just now, it seems they came for that pool of blood." Jingming explained simply, "They called themselves the Heaven's Mandate cult, and they came here to collect the Beast Emperor's essence blood." Song Chu-yoon exclaimed in surprise, "That's the essence blood of a level 9 Beast Emperor? Then how were you able to directly absorb the essence blood of a level 9 Beast Emperor? An SSS-grade cultivation resource. Even if a human Esper wanted to use it, it would require countless complex processing steps." Jingming shook his head, saying he didn't know the reason why either, but it didn't seem to be harming his body. In fact, it even helped his indestructible Thunder Body skill level up by 1. Jingming felt the benefits were far greater than just that, and it was something he would ask his instructor about as soon as he got back to school. Right now, Jingming felt he was in excellent condition. In contrast to him, Song Chu-yoon had stayed up all night on watch. Her spirit had been stretched to its limit, and her beautiful face clearly showed her exhaustion. Seeing her expression, Jingming suggested that Song Chu-yoon get some sleep, and he would take over guard duty. The grass by the pool was soft. Song Chu-yoon lay down gently, and under the warm, gentle sunlight, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Jingming held his weapon, standing silently beside her to protect her. According to the original plan, Jingming was supposed to part ways with Song Chu-yoon today and enter the central region of the Demon's Den alone. But given her current terrible condition, he obviously couldn't just leave her. He would at least have to wait until her health recovered before considering his next move. In a secluded villa, a man reported anxiously, "Archbishop, the signal from Bishop Zhou's God's Blood locator suddenly disappeared. Something unexpected might have happened. Should we dispatch more manpower to retrieve the God's Blood?" The Archbishop pondered for a moment before saying, "This time, the God's Blood appeared in the outer region of the Demon's Den. Zhou Qiang was a 4th-tier Esper, and he even brought 5 3rd-tier Espers with him. Whatever could deal with them couldn't have been a vicious beast. It must have been a human Esper. There's no need to send more people. By the time you get there, the God's Blood will likely have been devoured by another vicious beast. In 1 month, the Heaven's Mandate cult will have a major operation. Right now is not a suitable time to cause a huge stir." Time passed slowly. It was late autumn now, and the noon sun wasn't harsh at all. Instead, it carried a sense of warmth. With a whisper of the wind, Song Chu-yoon's long, curved eyelashes fluttered. Her large eyes slowly opened, her beautiful pupils still holding a bit of drowsiness from just waking up. She hastily looked around and saw Jingming sitting next to a small fire with a few skewers full of meat roasting over it. The meat seemed to have been cooking for a while. Its golden brown surface was wonderfully fragrant. Just then, Jingming also noticed that Song Chu-yoon was awake. He smiled and invited her to eat with him. Song Chu-yoon got up from the grass and gracefully walked over to the fire. Looking at the enticingly fragrant grilled meat, she couldn't help but praise him. "I didn't expect you to be such a foodie." Jingming smiled and replied, "It's just a matter of practice. By the time this field internship is over, you'll probably be great at grilling meat too." At this moment, Song Chu-yoon no longer cared about maintaining her ladylike demeanor. She let the meat cool for a bit before taking a big bite. The savory flavor filled her mouth, and she couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "So good!" "Jingming, you should really open a barbecue restaurant. If you're willing to invest, I'll help you open a global chain of stores." The two of them ate and chatted cheerfully, quickly finishing all the grilled meat. Looking at the pool in front of them, Song Chu-yoon asked with an expectant look, "Jingming, before we leave, can I take a bath?" Jingming smiled and nodded. "Of course, it won't take long anyway. After you're done, I'll take a quick dip too. I'll go on ahead then." Song Chu-yoon beamed and walked over to the pool. Stepping into the water, Song Chu-yoon immediately used her water control skill, creating a sphere of water that enveloped her, forming a screen. A moment later, her slender figure vanished inside. Within the screen, after confirming that no one could see in from the outside, Song Chu-yoon slowly removed her battle gear, revealing a flawless, pale body with perfect curves as she submerged herself completely in the cool water. Half an hour later, the screen shimmered faintly. Then, it dissolved into specks of light and vanished into the air. Not far away, Jingming instinctively looked over and saw Song Chu-yoon's slender figure stepping out. Perhaps because she had just bathed, she wasn't wearing her battle gear. Her black hair was let down, cascading naturally down her back. Below, she only wore a pair of simple, short, loose shorts, her long, fair legs perfectly exposed to the air. On top, she wore a white t-shirt, but perhaps because she hadn't dried off completely, the shirt clung to her body, becoming slightly transparent. Under the sunlight, those proud, full curves were clearly visible. One could even faintly make out a delicate raised point. "I'm going to take a dip too." Seeing the beautiful sight before him, Jingming shyly averted his gaze and hurried towards the pool. Watching Jingming's tall figure, a hint of confusion flickered across Song Chu-yoon's beautiful face as she thought to herself, why did Jingming's gaze feel a little strange just now? She instinctively looked down and immediately noticed what was wrong. Her pretty face instantly flushed as red as a beet. Normally in the dorm, she was used to just throwing on some loose clothes after a shower and walking out. She had just done the same out of habit, not expecting this white t-shirt. Not long after, Jingming also finished bathing. Song Chu-yoon had already changed into a fresh set of battle gear. Before they parted ways, Song Chu-yoon wanted to give Jingming her protective talisman, but since it was her life-saving charm, Jingming naturally refused to take it. He said he had plenty of wilderness survival experience and that nothing would happen to him. Song Chu-yoon tried to persuade him for a while, but seeing how resolute Jingming was, she had to give up. Afterwards, the two said their goodbyes, promising to meet again in a month. Jingming gave a slight nod, looked at her one last time, and then averted his gaze. They both turned and headed deep into the forest in opposite directions. As Jingming's strong figure completely disappeared from view, Song Chu-yoon's lingering gaze gradually hardened with determination. "I have to give it my all from now on. Even if I can't get first or second place, I have to at least secure third." On December 8th at 9 p.m., inside a cave hidden deep in the jungle, a large, crude, bluish-black long spear was embedded in the ground. Beside the spear, a tall young man in black battle gear sat cross-legged, his eyes shut tight, his body faintly surrounded by arcs of violet-blue lightning. With every flash of electricity, the light inside the cave flickered erratically. At that very moment, a pitch-black, panther-like vicious beast stealthily entered the cave. Its eyes flashed with a malevolent light as it swiped its claws and lunged straight for the young man. Whoosh! A sharp sound of tearing wind was heard, followed immediately by a dull thud. The sharp spearhead had pierced straight through the beast's heart and out its back, trailing a streak of bright red blood. Excruciating pain shot through it, and only then did the panther realize its body had been impaled by a spear. Meanwhile, Jingming remained perfectly calm, his eyes still closed as if nothing had happened. Jingming waved his hand, the spear vibrated, and the panther's body was instantly split in two and flung to the side. A system sound echoed in his mind. "Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd rank Dark Knight Panther, plus 43 special ability points." At that moment, Jingming thought to himself, next, I'll try the special ability training method and see if I can officially break through to rank 3. Jingming's gaze sharpened, and his breathing and spiritual energy began to circulate according to the method recorded in the extreme ability formula. Time passed slowly. Jingming's aura grew steadily stronger, quickly reaching the peak of the second rank. But at this point, his aura seemed to hit a limit, unable to rise any further. Yet, Jingming frantically continued to channel the training method, ceaselessly absorbing the primordial energy from the air. The violet-blue lightning surrounding his body also danced wildly, flashing incessantly. "Break for me!" Jingming let out a low roar, his face twisting into a ferocious expression as a dull explosion echoed from within his body. The color of the violet sky divine lightning suddenly deepened. The lightning erupted violently, engulfing the entire cave. Amidst the raging lightning, Jingming was like a lord of thunder, and his peak second-rank aura finally broke through to a completely new level. He'd done it. Sensing the change in himself, Jingming breathed a sigh of relief and mused that even the prodigies from the demonic capital mostly take half a year, or even a full year, to level up. Seems like my cultivation talent isn't bad at all. At that, Jingming opened his status panel to check. From high-tier rank 2 to low-tier rank 3, my constitution and spirit both increased by nearly 400 points, and my vitality has now surpassed the 2,000-point mark. This is incredible. And that's all for this video. Thank you for your interest and for watching, and I hope you will enjoy my videos. You can hit the subscribe button and the bell to get notifications for the next video as quickly as possible. My sincerest thanks, M.